Chapter 1 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 1, Conspiracies in the North. Opposition to the government by constitutional means was not enough to gratify the vehement and resentful feelings of those Democrats in the North whose zeal for slavery seemed completely to have destroyed in their hearts every impulse of patriotism. They were ready to do the work of the Southern Confederacy in the North, and were alone prevented by their fear of the law. To evade the restraints of justice and the sharp measures of the military administration, they formed throughout the country secret associations for the purpose of resisting the laws, of embarrassing in every way the action of the government, of communicating information to the rebels in arms, and in many cases of inflicting serious damage on the lives and property of the Unionists. They adopted various names in different parts of the country, but the designation chosen by the society having the largest number of lodges in the several states was the Knights of the Golden Circle. As fast as one name was discovered and published, it was cast aside and another adopted, and the same organization with the same membership appeared successively under the name we have mentioned, and those of the Order of American Knights, the Order of the Star, and the Sons of Liberty. These secret organizations possessed a singular charm to uneducated men, independent of their political sympathies, and this attraction, combined with the fact that they could not in plain daylight inflict any injury upon the government, drove many thousands of the lower class of Democrats into these furtive lodges. It is impossible to ascertain with any degree of exactness the numbers of those who became affiliated with the orders. The numbers claimed by the adepts vary widely. 1,000,000 was not infrequently the membership of which they boasted. Mr. Vallandigham asserted in a public speech that the organized body numbered 500,000. Judge Holt, in his official report, accepted this aggregate as being something near the truth. The heaviest force was in Illinois and in Indiana. In Ohio they were also very numerous, and in the border states of Kentucky and Missouri. Their organization was entirely military. The state lodges were commanded by major generals, the congressional districts by brigadiers, the counties by colonels, and the townships by captains. They drilled as much as was possible under the limitations of secrecy. They made large purchases of arms. General H.B. Carrington estimated that 30,000 guns and revolvers were brought into Indiana alone, and the adherents of the order in the state of Illinois were also fully armed. In the month of March, 1864, it was estimated that the entire armed force of the order, capable of being mobilized for active service, was 340,000 men. It is altogether probable that this estimate was greatly exaggerated, and even if so large a number had been initiated into the order, their lack of drill, discipline, and moral character rendered them incapable of at any time of acting as an army. The order was large enough, at least, to offer the fullest hospitality to detectives and to Union men who volunteered to join with the purpose of reporting what they could to the authorities, so that the government was speedily put in possession of the entire scheme of organization, with the names of the prominent officers of the order and written copies of their constitutions, oaths, and books of ritual. The constitutions of secret societies are generally valuable only as illustrations of human stupidity, and these were no exception to the rule. Their declaration of principles begins with the lucid proposition, all men are endowed by the Creator with certain rights, equal as far as there is equality in the capacity for the appreciation, enjoyment, and exercise of those rights. The institution of slavery receives the approval of this band of midnight traitors in the following muddled and brutal sentences. In the divine economy, no individual of the human race must be permitted to encumber the earth, to mar its aspects of transcendent beauty, nor to impede the progress of the physical or intellectual man, neither in himself nor in the race to which he belongs. Hence a people whom neither the divinity within them nor the inspirations of divine and beautiful nature around them can impel to virtuous action and progress onward and upward, should be subjected to a just and humane servitude and tutelage to the superior race until they shall be able to appreciate the benefits and advantages of civilization. They also declare in favor of something they imagine to be the theory of state rights, and also the duty of the people to expel their rulers from the government by force of arms when they see good reason. This is not revolution, they say, but solely the assertion of right. Had they been content to meet in their lodges at stated times and bewilder themselves by such rhetoric as this, there would have been no harm done. But there is plenty of evidence that the measures they adopted to bring what they called their principles into action were of positive injury to the national welfare. One of their chief objects was the exciting of discontent in the army and the encouraging of desertion. Members of the order enlisted with the express purpose of inciting soldiers to desert with them. Money and citizens' clothing were furnished them for this purpose. Lawyers were hired to advise soldiers on leave not to go back, and to promise them the requisite defense in the courts if they got into trouble by desertion. The Adjutant General of Indiana, in his report for 1863, says that the number of deserters and absentees returned to the Army through the post of Indianapolis alone during the last month of 1862 was about 2,600. The squads of soldiers sent to arrest deserters were frequently attacked in rural districts by these organized bodies. The most violent resistance was made to the enrollment and the draft. Several enrolling officers were shot in Indiana and in Illinois. About 60 persons were tried and convicted in Indiana for conspiracy to resist the draft. A constant system of communication with the rebels in arms was kept up across the border. Arms, ammunition, and in some instances recruits were sent to aid the Confederates. Secret murders and assassinations were not unknown. The plan of establishing a Northwestern Confederacy in hostility to the East and in alliance with the Southern Confederacy was the favorite dream of the malignant and narrow minds controlling the order. The government wisely took little notice of the proceedings of these organizations. It was constantly informed of their general plans and purposes. The Grand Secretary of the order in Missouri made a full confession of his connection with it. In August, a large number of copies of the Ritual of the Order of American Knights was seized in an office which had been occupied by a prominent Democratic politician at Terre Haute. A private soldier in the Union Army named Stidger had himself initiated into the order, and with infinite skill and success rose to a high position in it, becoming Grand Secretary for the State of Kentucky. Thus thoroughly informed of the composition and purposes of the society, the government was constantly able to guard against any serious disturbances of the public peace. And whenever the arrest of any of the ringleaders was determined upon, the evidence for their conviction was always overwhelming. The fullest light was thrown upon the organization and plans of these treasonable orders by the trials of certain conspirators in Indiana in the autumn of 1864. We will make no reference to the testimony of government detectives who joined the conspiracy with the purpose of revealing its secrets. It is sufficient to quote the unwilling and unquestionably truthful statements of members of the order brought into court by subpoena. William Clayton, a farmer of Warren County, Illinois, testified that he was initiated a member of the Order of American Knights at a congregation formed in the timber. He took a long and bombastic oath, the only significant part of which was the pledge to take up arms, if required, in the cause of the oppressed, against usurpers waging war against a people endeavoring to establish a government for themselves in accordance with the eternal principles of truth. This, he testified, bound him to assist the South in its struggle for independence. He said he understood the purpose of the order was primarily to beat the Republicans at the polls, and that force of arms was to be resorted to in case of necessity, that they contemplated a rebel invasion in support of these objects, that the understanding was that in case the rebels came into Illinois, they and the brethren of this organization were to shake hands and be friends, that they were to give aid and assistance to the invaders, that death was the penalty for divulging the secrets of the order. Other members testified that they took an oath providing that in case of treachery they were to be drawn and quartered, their mangled remains to be cast out at the four gates. When these dwellers in prairie villages were asked what they meant by the four gates, they said they did not know. Clayton further said their objects were to resist the conscription or anything else that pushed them too hard. Another farmer said he joined because he had been a Democrat all his life, another that he went in out of curiosity, and this was doubtless a motive with many. In communities where there is little to interest an idle mind, these secret mummeries possess a singular attraction. The grips, the passwords, the emblems formed a great part of whatever temptation the order offered to the rural conspirators. Their favorite cognizance was the oak, not on account of any civic association, but because the word was formed of the initials of the name, Order of American Knights. Their grand hailing cry of distress was Oak Hound, the last syllable taken from the name of the South Carolina statesman whose principles they imagined they were putting in operation. By far the most important witness for the government was Horace Heffron, a lawyer of Salem, Indiana, a man high in the councils of the order. He was indicted for treasonable practices and concluded to make a clean breast of it. He gave an apparently truthful account, detailed the scheme for forming a Northwestern Confederacy, or, if that failed, for joining the Southern Army. The state government of Indiana was to be seized. Governor Morton was to be held for a hostage or killed. He confirmed the story of the general uprising which was to have taken place on the 16th of August in conjunction with a rebel raid from Cumberland Gap, the great feature of which was the liberation of the Confederate prisoners in Illinois, Ohio, and Indiana. But when the time came, the rebels did not, and the conspirators lacked heart for the fight. Vallandigham, the supreme head of the order, was too far away for intelligent and efficient direction. The whole conspiracy was shabby and puerile, although it included many editors and politicians of local standing. They were not all cravens. Some of them stood up stoutly before the military commission and defended the cause of the South. I assert, said one, that the South has been fighting for their rights, as defined in the Dred Scott decision. But there was very little display of heroism when the time of trial arrived. There was much that was ignoble and sordid. a scramble for the salaried places, a rush to handle the money provided for arms, one man intriguing for a place on the staff because he had a sore leg, a cloud of small politicians who hardly knew whether they were members or not. They had heard a ritual read, but paid little attention to it. They were anxious to be members if the scheme succeeded, and to avoid the law if it failed. The President's attitude in regard to this organization was one of good-humored contempt rather than anything else. Most of the officers commanding departments, however, regarded the machinations of these dark lantern knights as a matter of the deepest import. Governor Morton was greatly disquieted by their work in his State, and sent a telegram to the President in January, 1863, expressing his fear that the Legislature, when it met, would pass a joint resolution to acknowledge the Southern Confederacy and urge the Northwest to dissolve all constitutional relation with the New England States. But when the Legislature came together, although it evinced a hearty goodwill in giving the governor all the worry and annoyance possible, it took no such overt step of treason as he feared. Their action was indeed sufficiently violent and contumacious. The House of Representatives insolently returned his message to him, and passed a resolution accepting in its stead that of the Democratic governor of New York. Measures were introduced to take the military power of the State away from the governor, and to confer it upon the Democratic State officers. To defeat these unconstitutional proceedings, the Republicans adopted the equally irregular course of abandoning the Legislature and leaving it without a quorum, in consequence of which no appropriation bills were passed, and the governor had to appeal to the people of the State for the means to carry on the government. These were furnished in part by the voluntary offerings of banks, private corporations, and individuals, but needing $250,000 for an emergency, he came to Washington and obtained it from the general government by virtue of a statute of July 31, 1861, which set aside $2 millions for the purchase of munitions of war to be used in States in rebellion, or in which rebellion is or may be threatened. In view of the revolutionary attitude of the Legislature and the known treasonable organization and purposes of the Sons of Liberty, the Secretary of War decided that Indiana was so threatened, and made Governor Morton a disbursing officer to the amount of $250,000. It is related that Morton remarked, as he took the warrant, if the cause failed, they would be called heavily to account for this, to which Stanton replied, "If the cause fails, I do not wish to live." In the summer of 1864, General Rosecrans made a full discovery of the purposes and organization of these conspirators, and communicated it to Governor Yates of Illinois, who fully shared his solicitude. They joined in an earnest demand that the President should order Colonel J.P. Sanderson of Rosecrans's staff to Washington for a personal interview upon matters of overwhelming importance. Stanton objected to this, and the President was unwilling that either Rosecrans or his subordinate should come to Washington upon such an errand, under the temptation to magnify his office by alarming reports. He therefore concluded to send one of his own private secretaries to St. Louis to see precisely what were the facts which had thrown the general commanding into such a state of concern. Rosecrans then repeated the entire story of the organization of the Order of American Knights and the Golden Circle, facts which were already well known to the President and the Secretary of War. But the immediate cause of his excitement was the expected return of Vallandigham, which he said was in accordance with the resolution adopted by the order at the convocation held in Windsor, Canada. General Rosecrans thought that his return would be the signal for the rising of the Knights throughout the Northwest and for serious public disorders. The President, on receiving his secretary's report, declined to order Sanderson to Washington, and in reference to Rosecrans's strict injunctions of secrecy, he said that a secret confided on the one side to 500,000 Democrats and on the other to 5 governors and their staffs was hardly worth keeping. He said the northern section of the conspiracy merited no special attention, being about an equal mixture of puerility and malice. General Rosecrans, after he was convinced that the President would not overrule the Secretary of War by ordering Colonel Sanderson to Washington, concluded at last to send his voluminous report in manuscript, accompanying it with the following letter, which we copy as giving in few words the results of his researches. Since Major Hay's departure, bearing my letter about the secret conspiracy we have been tracing out, we have added much information of its Southern connections, operations, uses, and intentions. We have also found a new element in its workings under the name of McClellan Minutemen. The evident extent and anti-national purposes of this great conspiracy compel me to urge the consideration of what ought to be done to anticipate its workings and prevent the mischief it is capable of producing again upon your attention. Therefore, I have sent the report of Colonel Sanderson with the details of evidence, covering 1,000 pages of foolscap by himself, to be carried or forwarded to you by safe hands. That report and its accompanying papers show, 1. That there exists an oath-bound secret society under various names, but forming one brotherhood both in the rebel and loyal states, the objects of which are the overthrow of the existing national government and the dismemberment of this nation. 2. That the secret oaths bind these conspirators to revolution and all its consequences of murder, arson, pillage, and an untold train of crimes, including assassination and perjury, under the penalty of death to the disobedient or recusant. 3. That they intend to operate in conjunction with rebel movements this summer to revolutionize the loyal states if they can. 4. That Vallandigham is the supreme commander of the northern wing of the society, and General Price of the rebel army the supreme commander of the southern wing of the organization, and that Vallandigham's return was a part of the program well understood both North and South, by which the revolution they proposed was to be inaugurated. 5. That this association is now and has been the principal agency by which spying and supplying rebels with means of war are carried on between the loyal and rebel states, and that even some of our officers are engaged in it. 6. That they claim to have 20,000 members in Missouri, 140,000 in Illinois, 100,000 in Indiana, 80,000 in Ohio, 70,000 in Kentucky, and that they are extending through New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. Besides which prominent and general facts, the names of members, mode of operating, and other details appear fully, showing what a formidable power and what agencies for mischief we have to deal with. With this synopsis of the report, it is respectfully submitted with the single remark that whatever orders you may deem best to give, it must be obvious to your Excellency that leading conspirators like Charles L. Hunt and Dr. Shore of St. Louis, arrested for being implicated in the association, cannot be released without serious hazard to the public welfare and safety. From first to last, these organizations were singularly lacking in energy and initiative. The only substantial harm they did was in encouraging desertions and embarrassing and resisting the officers concerned in the enrollment and the draft. The toleration with which the President regarded them, and the immunity which he allowed them in their passive treason, arose from the fact that he never could be made to believe that there was as much crime as folly in their acts and purposes. Senator McDonald reports that the President once said to him, when he was asking the pardon of some of these conspirators condemned by military commission, "Nothing can make me believe that 100,000 Indiana Democrats are disloyal." They were sufficiently disloyal to take all manner of oaths against the government, to declare in their secret councils they were ready to shed the last drop of their blood to abolish it, to express their ardent sympathy with its enemies and their detestation of its officers and supporters. But this was the limit of their criminal courage. Shedding the last drop of one's blood is a comparatively easy sacrifice. It is shedding the first drop that costs, and these rural Catalines were never quite ready to risk their skins for their so-called principles. Most of the attempts against the public peace in the free States and on the northern border proceeded not from the resident conspirators, but from desperate Southern emissaries and their aiders and abettors in the British provinces, and even these rarely rose above the level of ordinary arson and highway robbery. The case of the Chesapeake was one of the most noteworthy of these incidents. Two Canadians named J.C. Braine and H.A. Parr resolved in the latter part of 1863 to start on a privateering enterprise on their own account. Parr, though born in Canada, had lived for several years in Tennessee, and Braine, who had been arrested and confined in Fort Warren, had been released from that prison on his claim, represented by the British minister, that he was a British subject. Their sole pretension to Confederate nationality was the possession of commissions in the Confederate Navy prepared ad hoc. They enlisted a dozen men, all British subjects, purchased in New York the arms and equipment they required for their enterprise, and took passage on board the United States merchant steamer Chesapeake, which left New York on the 5th of December, bound for Portland, Maine. On the morning of the 8th they assaulted the officers and crew of the Chesapeake, capturing her after a struggle of only a few minutes' duration, killing one and wounding two of her officers. They took the Chesapeake into the Bay of Fundy, and there delivered her into the hands of a man calling himself Captain Parker of the Confederate Navy, who afterwards turned out to be an Englishman whose name was Vernon Locke, and who had come out in a pilot boat to meet her. Feeling now secure in the possession of her new nationality, she went to Sambro Harbor, Nova Scotia, to receive the fuel and supplies necessary to enable her to prosecute her voyage to the Confederate States. While she lay there, the United States gunboat Ella and Annie entered the harbor, and, says Mr. Benjamin, whose righteous indignation was evidently aroused by the proceedings, with that habitual contempt of the territorial sovereignty of Great Britain and of her neutral rights which characterizes our enemies, recaptured the prize and left the British port with the purpose of taking the Chesapeake to the United States. But meeting on the way a superior officer of the United States Navy, the captain of the Ella and Annie was ordered by him to return to Halifax to restore the Chesapeake to the jurisdiction of Great Britain. This was done, and the few pirates who had been captured in the Chesapeake were delivered up. The case was taken at once into the courts and was promptly and properly decided, so far as the vessel was concerned, by her delivery to her rightful owners. But before this decision was made known at Richmond, the Confederate government, seeing in the case a possibility of profit to their cause, dispatched to Halifax Professor J.P. Holcomb, said to be the most accomplished international lawyer in the Confederacy, to take charge of the case. During the professor's transit, however, by way of Wilmington and Bermuda, the case had come to its natural close, and on arriving at Halifax he found his occupation gone. He was compelled to report to the department that every man concerned in the capture of the Chesapeake, with the single exception of the Canadian Tennessean just mentioned, was a British subject. He also found that the captors had been guilty of stealing and peddling the cargo and pocketing the proceeds, and that the antecedents of the so-called Confederate officers involved were most disreputable. He seemed greatly disappointed to find that this gang of murderers and thieves were not high-minded and honorable gentlemen, and therefore concluded to make no demand upon the British authorities for the restitution of the stolen ship. He remained for some time in Halifax, enjoying the hospitality of the colonial sympathizers with the South, and then proceeded to join the other secession emissaries in Canada who were engaged in equally congenial enterprises. The principal agent of the Confederates in Canada was Jacob Thompson, Secretary of the Interior in the late administration of Buchanan, whose treasonable conduct of that important office has already been mentioned. He had sunk into appropriate insignificance even among his own associates after the war began, had been captured by General Grant on the Mississippi River in a ridiculous attempt at playing the spy under a flag of truce, and after being released with contemptuous forbearance, had gone to Canada under instructions from the rebel government to do what damage he could in connection with the refugees and escaped prisoners who fringed the northern frontier during the last 2 years of the war. He immediately placed himself in communication with the disloyal Democrats of the northern states, and through them and a band of refugees who at once gathered about him in Canada for employment, began a series of operations which, for their folly no less than their malignity, would be incredible if they were not recorded in the report which Thompson himself, with amazing moral obtuseness, wrote of his mission on the 3rd of December, 1864. He states that immediately on his arrival in Canada, he put himself in communication with the leading spirits of the Sons of Liberty. He was received among them with cordiality, and the greatest confidence was extended to him. They became convinced during the summer of 1864 that their efforts to defeat the election of Mr. Lincoln were hopeless. Lincoln had the power, he said, and would certainly re-elect himself, and there was no hope but in force. The belief was entertained and freely expressed that by a bold, vigorous, and concerted movement the 3 great Northwestern states of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio could be seized and held. This being done, the states of Kentucky and Missouri could easily be lifted from their prostrate condition and placed on their feet, and this in 60 days would end the war. It was resolved to hold a series of peace meetings in Illinois for the purpose of preparing the public mind for such a revolt. The first of these meetings was to be held at Peoria, and to make it a success, says Thompson, I agreed that so much money as was necessary would be furnished by me. It was held and was decidedly successful. But he pretends that the Niagara Falls Conference and Lincoln's letter, to whom it may concern, shocked the country to such an extent that the leading politicians conceived the idea that Lincoln might be beaten at the ballot box on such an issue. The nerves of the leaders, he says, thereupon began to relax. The seizure of arms at Indianapolis, the arrest of leading supporters at Louisville, the unsympathetic attitude of Mr. McDonald, the Democratic candidate for governor of Indiana, all tended to discourage the ringleaders, and the day fixed for the revolt, which was to have been the 16th of August, passed by with no demonstration. The necessity of pandering to the military feeling which resulted in the nomination of McClellan totally demoralized, says Thompson, the Sons of Liberty. Convinced that there was nothing to be expected from the cooperation of Northern Democrats, Thompson fell back once more upon his gang of escaped prisoners and other loose fish in Canada. The next scheme adopted by him was ingenious and audacious, and not without possibilities of success. He determined to capture the war steamer Michigan plying on Lake Erie, and with her to liberate the rebel prisoners on Johnson's Island in Sandusky Bay. The prisoners were then to march upon Cleveland, attacking that town by land and by water, and thence march through Ohio to gain Virginia. A man named Charles H. Cole, formerly one of Forrest's troopers was sent round the lakes as a deck passenger to inform himself thoroughly of the approaches to the harbors, the depositories of coal, the stations and habits of the Michigan. He performed his task with energy and efficiency, and with great satisfaction and amusement to himself. He invented an oil corporation, of which he was president and board of directors, opened an office in Buffalo, and used a good deal of Thompson's money in making the acquaintance of the officers of the Michigan. The 19th of September was the day fixed for the attempt upon the Michigan, Cole having contrived to have himself invited to dine with the officers of the vessel on that day. A Virginian named John Yates Beale was assigned the more difficult and dangerous part of the enterprise. He, with 25 Confederates, took passage from Sandwich in Canada on board the Philo Parsons, an unarmed merchant vessel plying between Detroit and Sandusky. They were all armed with revolvers, and had no trouble in taking possession of the steamer and robbing the clerk of what money he had. They soon afterwards fell in with another unarmed steamer, the Island Queen, scuttled her, and then steered for Sandusky Bay to join Cole and the boats he had prepared in an attack upon the Michigan. But the plan miscarried. The military, aware of Cole's intentions, had captured him, and Beale, missing the signals which had been agreed upon, did not dare to proceed in the enterprise alone. He therefore returned to Sandwich, and his crew scattered through Canada. Beale was not content with the failure of this enterprise, and later in the season, in the middle of December, he was caught in the State of New York, near the Suspension Bridge, in an attempt to throw a passenger train from the west off the railroad track for the purpose of robbing the express company. This was the third attempt which he had made to accomplish this purpose. He was in citizen's dress, engaged in an act of simple murder and robbery, yet he imagined that the fact that he had a Confederate commission in his pocket would secure him against punishment in case of capture. He was tried by court-martial and sentenced to death. Jefferson Davis took the same view of the talismanic character of the Confederate commission upon which Beale had relied, and issued a manifesto assuming the responsibility of the act and declaring that it was done by his authority. There was great clamor in regard to the case, and many people of all parties pleaded with Mr. Lincoln to commute the sentence of Beale. A petition in this sense was signed by most of the Democratic members of the House of Representatives and by many Republicans, but the Judge Advocate General reported that Beale, convicted upon indubitable proof as a spy, guerrillero, outlaw, and would-be murderer of hundreds of innocent persons traveling in supposed security upon one of our great thoroughfares, fully deserved to die a felon's death, and the summary enforcement of that penalty was a duty which government owed to society. Loath as Mr. Lincoln was at all times to approve a capital sentence, he felt that in this case he could not permit himself to yield to the promptings of his kindly heart. He sent a private message to General Dix, saying he would be glad if he would allow Beale a respite of a few days to prepare himself for death, but positively declined to interfere with the sentence, and Beale was hung in the latter part of February. The Virginia Senate made his cause their own, and recommended by resolutions of the 3rd of March the adoption of such steps as might be necessary in retaliation for the offense committed by the authorities of the United States. Under Thompson's orders, the large prison camps in the North had been thoroughly examined with a view of effecting the release of the Confederate prisoners confined in them. But the attempts at different places were given up for one reason or another, and it was resolved to concentrate all the efforts of the conspirators upon Camp Douglas at Chicago. A large number of rebels and their sympathizers were gathered together in that city, and the plan for taking the prison camp with its 10,000 Confederate prisoners was matured, and was to have been put into execution on the night of Election Day, taking advantage of the excitement and the crowds of people in the streets to surprise the camp, release and arm the prisoners of war, cut the telegraph wires, burn the railway stations, and seize the banks and stores containing arms and ammunition. It was hoped that this would excite a simultaneous rising of the Sons of Liberty throughout the State and result in the release of the Confederate prisoners in other camps. But the plot, as usual, was betrayed by repentant rebels who were in the most secret councils of the conspirators. Shortly after midnight on the 7th of November, Colonel Benjamin J. Sweet, commanding Camp Douglas, trapped in their various hiding places and took prisoners all the leaders of the contemplated attack, among them John H. Morgan's adjutant general, Saint-Leger Grenfell, Colonel Marmaduke, a brother of the rebel general, the commanding officer of the Sons of Liberty in the State, and several other officers of the rebel army who were escaped prisoners. In one house they found 2 cartloads of revolvers loaded and capped, 200 stands of muskets loaded, and a large amount of ammunition. Mr. Thompson hesitated at nothing which he thought might injure the people of the United States. Any villain who approached him with a project of murder and arson was sure of a kindly reception. Soon after I reached Canada, he says, a Mr. Minor Major visited me and represented himself as an accredited agent from the Confederate States to destroy steamboats on the Mississippi River, and that his operations were suspended for want of means. I advanced to him $2,000 in Federal currency, and soon afterwards several boats were burned at St. Louis, involving an immense loss of property to the enemy. Money has been advanced to Mr. Churchill of Cincinnati to organize a corps for the purpose of incendiarism in that city. I consider him a true man, and although as yet he has effected but little, I am in constant expectation of hearing of effective work in that quarter. Another miscreant of the same type, named Colonel Martin, who brought an unsigned letter from Jefferson Davis to Thompson, expressed a wish to organize a corps to burn New York City. He was allowed to do so, says Mr. Thompson, and a most daring attempt has been made to fire that city, but their reliance on the Greek fire has proved a misfortune. It cannot be depended on as an agent in such work. I have no faith whatever in it, and no attempt shall hereafter be made under my general directions with any such materials. A party of 8 persons, mostly escaped prisoners, were sent to New York to destroy that city by fire. One of them, named Kennedy, was captured, tried, and hung. Before his execution, he confessed that he had set fire to 4 places: Barnum's Museum, Lovejoy's Hotel, Tammany Hotel, and the New England House. The others, he said, with a certain sense of wrong, only started fires where each was lodging and then ran off. Had they all done as I did, we would have had 32 fires and played a huge joke on the fire department. This stupid tool of baser men escaped to Canada. But relying, as Beale did, on his commission as a captain in the Confederate Army, he started once more for the Confederacy by way of Detroit and was arrested by detectives in the railway station. He had taken on a new name and a new character, and in his trial, among the evidence he brought forward, which he thought would ensure his immunity, was a pledge given to the transportation agent in Canada to return with all due diligence to the Confederacy. Even after his sentence, he had no realization of the crime he had committed. He wrote to the President arguing, as a matter of law, that death was too severe a penalty for arson, and suggesting that there was no need of punishing him as an example, since the execution of Beale had already served that purpose. If Mr. Thompson is to be believed, it would appear that his adherents in Canada were not altogether under discipline, and that they sometimes took the opportunity to indulge in casual burglaries and murders on their own account. He said in his official report that he knew nothing of the St. Albans affair until after it was over. This was a crime of unusual atrocity and bad fare for the moment to involve the most serious consequences. A party of Confederate thieves, some 20 or 30 strong, came over the border from Canada on the 19th of October, and entering the village of St. Albans in Vermont, they robbed the banks of some $250,000, accompanying this crime with entirely uncalled-for cruelty, firing upon the unarmed citizens, killing one man and wounding another. They also attempted to burn several houses. The raid was over in less than an hour, and the band, who had stolen horses enough in the vicinity to mount them all, immediately returned to Canada. It seemed at first as if the Canadian authorities intended to arrest the criminals and hold them for punishment, and Mr. Seward 2 days afterwards expressed his gratification to the British legation at Washington for this prompt and apparently satisfactory proceeding. As it turned out, however, he spoke too quickly, for Judge Coursol discharged the criminals from custody and restored to them the money they had stolen. As soon as this intelligence reached New York, General Dix, outraged beyond endurance by the iniquity of the act, without consultation with the government, issued an order directing all military commanders on the frontier, in case of further acts of depredation and murder, to shoot down the murderers or the persons acting under commissions from the rebel authorities at Richmond, and further instructing them that if it should be necessary, with a view to their capture, to cross the border between the United States and Canada, to pursue them wherever they might take refuge, and on no account to surrender them to the local authorities, but to send them to the headquarters of the Department of the East for trial and punishment by martial law. The President, who felt no less keenly than General Dix the wrong and outrage committed by these rebel murderers, and the Canadian authorities who seemed to be protecting them, nevertheless declined to allow any subordinate to embroil the country with a foreign nation in this way. And in spite of General Dix's vehement defense of what he called the right of hot pursuit, the President required him to revoke the instructions quoted. The British government directed Lord Monck, the Governor-General of Canada, to be guided by the decision of the proper legal authorities in the provinces, whether persons in custody ought or ought not to be delivered up under the treaty of extradition, saying that in case the decision were that they ought to be delivered, the government would approve Lord Monk's acting on this decision. And in case of the contrary decision, the government suggested that they should be put upon trial on the charge of misprision and violation of the royal prerogative by levying war from Her Majesty's dominions against a friendly power. The criminals whom Judge Coursol had released were again captured. The Canadian Parliament reproved the action of Coursol and suspended him from office. The prisoners having been once more arrested, the matter was heard before Mr. Justice Smith of Montreal, who again discharged them on the ground that Young, the ringleader of the party, bore a commission in the Confederate Army, that Mr. Clement C. Clay, an associate of Thompson's as Confederate commissioner, was aware of Young's purpose and gave him a check for $400 for his expenses. The attack on St. Albans, he said, must therefore be regarded as a hostile expedition undertaken and carried out under the authority of the so-called Confederate States by one of the officers of their army. He held that the prisoners had not acquired any domicile in Canada, nor lost their national character by their residence there. The government of Canada was not satisfied with this pettifogging plea, and arrested the prisoners anew. But the war having now come to an end, the case was languidly prosecuted, and the criminals received no punishment. The Canadian authorities, however, desiring to maintain amicable relations with the United States and to do substantial justice in the case in spite of the courts, refunded $58,000 of the money stolen by the raiders, being the gold value of some $87,000, which was in their possession when they came into the custody of the Canadian courts, and an attempt was made in the provincial legislature to pass a law which should prevent the setting on foot of such unlawful expeditions from Canadian soil in the future. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay. Chapter 2, Habeas Corpus. The decision of Chief Justice Taney in the Merriman case led to a wide discussion of the constitutional principles involved in the suspension of the privilege of habeas corpus. Attorney General Bates, the principal law officer of the government, in an elaborate review of the matter, gave as his opinion that, in a time like the present, when the very existence of the nation is assailed by a great and dangerous insurrection, the President has the lawful and discretionary power to arrest and hold in custody persons known to have criminal intercourse with the insurgents or persons against whom there is probable cause for suspicion of such criminal complicity. And in summing up the case, he said, "To my mind, it is not very important whether we call a particular power exercised by the President a peace power or a war power, for undoubtedly he is armed with both. He is the chief civil magistrate of the nation, and being such, and because he is such, he is the constitutional commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy, and thus, within the limits of the Constitution, he rules in peace and commands in war. And at this moment he is in the full exercise of all the functions belonging to both these characters." In the general discussion which this question excited, a strict party line divided the advocates of the Union and the publicists who adhered to the Democratic Party. Theophilus Parsons lent the great weight of his name and learning to the side of the executive. Joel Parker wrote an elaborate treatise on the same side, and the venerable Horace Binney, in an exhaustive pamphlet, sustained to the fullest extent this power which the President had considered it his duty under the Constitution to exercise. In language whose simple vigor recalls the style of Mr. Lincoln himself, Mr. Binney said, "It is not a season for the judicial trial of all persons who are implicated in the rebellion. It cannot be while the rebellion lasts. To arrest and try even those who are openly guilty and are taken with the red hand would in many places be fruitless and only aggravate the evil. The methods and devices of rebellion are infinite. They are open or covert, according to necessity or advantage. In arms, or as spies, emissaries, correspondents, commissaries, proveditors of secret supplies, and aids, their name is sometimes legion, all treasonable, and many of them disguised or lying hid. A part of this disguise may sometimes be detected, and not often the whole. An intercepted letter, an overheard conversation, a known proclivity, an unusual activity in unusual transactions, in munitions or provisions or clothing, a suspicious fragment and no more, without the present clue to detection may appear not enough for the scales of justice, but abundantly sufficient for the precautions of the guardian upon his watch. Such are the universal accompaniments of rebellion, and constitute a danger frequently worse than open arms. To confront it at once, in the ordinary course of justice, is to ensure its escape, and to add to the danger. Yet the traitor in disguise may achieve his work of treason if he be permitted to go on, and if he is just passing from treason in purpose to treason in act, his arrest and imprisonment for a season may save both him and the country. We will add also the words in which Mr. Binney closes his admirable treatise, as probably nothing can be found which was written upon the subject sounder in law or clearer in expression. The conclusion of the whole matter is this, that the Constitution itself is the law of the privilege, and of the exception to it, that the exception is expressed in the Constitution, and that the Constitution gives effect to the act of suspension when the conditions occur, that the conditions consist of two matters of fact, one a naked matter of fact, and the other a matter-of-fact conclusion from facts, that is to say, rebellion and the public danger, or the requirement of public safety. Whichever power of the constituted government can most properly decide these facts is master of the exception and competent to apply it. Whether it be Congress or the President, the power can only be derived by implication, as there is no express delegation of the power in the Constitution, and it must be derived to that department whose functions are the most appropriate in it. Congress cannot executively suspend. All that a legislative body can do is to authorize suspension by giving that effect to an executive act, and the Constitution having authorized that, there is no room for the exercise of legislative power. The Constitution intended that for the defense of the nation against rebellion and invasion, The power should always be kept open in either of these events, to be used by that department which is the most competent in the same events to say what the public safety requires in this behalf. The President being the properest and the safest depositary of the power, and being the only power which can exercise it under real and effective responsibilities to the people, it is both constitutional and safe to argue that the Constitution has placed it with him. Constant and elaborate efforts were made in Congress to define the limits of the executive prerogative in this direction, and they were not entirely confined to the Democratic Party. Even so staunch a Republican as Lyman Trumbull offered a resolution on the 12th of December, 1861, instructing the Secretary of State to inform the Senate whether any persons had been arrested and imprisoned in the loyal states of the Union, and if so, under what law such action had been taken. This resolution was, on the 16th, referred to the Judiciary Committee, a proceeding equivalent to its rejection, by a vote of 25 to 17, 6 Republican senators voting with the Democrats in the minority. But it was, of course, from the other side of the House that the most frequent and most vehement attacks upon this exercise of executive power were directed. James A. Bayard, James A. McDougall, and others seized every opportunity of bringing the question forward, with the uniform result of seeing their resolutions buried by a reference to the Committee of the Judiciary. Early in the year 1862, however, the President issued an order through the War Department referring to the critical circumstances of the country through the past year, which, in his opinion, had justified the resort to extraordinary measures of repression, and then went on to say that a favorable change of public opinion had occurred, that the line between loyalty and disloyalty was now plainly defined, that apprehensions of public danger and facilities for treasonable practices had diminished with the passions which prompted heedless persons to adopt them, that the insurrection was believed to have culminated and to be declining. In view of these facts, and anxious to favor a return to the normal course of administration, so far as regard for the public welfare would allow, the President directed that all political prisoners or state prisoners then held in military custody be released, on their subscribing to a parole engaging them to render no aid or comfort to the armies in hostility to the United States. The Secretary of War was authorized to accept from the effect of this order any persons detained as spies in the service of the insurgents, or others whose release involved any danger to the public safety. As the principal criticisms of Congress had been directed against the action of the Secretary of State in making arbitrary arrests, the President, in this general order, announced that extraordinary arrests would hereafter be made under the direction of the military authorities alone. And on the 27th of February, the President issued a further order appointing Major General Dix and the Honorable Edwards Pierpont of New York to examine the cases of state prisoners remaining in the military custody of the United States, and to determine whether, in view of the public safety and the existing rebellion, they should be discharged or remain in military custody, or be remitted to the civil tribunals for trial. The tendency of all civil wars is to accumulate arbitrary power in the hands of the government. The temptation to abuse of power is generally too great to be resisted by those who wield control of the constabulary and the army in times of civil tumult. We believe there is no instance in history, with the exception of the one we are now considering, where the government, sustained by a large majority of the citizens, its physical force supplied by a devoted army, and its hands upheld by the enormous moral support of a loyal judiciary, has voluntarily relinquished the great powers freely confided to it, and has, from the beginning to the end of a great war, continually restricted the application of its powers, and diminished instead of increasing the frequency of its resort to arbitrary measures. Once again, in the autumn of 1862, on account of the necessity of enforcing the draft, which had then been ordered in several states, and restraining the action of disloyal persons tending to hinder this measure, the President ordered that, during the existing insurrection, and as a necessary measure for suppressing the same, all rebels and insurgents, their aiders and abettors within the United States, and all persons discouraging volunteer enlistments, resisting military drafts, or guilty of any disloyal practice affording aid and comfort to the rebels against the authority of the United States, should be subject to martial law, and liable to trial and punishment by court-martials or military commission, and that the writ of habeas corpus was suspended in respect to all persons arrested or imprisoned by the military or by the sentence of court-martials. On the 22nd of November, 1862, an order from the War Department directed that all persons then in military custody who had been arrested for discouraging volunteer enlistments, opposing the draft, or for otherwise giving aid and comfort to the enemy, in states where the draft had been made, or the quota of volunteers and militia had been furnished, should be discharged from further military restraint. When Congress came together, in December of the same year, there was a disposition among the Republican majority to put an end to the discussion of the question as to whether the President was authorized to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus by expressly granting him such authority. On the 8th of December, Thaddeus Stevens introduced a bill to indemnify the President and other persons for suspending the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus and acts done in pursuance thereof, and after its second reading, moved that its consideration be made the special order for the next Thursday ensuing. This motion was objected to, upon which, in his energetic, not to say arbitrary manner, he instantly moved the previous question, and thus being sustained, the bill was read the third time and passed. It was a bill of great and far-reaching importance. It not only provided for full indemnity for all arrests and imprisonments made under the authority of the President, but it also provided that the President, under the existence of the rebellion, might suspend at discretion the privilege of the writ. It passed the House by a vote of 90 to 45, exactly 2-1, upon which 36 of the minority made a vehement and passionate protest, which, however, was not permitted to be entered upon the journal of the House. The bill went to the Senate, and there, after some inconsiderable amendments, it passed that body by a vote of 33-7 on the 27th of January. And the House having refused to concur in the amendments, the Committee of Conference agreed upon a report which was accepted in both chambers, in the House by a majority of 99 to 45, and in the Senate without a record of yeas or nays. By this bill, which was signed in the closing hours of the session, on the 3rd of March, 1863, it was provided that during the rebellion the President of the United States, whenever, in his judgment, the public safety might require it, was authorized to suspend the writ of habeas corpus in any case throughout the United States, or any part thereof. Whenever the privilege should be suspended, no military or other officer should be compelled, in answer to any writ of habeas corpus, to return the body of anyone detained by him by authority of the President, upon such officer certifying, under oath, that the prisoner was detained by him under authority of the President. Further proceedings under the writ should be suspended by the court which had issued it, so long as the suspension by the President should remain in force and the rebellion continue. The second section provided for the furnishing to the courts of a list of all political prisoners, and the proceedings to be taken for their discharge. Another section provided that the order of the President should be a defense in all proceedings in prosecution of acts contained under this law, and also that such suits begun in state courts might be transferred to United States courts. During the summer following the passage of the statute authorizing the suspension of the privilege of the writ, the enrollment and draft of the national forces was going on. The work of the officers charged with this duty was greatly impeded by the constant resort to legal expedients, by drafted men and their friends, and by those politicians who wished to embarrass the government by making an issue of opposition upon every executive act. General Fry says, "The action of the civil courts in the foregoing particulars threatened, for a time, in several districts, to defeat, or at least to suspend, the business of raising troops and of arresting deserters, and either to throw the officers of this bureau into custody, or keep them so constantly before the courts as to prevent their attendance upon the duties for which they were appointed, and thus to defeat the raising of an army according to the law." In this state of things, the President saw no course open to him except to avail himself of the powers conferred by the statute. He therefore, on the 15th of September, issued a general proclamation, reciting the provision of the Constitution that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless, when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety shall require it. And the fact that a rebellion was existing on the 3rd of March, 1863, and that it still existed, reciting also the fact that, by the statute we have referred to, during the present insurrection, the President of the United States, whenever in his judgment the public safety may require, is authorized to suspend the privilege of the writ, and that, in the judgment of the President, the public safety then required that the privilege of the writ should be suspended throughout the United States, in cases where persons are held under the command of the government as prisoners of war, spies, or aiders and abettors of the enemy, or as soldiers or deserters, or for offenses against the military service. And after this preamble, which proclaimed and made known to all whom it might concern that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus was suspended throughout the United States in the several cases before mentioned, and that this suspension would continue throughout the duration of the rebellion, or until that proclamation should be revoked, he formally called on all civil and military officers of the United States to take distinct notice of this suspension and to give full effect to it, and on all citizens of the United States to conduct and govern themselves accordingly. The controversy as to whether Congress or the President was the authority in whose discretion lay the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus was thus finally set at rest by the concurrent act of both. The President's authority was never, after this, seriously questioned, and it was used with such moderation and reserve that few just occasions for complaint arose under the law. Military governors appointed by the President were invested with like authority. The letter of appointment gave them authority to exercise and perform, within the limits of their state, all the powers, duties, and functions pertaining to the office of military governor, including the power to establish all necessary offices and tribunals, and to suspend the writ of habeas corpus during the pleasure of the President, or until the loyal inhabitants of the state should organize a civil government in conformity with the Constitution of the United States. The action of Congress and the President in this regard was justified by the civil courts. Perhaps the most important case under the Act was that of George W. Jones, who had formerly been a United States Senator and minister to Bogota. He had been arrested by the order of the Secretary of State and imprisoned at Fort Lafayette. After being released, he brought a suit for false imprisonment, claiming large damages. Under the provisions of the Act of March 3rd, Mr. Seward moved by his counsel to transfer the case to the United States Circuit Court. This motion was denied by the Court of First Instance, but a majority of the Supreme Court of New York affirmed the constitutionality of the act and dismissed the case. The greatest care was taken by the President to restrain the officers acting under his authority from any abuse of this tremendous power. He watched over this with increasing vigilance as the war went on. The Senate having, on motion of Mr. Powell, adopted resolutions directing the Secretary of War to inform the Senate whether he had complied with the injunction of the Act to lay lists of persons imprisoned under executive authority before the United States courts, the Secretary promptly replied, transmitting the report of the Judge Advocate General, showing that all possible vigilance had been used in complying with the terms of the law. The rolls were necessarily incomplete. The offenses with which the prisoners were charged were frequently indefinitely stated, and instead of specifying the particular officers by whom arrests were made, the President and Secretary of War assumed the responsibility in all cases, although the arrests were generally made by military commanders and provost marshals without any intervention on the part of the President or Secretary. Those arrested for military offenses were tried with the greatest possible expedition, and generally with a strict regard to equity and law. Several commissions were actively engaged in investigating the cases of the prisoners, and releasing them whenever it could be done without prejudice to public safety. Frequent inspections of military prisons were made, and not only the errors incident to the use of such enormous authority in times of civil war, were corrected as soon as discovered, but in hundreds of instances, men guilty of positive offenses who manifested some sense of awakened conscience were dismissed without punishment. On the 20th of June, 1864, General C.C. Augur, commanding the Department of Washington, issued stringent orders against any arrests in that department, except in extreme cases where there was no doubt of guilt, and notifying all his subordinates that they would be held responsible for any abuse of authority on the part of their employees. These acts were the subject of the most energetic denunciation on the part of the Confederate leaders and their sympathizers all over the world. Yet, the most arbitrary acts of the federal government bore no comparison to those which marked the daily administration of affairs in the South. On the 1st of March, 1862, Jefferson Davis, by virtue of the power invested in him by law to declare the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus in states threatened with invasion, proclaimed martial law over Richmond and for 10 miles around, following it with numerous arrests and imprisonments. On the 8th of April following, he issued a proclamation extending martial law over East Tennessee and suspending all civil jurisdiction and the writ of habeas corpus. The next month, he issued a like proclamation, extending it over 6 counties in Virginia. The year before this, he had issued a general proclamation of banishment against all the adherents of the Union in the South, warning them to depart from the Confederate States within 40 days of the date of that proclamation, under penalty of being treated as alien enemies if they should remain. Severe cruelties were practiced upon the loyal population of East Tennessee from the outbreak of the rebellion until the last year of the war, and were stimulated by the orders of J.P. Benjamin while he was acting as Secretary of War in the autumn of 1861. The Confederate Congress followed the example of the Congress of the United States in passing a bill for the general suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. In February 1864, at the request of Jefferson Davis, the privilege of the writ was formally suspended during the present invasion of the Confederate States by both houses of the Richmond Congress. But to guard against any abuse of the power thus given to Mr. Davis, a series of cases authorizing the suspension of the writ was enumerated in the Act, of such variety and scope that any caprice or suspicion of power might easily be gratified under it. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 3, The March to Chattanooga. The Army of the Cumberland remained for 6 months on the field they had so gallantly defended at Murfreesboro. General Rosecrans and his friends have for 20 years vehemently defended this long inactivity. And General Thomas, in his report to Congress, gave the great authority of his name to the statement that the apparent lethargy of the Army of the Cumberland during its stay at Murfreesboro was due really to the severity of the winter, which rendered it almost impossible to move large bodies of men on the ordinary roads of the country, and to the difficulty of procuring animals to refit the transportation and equip the cavalry and artillery. But the winter was nearly half gone when the Battle of Murfreesboro was fought, and this excuse does not explain the waste of several months of fine spring weather. The government expected great results from Rosecrans and his victorious army as soon as the weather became favorable and the roads fairly settled. No pains were spared in giving him every possible support in supplies and reinforcements. Early in February, a fine additional force was sent him, comprising the Army of Kentucky under Major General Gordon Granger and Brigadier General Charles C. Gilbert, Absalom Baird, and George Crook. These forces, swelled by 2 regiments of infantry and 4 of cavalry, which joined them at Nashville, made a valuable reinforcement of some 14,000 men. The President and General-in-Chief, with friendly urgency, suggested an early movement, as required not only for the redemption of Tennessee from the control of an enemy which was cruelly persecuting and harassing the Union men of that State, but also to assist the campaigns of Grant at Vicksburg and of Hooker in Virginia, by withdrawing troops from their fronts, or at least by preventing reinforcements against them. But General Rosecrans did nothing from New Year's Day to midsummer except to build around Murfreesboro an enormous series of fortifications, to exercise and drill his troops, to project and carry out an extensive system of reconnaissances which led to nothing, and to write a large number of spirited letters to the authorities at Washington, protesting against every order given him and deprecating every suggestion made to him. In his evidence before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, he made this explanation of his action. When spring arrived and the roads had become settled, a movement which the country expected, and which would have given the officers and men of our command, including myself, pleasure and promised renown, was proposed. I felt it my duty to sacrifice all personal gratification, and even to fall in the estimation temporarily of the country and friends who had high hopes and expectations of the Army of the Cumberland, to secure General Grant in his operations before Vicksburg from the consequences of compelling Bragg to retire, when it would not be possible for us so to pursue as to prevent him from reinforcing Johnston, whose relative numbers to our troops under General Grant was deemed more formidable than I subsequently learned it to have been. It is hard to say whether this strange fancy that he could best support the campaign of Grant by doing nothing, and that by attacking Bragg he would drive him to reinforce Johnston, was really the cause of Rosecrans's long idleness at Murfreesboro, or was an afterthought to explain a delay otherwise inexplicable. A better explanation may probably be found in the idiosyncrasies of Rosecrans. He was, like McClellan, always demanding impossibilities from the government in the way of troops and supplies, but the great difference between them was that while in McClellan's case delay was an instinct, in the case of Rosecrans delay seemed to spring from a certain controversial insubordination, which appeared to render prompt obedience to the wishes of the government impossible with him, unless every demand of his own had been previously complied with. Whenever Rosecrans had a disagreement with his superiors, it became a fixed idea in his mind. His grievance assumed proportions that were almost ludicrous, and his statements became recklessly inaccurate. This was the case in regard to his constant clamor for cavalry during the year 1863. He represented himself as destitute of horses when, as Halleck says, his stables were overcrowded with animals, and the horses of his cavalry, artillery, and trains were dying in large numbers for want of forage. Let it be clearly understood, said Rosecrans on the 20th of March, that the enemy have 5 to our 1, and can therefore command the resources of the country and the services of the inhabitants. In answer to a letter from the Quartermaster General correcting his absurd understatement of the number of horses that had been sent him, he admits that he has on hand 8,000 cavalry and mounted infantry, of which he claims that he is not able to turn out more than 5,000 for actual duty, and that there were 3,000 more in use as escorts and orderlies and unserviceable in Nashville. According, therefore, to his own computation, he had 11,000 mounted men, and the enemy 55,000, a number far exceeding the force of Bragg's entire army. He sent General L. H. Rousseau to Washington with a request that he be allowed to recruit a cavalry force among the Eastern troops recently discharged from service, a request which it was not possible to comply with on account of the exigencies of recruitment in the several States, but the fact that this authorization was not given him became, in his mind, a new grievance and a new proof of the hostility of the government towards him. During his 6 months at Murfreesboro, he assailed the government daily by mail and telegraph with clamorous demands for supplies in horses, men, munitions, and details of officers which it was not practicable to grant, and he hardly ever received an order or a suggestion from the General-in-Chief to which he did not reply by an argument against its execution. It is altogether probable that if he had received no orders from Halleck, he would have moved far earlier than he did. While he remained under the immediate command of Grant, he was in constant controversy with him, and on terms of the friendliest correspondence with Halleck. But the moment he became independent of Grant and subject to the orders of Halleck as General-in-Chief, he transferred his animosity to the latter, and sustained towards him an attitude of consistent hostility to the end of the war. When he received his promotion to the grade of Major General, he protested vehemently against the date of it, which was the 16th of September, 1862, and although this date was afterwards, at his importunity, changed to the 2nd of March, 1862, he still regarded himself as deeply injured, because even this earlier date left him junior to Grant. The President, writing to him on the 17th of March, said, "As to your request that your commission should date from December, 1861, of course you expected to gain something by this, but you should remember that precisely so much as you should gain by it, others would lose by it. If the thing you sought had been exclusively ours, we would have given it cheerfully, but being the right of other men, we having a merely arbitrary power over it, the taking it from them and giving it to you became a more delicate matter, and more deserving of consideration. Truth to speak, I do not appreciate this matter of rank on paper as you officers do. The world will not forget that you fought the Battle of Stone River, and it will never care a fig whether you rank General Grant on paper or he so ranks you. And now be assured," he concludes, "you wrong both yourself and us when you even suspect there is not the best disposition on the part of us all here to oblige you." There was at this time a vacancy in the rank of Major General in the regular army, and the friends of General Rosecrans, together with those of other meritorious officers, besieged the government with the claims of their respective favorites. In this conjuncture, General Halleck, it is not known whether by suggestion of the President or of the Secretary of War, wrote a letter to the different aspirants, saying in substance that this vacancy would be given to the general in the field, who should first win an important and decisive victory. As a matter either of taste or of policy, the propriety of such a suggestion to generals in the field may well be questioned, but no one except Rosecrans thought fit to make it a subject of controversy. He, however, with his unfailing pugnacity, rose to the challenge and sent an angry and insulting reply to Halleck, saying, "As an officer and a citizen, I feel degraded to see such auctioneering of honor. Have we a general who would fight for his own personal benefit when he would not for honor and the country? He would come by his commission basely in that case, and deserve to be despised by men of honor. It was in this tone that most of his correspondence with Washington continued. Upon General Halleck intimating to him in a not unfriendly manner on the 20th of April, 1863, that he was using the telegraph rather too freely in reports of insignificant occurrences, he answered that he regarded this as a profound, grievous, cruel, and ungenerous official and personal wrong. If there is any one thing I despise and scorn, he says, it is an officer's blowing his own trumpet or getting others to do it for him. I had flattered myself that no general officer in the service had a cleaner record on this point than I have. I shall here drop the subject, leaving to time and Providence the vindication of my conduct, and expect justice, kindness, and consideration only from those who are willing to accord them. It is needless to add that he did not drop the subject, and that his faith in time and Providence never prevented him from attending promptly to the vindication of his conduct at all times and seasons. Of course, it is not to be imagined that the army of Rosecrans on the north of Duck River or the army of Bragg on the south were entirely idle during this long interval. The late winter and spring were occupied not only by works of fortification and entrenchment, of discipline and of supply, but also by a series of raids, more or less expensive and destructive on both sides, but leading in no case to any adequate result. The responsibility of these movements does not rest exclusively upon the generals in the field. They were suggested in default of more important movements by the governments on both sides of the line. Mr. Lincoln himself wrote to Rosecrans on the 17th of February, referring to the trouble and injury inflicted upon us by the raids of rapidly moving small bodies of the enemy, harassing and discouraging the loyal residents, supplying themselves with provisions, clothing, and horses, and breaking our communications. He said, "Can these raids be successfully met by even larger forces of our own of the same kind acting merely on the defensive? I think," he continued, "we should organize proper forces and make counter raids. We should not capture so much of supplies from them as they have done from us, but it would trouble them more to repair railroads and bridges than it does us. What think you of trying to get up such a corps in your army?" Bragg certainly made great use of his cavalry, but it is not at all clear that it was remunerative. Wheeler attacked Fort Donelson on the 3rd of February and was repulsed with heavy loss, though he succeeded in escaping with most of his command. Morgan was defeated by an inferior force under Colonel A. S. Hall on the 20th of March near Milton, and was driven from his stronghold at Snow Hill by General Stanley on the 1st of April. On the other hand, Colonel John Coburn, commanding a general reconnaissance set on foot on the 4th of March, was surrounded by the force of Van Dorn and Wheeler and lost 4 regiments, and Forrest's cavalry captured some 400 men at Brentwood on the 25th of March. The most important of the cavalry movements set on foot by either army during the season came to equally disastrous failure. General Rosecrans, in the month of April, organized a provisional brigade of 1,700 men under command of Colonel A. D. Streight for an expedition into the States of Georgia and Alabama to destroy property and interrupt the communications of the enemy as much as possible. He was ordered to move from Nashville to the Tennessee River, there to embark his command and proceed up the stream to form a junction with the force under General Dodge, then to menace Tuscumbia, and after having gone far enough with Dodge to create the impression that the two forces formed but one expedition, he was to push southward towards western Georgia and to cut the railroad supplying the rebel army by way of Chattanooga. He was warned that this was the chief object of his expedition, and that he must not allow any collateral or incidental scheme to delay him so as to endanger his return. He was particularly required to restrain his command from pillaging and marauding, to destroy all manufactories of arms and depots of supplies of the rebel army, and to enlist all able-bodied men who desired to join the army of the Union. These orders were in the beginning promptly and successfully carried out. A junction was formed with Dodge, and the National troops marched on Tuscumbia, defeating the Confederates there. Dodge turned southward, making a rapid raid through northern Alabama, and returning to his headquarters at Corinth. Streight moved towards northern Georgia, but was soon attacked in the rear by Forrest's cavalry. He turned and fought Forrest repeatedly with energy and success, but of course lost at every stage of his march by fatigue and the casualties of battle. His ammunition was injured in fording a stream. He pushed onward, however, in hope of destroying at least the bridge at Rome, but was unable to accomplish even that much of his instructions, and surrendered the remainder of his command to Forrest on the 3rd of May. They were taken to Richmond. His men were soon sent through the lines and exchanged, but he and his officers were retained and imprisoned on the ground that they had incurred the penalty fixed by the statutes of the State of Georgia for inciting slaves to rebellion. This caused a long controversy between the respective commissions of exchange, and led later to the imprisonment of General John H. Morgan and his officers in the Ohio penitentiary. By a singular coincidence, both generals made their escape from prison and returned within their own lines. 2 months later, the cavalry of General Bragg attempted a similar movement upon the Northern States, with precisely the same calamitous result. It was part of a movement of a much wider scope, and was expected to yield far more important results to the Confederate army than any Rosecrans promised himself from the expedition of Streight. The force assigned to it was about double that of the Union raiders, consisting of 3,000 of the best Confederate cavalry, which was expected to dash through the States of Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, and supported by a strong infantry force under General Buckner to capture Louisville and perhaps Cincinnati. The Confederate government, in spite of their disappointment over the failure of Kirby Smith's expedition to establish a rebel State administration in Kentucky, still had a lingering hope that Kentucky at heart was attached to the South, and the demonstration of the Peace Democrats during the early summer of 1863, and the agitation apparent at the time of the arrest of Vallandigham, had convinced the authorities at Richmond that a large body of Northern Democrats were prepared to rise in insurrection against the administration of Lincoln as soon as a Confederate force should appear on their soil to support such an enterprise. On account of the movement by General Rosecrans, to be narrated hereafter, General Buckner was unable to perform his part of the program resolved upon, and the advance of Morgan was, therefore, a mere cavalry raid, more important, however, in regard to its numbers and its purpose than any which had hitherto been set on foot by either army. Morgan crossed the Cumberland River at Burkesville on the 2nd of July, and moved on to Columbia, skirmishing all the way with inferior detachments of Union troops, who retired as he approached. He had a sharp skirmish on the 4th of July with Colonel O. H. Moore, who commanded a few hundred men at Green River Bridge, and in honor of the day handsomely repulsed the enemy. On the 5th, Morgan captured the 20th Kentucky at Lebanon, after a fight of several hours, burning the greater part of the town. He rode rapidly through Springfield and Bardstown to Brandenburg, where he captured 2 small boats on the 9th of July and crossed his force to the Indiana shore. General Basil Duke, the intimate friend and most trusted subordinate of Morgan, says that the crossing of the Ohio River was in direct disobedience of Bragg's orders, that Morgan told him Bragg had ordered him to operate in Kentucky, but that he had no intention from the beginning to obey his orders. He expected that success would condone his offense, that he could carry the war gloriously into the Northern States, keep a large force from reinforcing Rosecrans, sweep through Indiana and Ohio, recross the river at the upper fords, which he had examined for that purpose, or join General Lee in his anticipated career of conquest in Pennsylvania. Such dreams were common in that eventful summer, and even the utter failure of his campaign does not prevent General Morgan's biographer from claiming that the enterprise stamped him as a military genius of the first order. The presence of so formidable a host upon the soil of a Northern State naturally produced great excitement. The people of Indiana and Ohio, who had hitherto known nothing of the war except what they gained from their morning papers, were at this time to have their first and only practical experience of the presence of a hostile army before their eyes. And even now there was little actual fighting connected with the progress of Morgan and his Rough Riders through these States. It is no discredit to Morgan to say that the expedition was merely one of thieving and arson on a grand scale, for he would have been ready enough to fight had there been any fighting to do. There was no organized force to meet him, and the troops which were hurrying after him in hot pursuit all the way were for a long time unable to reach him, as he swept the country of fresh horses wherever he went, leaving his broken-down nags to be gathered up by his pursuers. He rode through Corydon, through Salem, where he found several hundred home guards who made no resistance worth mentioning and were taken and paroled. He burned here a railway station and ransomed the mills and factories of the place at $1,000 apiece. The Confederate historian here mentions the surprise with which Morgan's men, just from thinned-out Dixie, observed the signs of thrift and plenty in the land of their enemies, especially the dense population, apparently untouched by the demands of the war. The sight of all this evident wealth excited among them a curious outbreak of cupidity, seemingly unregulated by any civilized perception of use or value. General Basil W. Duke gives this singular account of the plundering done by his own soldiers, which would be scarcely credible if it were from an unfriendly hand. The disposition for wholesale plunder exceeded anything that any of us had ever seen before. Calico was the staple article of appropriation. Each man who could get one tied a bolt of it to his saddle, only to throw it away and get a fresh one at the first opportunity. They did not pillage with any sort of method or reason. It seemed to be a mania, senseless and purposeless. One man carried a bird-cage with 3 canaries in it for 2 days. Another rode with a chafing dish, which looked like a small metallic coffin, on the pommel of his saddle, until an officer forced him to throw it away. Although the weather was intensely warm, another still slung 7 pairs of skates around his neck, and chuckled over his acquisition. I saw very few articles of real value taken. They pillaged like boys robbing an orchard. I would not have believed that such a passion could have been developed so ludicrously among any body of civilized men. At Piketon, Ohio, one man broke through the guard posted at a store, rushed in, trembling with excitement and avarice, and filled his pockets with horn buttons. Wherever Morgan went, he burned bridges and public works, scouring the country for miles on either hand for horses and supplies. A show of resistance was made at Vernon on the 11th of July, and Morgan therefore passed on without attacking that place. Moving eastward, tearing up railroad tracks, cutting telegraph wires, and destroying bridges, he passed out of Indiana into Ohio. On the 13th he came near capturing a large number of government horses and mules at Camp Monroe, not far from Cincinnati, but they had been removed to a place of safety a few hours before his arrival. His dangerous approach produced a great commotion in the city of Cincinnati, but not feeling strong enough to take the place, he passed to the north, threw a train off the track, capturing a number of recruits and robbing the mails, and resumed his ride eastward. By this time it was clear that the Confederates were to get no benefit from this raid except the fun to be derived from it. Morgan had heard of the defeat of Lee at Gettysburg and of the fall of Vicksburg. The militia of the State of Ohio had been called out by Governor Todd, and though not especially efficient as against veteran troops, they were already gathering in such numbers about him as to delay and annoy his progress. The Confederates had now only one purpose, to strike the upper fords of the Ohio and effect their escape into the hill country of West Virginia. Thus far he had not been especially incommoded by the pursuit of the Union forces. The Indiana Home Guards had escorted him at a respectful distance to their State line and then returned to their homes. Morgan regarded them with the same indifference with which a railway train views the pursuit of a rural dog which barks at its passage until the limit of his farm is reached. General E. H. Hobson, who was in charge of the troops who had crossed the river from Kentucky in pursuit of Morgan, was never able to reach him on account of the Confederate superiority in horses, but as Morgan approached the river, the hunt became much more active and concentrated, and the waters of the Ohio being by this time thoroughly patrolled by improvised gunboats, the matter of crossing became every hour more difficult. Morgan's troopers were beginning to show signs of great exhaustion, and they were continually straggling and being captured by the pursuit. The rear guard was constantly skirmishing, and as the advance reached Buffington Island, near Pomeroy, where they hoped to cross the river, it was driven back by gunboats. The principal force of the raiders was captured on the 20th at this point. Morgan, with some 500 of his command, escaped, and it was only after 5 days of wandering, of baffled attempts to cross the river at different points, and a desperate ride to the northward in search of some avenue of escape, that he was taken by General Shackelford near Wellsville. Just 1 month had elapsed since he left Sparta in Tennessee with 2 brigades of the finest cavalry ever organized by the Confederate Army in the West. In this ride of 30 days he had destroyed his whole detachment, had not interrupted for an hour the movements of the great armies of the Union, had done no damage that could not be repaired in a few days, had deprived General Bragg of his services at a time when he was in deadly need of them. And yet, so illogical is the popular sentiment where military fame is concerned, he made himself by this boyish and fruitless exploit, by the mere fact of wasting his command on Northern soil, the most popular cavalry hero of the war on the Southern side. Being imprisoned at Columbus, he made his escape in the following November and was received with great enthusiasm in the Confederacy, but the day of his brilliant activity was over. The criticisms of his fellow officers clouded his peace of mind. He came to be ill regarded at Richmond. He led one more important and well-equipped raid into Kentucky in June of the next year, but met with a decisive defeat at the hands of General S. G. Burbridge and was driven back into Virginia, his command revenging itself, as General Duke says, by great and inexcusable excesses. On the 4th of September, 1864, at the outset of another raid, he was surprised at the village of Greenville, Tennessee, and killed as he was trying to escape through a kitchen garden. While Morgan's expedition was preparing, General Rosecrans had at last resolved upon a forward movement, and was making it ready with that skill and judgment which never failed him in grand strategic operations whenever he could be brought to obey the orders of the government. It had been weary work to get him started. Before the middle of May, it had become evident that his ostensible purpose to hold Bragg's force away from Johnston had failed. Reinforcements had been sent to Mississippi, though not in time, or in sufficient force to check the victorious march of Grant across that State. The government renewed its orders and its appeals to Rosecrans for a forward movement, now that Bragg was thus weakened, and it would seem as if nothing but Rosecrans's obstinacy prevented his taking advantage of the great opportunity thus afforded him. He made no secret of his views, and it was no less his singularly attractive personal influence than the weight of his authority as commander that brought all his generals to his own way of thinking. Annoyed by the orders of the government to begin an aggressive campaign, he called together a council of war in the first week of June, and obtained from 17 generals an opinion adverse to an advance. General Garfield, his chief of staff, alone dissented from this otherwise unanimous opinion, and on the 12th of June drew up a careful review of the opinions of the generals, showing that Rosecrans could throw 65,137 bayonets and sabers against Bragg's 41,680, allowing the most liberal estimate of his force, and it is not one of the least remarkable traits of the character of Rosecrans that, after furiously opposing the views of the government, and extorting from all his generals an opinion in harmony with his own, he suddenly adopted the plan of Garfield, and set about executing it with extraordinary ability and celerity. On the 11th of June he had telegraphed to Halleck the decision of his council of war, and added, "Not one thinks an advance advisable until Vicksburg's fate is determined." Admitting these officers to have a reasonable share of military sagacity, courage, and patriotism, you perceive that there are graver and stronger reasons than probably appear at Washington for the attitude of this army. I therefore counsel caution and patience at headquarters. Better wait a little to get all we can ready to insure the best results. If by so doing we perforce of Providence observe a great military maxim, not to risk two great and decisive battles at the same time. We might have cause to be thankful for it. At all events, you see that to expect success, I must have such thorough grounds that when I say forward, my word will inspire conviction and confidence where both are now wanting. Halleck answered that the maxim quoted applied to a single army, but not to two armies acting independently of each other. Johnston and Bragg are acting on interior lines between you and Grant, and it is for their interest, not ours, that they should fight at different times, so as to use the same force against both of you. It is for our interest to fight them, if possible, while divided. If you are not strong enough to fight Bragg with a part of his troops absent, you will not be able to fight him after the affair at Vicksburg is over and his troops return to your front. He then recalls to Rosecrans another military maxim, that councils of war never fight. He tells him the authorities will not make him fight against his will, but that after 5 or 6 months of inactivity, with your force all the time diminishing, and no hope of any immediate increase, you must not be surprised that their patience is pretty well exhausted. When this letter reached him, he answered on the 21st of June in the same spirit of controversy, with, however, a singular shifting of his ground. Apparently abandoning his idea that his duty was to keep Bragg away from Johnston, he now says that for Bragg to materially aid Johnston, he must abandon our front substantially, and then we can move to our ultimate work with more rapidity and less waste of material on natural obstacles. If Grant is defeated, both forces will come here, and then we ought to be near our base. He deprecates the nation using all its force in the Great West at the same time, so as to leave it without a single reserve to stem the current of possible disaster. Having thus satisfied his controversial instinct by protesting against the plan of an advance, he began immediately to put it in action. He started on the 24th of June, 10 days before the surrender of Vicksburg, at the very moment when, according to his own theory, he was bound by a policy of inaction to keep Bragg in his place in Tennessee. And he had no sooner started than the fine weather, which for several weeks had been tempting him to move, broke up in a series of the most tremendous storms which had ever been seen in Tennessee. But in spite of all these obstacles, his march was pushed forward with extraordinary energy and success. The main force of the Confederates occupied a strong position north of Duck River, their front extending along a series of fortified camps from Shelbyville to Wartrace, their cavalry front out as far as McMinnville on the right and Spring Hill and Columbia on the left. By a skillful and imposing feint upon Bragg's left wing, Rosecrans created the impression that his attack would be made on that side, and then moved the bulk of his force upon the Confederate right by way of Fairfield and Manchester, thus turning the right of Bragg's line on Duck River and compelling him to fall back to Tullahoma, while Rosecrans's right, under Granger, drove the rear guard out of Shelbyville and gave to the Union force the whole of Bragg's first line. Without resting an instant, Rosecrans sent a cavalry force around Bragg's right and rear to interrupt his communications with the Tennessee and to force a battle upon terms highly advantageous to the Union army. But Bragg, seeing that the campaign was lost, gave up his whole line, abandoned Tullahoma, and retreated rapidly through Winchester, across the Cumberland Mountains and the Tennessee River to Chattanooga. The work of expelling Bragg from Middle Tennessee, says General Garfield, occupied 9 days, and ended July 3, leaving his troops in a most disheartened and demoralized condition, while our army, with a loss of less than 1,000 men, was in a few days fuller of potential fight than ever before. Had it not been for the storms, which delayed him 36 hours at Hoover's Gap and 60 hours at Winchester, Rosecrans says he would have got possession of the enemy's communications and forced him to very disastrous battle. And this delay, on account of the weather, would have been avoided by an earlier movement, which was perfectly practicable, and which Rosecrans might have made at the time that he was arguing with Halleck against it. His loss was only 560 men killed, wounded, and missing. Bragg lost, besides his killed and wounded, which have not been reported, some 1,500 prisoners, and a considerable number of guns and material abandoned in his hasty retreat. But beyond all this, he lost prestige, which he never regained. The farmers of Tennessee and Kentucky, who had been inclined to favor the Confederate cause, and who had been repeatedly assured by him, by Buckner, and by Kirby Smith that the Yankees should not be suffered again to overrun their soil, turned towards the national side, when the national authority was once more established over them, with a feeling in which there was as much of resentment against the Confederates as of loyalty to the Union. This brilliant success, which was an absolute negation of the theory upon which he had based his controversies with the government for 6 months, did not encourage General Rosecrans to push forward in the way which was naturally indicated. He remained 6 weeks at Tullahoma, allowing Bragg to tighten his hold upon Chattanooga and to gather in reinforcements from all troops anywhere available throughout the Confederacy. Garfield, writing to the Secretary of the Treasury on the 27th of July, said that on the 18th the bridges were rebuilt and the cars were in the full communication from the Cumberland to the Tennessee. I have since then urged with all the earnestness I possess a rapid advance, while Bragg's army was shattered and under cover, and before Johnston and he can effect a junction. Thus far, he continued, the general has been singularly disinclined to grasp the situation with a strong hand and make the advantage his own. Rosecrans was not unaware of the President's solicitude and dissatisfaction at this resumption of the inactive attitude of the early part of the year. He wrote to Mr. Lincoln on the 1st of August a long letter giving as his reasons for his previous delay the difficulty of obtaining supplies, his weakness in cavalry, going over once again the long controversy with Halleck, insisting once more on the inexpediency of the movement against Bragg, which would have caused him to reinforce Johnston, a plea which the events of the summer had completely confuted. He dwelt on the bad weather and the condition of the roads, insisting upon it that the roads in his department were worse than anywhere else in the world, and the difficulty of supply greater. He then enumerated the disadvantages of the campaign before him: 60 miles of barren mountain traversed by a few poor roads, bridge material brought from a great distance, wide unfordable rivers for a length of 500 miles, and the difficulty of securing a crossing in the face of a strong opposition force on the other side, and added to the immense difficulty of taking a position in Tennessee the still greater difficulty of holding it. The President answered this letter as soon as it was received in his usual tone of kindness and candor. "I think," he said, "you must have inferred more than General Halleck has intended as to any dissatisfaction of mine with you. I am sure you, as a reasonable man, would not have been wounded could you have heard all my words and seen all my thoughts in regard to you. After Grant invested Vicksburg, I was very anxious lest Johnston should overwhelm him from the outside, and when it appeared certain that part of Bragg's force had gone and was going to Johnston, it did seem to me it was the exactly proper time for you to attack Bragg with what force he had left. In all kindness, let me say it so seems to me yet. Finding from your dispatches to General Halleck that your judgment was different, and being very anxious for Grant, I on one occasion told General Halleck I thought he should direct you to decide at once to immediately attack Bragg or to stand on the defensive and send part of your force to Grant. He replied he had already so directed in substance. Soon after, dispatches from Grant abated my anxiety for him, and in proportion abated my anxiety about any movement of yours. When afterwards, however, I saw a dispatch of yours arguing that the right time for you to attack Bragg was not before, but would be after the fall of Vicksburg, it impressed me very strangely, and I think I so stated to the Secretary of War and General Halleck. It seemed no other than the proposition that you could better fight Bragg when Johnston should be at liberty to return and assist him than you could before he could so return to his assistance. Since Grant has been entirely relieved by the fall of Vicksburg, by which Johnston's is also relieved, it has seemed to me that your chance for a stroke has been considerably diminished, and I have not been pressing you directly or indirectly. True, I am very anxious for East Tennessee to be occupied by us, but I see and appreciate the difficulties you mention. The question occurs, can the thing be done at all? Does preparation advance at all? Do you not consume supplies as fast as you get them forward? Have you more animals today than you had at the Battle of Stone's River? And yet have not more been furnished you since then, your entire present stock? I ask the same questions as to your mounted force. Do not misunderstand. I am not casting blame upon you. I rather think by great exertion you can get to East Tennessee, but a very important question is, can you stay there? I make no order in the case. That I leave to General Halleck and yourself. And now be assured once more that I think of you in all kindness and confidence, and that I am not watching you with an evil eye. When this letter was received, Rosecrans was already in motion, yet he could not let it pass without controversy. He wrote defending his action in the line of argument already familiar, contrasting the work required of him and the resources he had to accomplish it with that required of Grant and his resources, enlarging upon the difficulties of his position, and saying that few armies have been called upon to attempt a more arduous campaign. The President said in reply that it was not his intention to engage in an argument on military questions. You had informed me, he said, you were impressed through General Halleck that I was dissatisfied with you, and I could not bluntly deny that I was, without unjustly implicating him. I therefore concluded to tell you the plain truth, being satisfied the matter would thus appear much smaller than it would if seen by mere glimpses. I repeat that my appreciation of you has not abated. I can never forget, whilst I remember anything, that about the end of last year and beginning of this, you gave us a hard-earned victory, which, had there been a defeat instead, the nation could scarcely have lived over. Political as well as strategic considerations of the most imperative character demanded that the Union armies should advance upon East Tennessee, and the President therefore exhibited some impatience at Rosecrans's delay after his advance at Tullahoma. Orders, more and more pressing, were given him to advance. On the 4th of August he asked in his usual querulous tone, "As I have been determined to cross the river as soon as practicable, and have been making all preparations and getting such information as may enable me to do so without being driven back like Hooker, I wish to know if your order is intended to take away my discretion as to the time and manner of moving my troops?" To which the General-in-Chief replied on the next day, "The orders for the advance of your army, and that its movements be reported daily, are peremptory." To save his own self-respect and assert his independence, Rosecrans waited 10 days longer, and then started to cover and protect his left flank in this movement, and to rescue the loyal inhabitants of East Tennessee from the tyranny under which they had been suffering for 2 years. Burnside was at the same time ordered to move upon Knoxville. The government had equal difficulty in overcoming his inertia. Halleck telegraphed to Rosecrans on the 14th of July, "Burnside has been frequently urged to move forward and cover your left by entering East Tennessee." He adds in a tone which has more of pathos than dignity in it, "I do not know what he is doing. He seems tied fast to Cincinnati." Burnside moved forward, however, at length, and by slow marches, which were almost unopposed, his advance entered Knoxville the 1st of September. Rosecrans had now before him the most difficult and important operation of his entire military career. Between him and the army of Bragg at Chattanooga there lay on his left flank the Cumberland Mountains, and beyond them the rugged chain of Walden's Ridge, which, halfway from Bridgeport to Chattanooga, abuts upon the Tennessee River, closing access to the rocky fastness of the Confederates by an almost impassable barrier. If he chose to advance upon the right and strike his enemy's communications with the South, he must first pass the Cumberland Mountains, then the Tennessee River, and after the passage of this wide and unfordable stream had been accomplished, there still lay before him the wide plateau of Sand Mountain and the formidable heights of the Lookout Range. Rosecrans chose to grapple with the almost insuperable difficulties of the latter route, but he resolved to conceal his purpose from the enemy and to create the impression on the mind of Bragg that the assault on Chattanooga was to be made from the north of the river, and he carried out this plan with a skill and success which entitles this campaign to the foremost place among the great strategic movements of the war. He sent 2 divisions of Crittenden's corps under John M. Palmer and Thomas J. Wood by parallel roads over the mountains into the Sequatchie Valley, pushing John T. Wilder's brigade of Joseph J. Reynolds's division as far east as Pike Valley, and R. H. Q. Minty's cavalry to the northeast as far as Sparta. Every pass of the mountains to the north of Chattanooga was pervaded by this cloud of blue uniforms, until Bragg was convinced that an attack was to come from that side, and was only in doubt whether Buckner at Knoxville or himself at Chattanooga was the immediate object of assault. 4 brigades under command of General W. B. Hazen took position from Williams Island to Kingston along the north shore of the Tennessee, massing their heaviest force across the river from Chattanooga and the mouth of Chickamauga Creek. This powerful feint, brilliantly planned and admirably conducted, completely deluded the Confederate general and caused him to neglect Rosecrans's principal movement lower down the river. Under cover of this demonstration, the army moved across the mountains and began their passage of the river on the 29th of August, crossing at Bridgeport, Caperton Ferry, Shell Mound, and the mouth of Battle Creek with such expedition and good fortune that by the 4th of September all were over except Hazen's troops, who were observing Chattanooga, and a few brigades in the rear. The next obstacle was Sand Mountain, which was speedily crossed, the cavalry scouring the passes in advance of the troops, who hurriedly prepared practicable roads for the artillery. So steep was the ascent in many places that the trains had to be doubled, the soldiers assisted by hauling the guns by hand. But by the 6th of September the army lay stretched along the western slope of Lookout Mountain from Valley Head, a point some 40 miles from Chattanooga, to Wauhatchie, only 6 miles away. Rosecrans had now to choose between two movements, either to cross the point of Lookout Mountain near Chattanooga, or to move over the range farther south and threaten the enemy's line of communications. He decided upon the latter course and issued orders to his troops to cross Lookout Range by various passes, the center starting from Trenton and the right from Valley Head, while the left continued to threaten Chattanooga. Directly on the east of Lookout Mountain there lies a wide open valley called McLemore's Cove, shut in upon the east by Pigeon Mountain, watered by a small stream called Chickamauga Creek. Into this peaceful valley, destined to be the scene of one of the most sanguinary contests of modern times, General J.S. Negley, the advance of Thomas's corps, marched his division after crossing Lookout Mountain on the 7th of September through Cooper's and Stevens's Gaps. The day after crossing, news had come to General Rosecrans that Burnside was in Knoxville, that Buckner, evacuating that place, had retreated to Loudon, and that large reinforcements were coming from Mississippi to join General Bragg. And while the army lay at the foot of Lookout Mountain, indications came from various sources that Bragg was in retreat. A bold reconnaissance was made on the 7th across the front of Lookout Mountain, which found the enemy in force. This, however, did not disprove the fact of Bragg's retrograde movement, as a force would naturally be left in that position to cover the retreat. Rosecrans's sanguine temper always led him to believe that the enemy would act in accordance with his own plan, and now, believing that Bragg was retreating, he pushed his army in every direction upon his communications. He ordered McCook to cross the mountain from Valley Head into Broomtown Valley, starting the cavalry, who were sent forward to scour the country towards Lafayette and Rome. On the 9th, the rumors continually thickening that Bragg was in flight, Rosecrans sent a reconnaissance to Summertown on Lookout Mountain overlooking Chattanooga, and ordered forward his cavalry on the right to strike the railroad between Dalton and the Resaca Bridge. But the troops on the north of the river had already discovered that their enemy had disappeared, and on the morning of the 9th of September, 1863, the extreme left of the Army of the Cumberland marched without firing a shot, drums beating and colors flying, into the mountain fastness of Chattanooga, the most important strategic point in the Southern Confederacy. In spite of any inferences that may be drawn from General Rosecrans's career after this day, it must be said in his favor that this bloodless victory was second in importance to few military achievements during the war. The popular mind sets highest value upon laurels colored by blood and by fire, but nevertheless every careful student of military history must agree that there were few days of carnage in the history of this long war so valuable and so important as this apparently holiday march of the armies of the Union from Murfreesboro to the rear of Chattanooga. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 4, Chickamauga. Great as was General Rosecrans's success in the strategic march that brought him to the western base of Lookout Mountain, in his natural elation he regarded it as greater still. He apparently thought he had nothing more to do than move upon the flying enemy and destroy him by a flank attack, or, at worst, if Bragg had really escaped, to harass the rear of his retreating army. Sending a brigade to occupy the deserted fastness of Chattanooga, he called over all the troops from the north bank of the river, put Crittenden's corps in motion towards Ringgold, ordered Thomas over the gaps of Lookout upon Lafayette, and directed McCook to advance rapidly upon Alpine to harass the enemy's supposed flight to Rome. He telegraphed to Halleck in his exultation, "Chattanooga is ours without a struggle, and East Tennessee is free. Our move on the enemy's flank and rear progresses, while the tail of his retreating column will not escape unmolested. Our troops from this side entered Chattanooga about noon. Those north of the river are crossing. Messengers go to Burnside tonight, urging him to push his cavalry down." It took but one day's marching to disconcert these confident expectations. Crittenden's force made but a short march, their front being greatly annoyed by the enemy's cavalry, which showed no disposition to escape unmolested. McCook, on reaching Alpine, saw no signs of the disorderly retreat he had been led to expect, but on the contrary found himself entirely isolated from the rest of the army, and prudently disobeying his orders to advance to Summerville, sent back couriers for further instructions. Negley, who led the advance of Thomas's corps in the center, pushed through the passes into McLemore's Cove, and found himself not only warmly welcomed in front, but perceived unmistakable signs of trouble on both his flanks. The danger was even more serious than it appeared. Bragg had been taken somewhat by surprise by the passage of the Tennessee so far below him, and fastened as his mind had been upon the threatened demonstration from the north, it was at first hard for him to believe that his enemy had executed this difficult and brilliant feat on his left and rear. But when he became aware of the state of things, he acted with great promptness and energy. He did not suffer himself, as Pemberton had done, to be shut up in his fortress at Chattanooga. He called Buckner down from the Hiawassee, and with the reinforcements of 2 divisions sent by Johnston from Mississippi, which he says gave him altogether an army of over 35,000, exclusive of cavalry, he gathered himself compactly together, ready to strike a blow at his enemy at the first opportunity. Nothing was further from his mind than the purpose of flight, with which Rosecrans credited him from the 7th to the 10th of September. His vigilant cavalry soon reported to him the general movement of Rosecrans towards his left and rear in the direction of Dalton and Rome. He concluded that a movement upon Rosecrans's rear, with his own inferior force, as he considered it, would be extremely hazardous. He therefore determined to meet him in front whenever he should emerge from the mountain gorges. He could not do this and hold Chattanooga at the same time. He therefore drew in his troops on the 7th and 8th of September on a line running from Lee and Gordon's Mill to Lafayette, fronting the east slope of Lookout Mountain. The first point at which the Federal troops presented themselves for attack was when Negley, supported by Baird, came out into McLemore's Cove. Bragg had a perfect comprehension of the situation. He says in his report, "Thrown off his guard by our rapid movement, apparently in retreat, when in reality we had concentrated opposite his center, and deceived by the information from deserters and others sent into his lines, the enemy pressed on his columns to intercept us, and thus exposed himself in detail." The three corps of Rosecrans's army were at this time separated by intervals of a hard day's march, and were each more accessible to Bragg's compact forces than they were to each other. The Confederate general had an opportunity, rarely afforded in war, of taking his enemy in his fault and destroying his three corps one at a time. His wisest course would perhaps have been to strike first Crittenden's corps, which was absolutely in the air on his right, and then, returning to McLemore's Cove, to try conclusions with Thomas. But he naturally enough concluded that Thomas's advance was the nearer and surer prey, and might be destroyed with the least expense, leaving Crittenden and McCook on either flank to be dealt with later. He gave orders to T.C. Hindman on the night of the 9th to move his division forward to Davis's Crossroads, and from that point to attack the enemy near Stevens's Gap, and he directed General D.H. Hill to send or take P.R. Cleburn's division to unite with Hindman in this attack. Hill replied during the night that the movement required of him was impracticable, as Claiborne was sick and the gaps through Pigeon Mountain were so obstructed by fallen timbers as to be for the moment impassable. Bragg therefore ordered Buckner to move with two divisions and execute the orders issued to Hill. But the plan encountered inexplicable delays. Hindman consumed invaluable time by arguments in favor of a change of plan, which Bragg refused to entertain. Claiborne, who in the prospect of a fight had recovered his health, removed the obstructions from Dug Gap, and was ready at daylight for the march. Bragg joined him at his camp, and they waited in intense anxiety for the opening of Hindman's guns to move on the enemy's flank and rear. They waited most of the day, dispatching couriers and staff officers one after the other with vehement appeals for Hindman to begin. It was the middle of the afternoon before the first gun was heard, and the advance of Claiborne's division then discovered that the Union troops had become aware of their danger and had retreated to the mountain passes. Baird had reached Negley early in the morning and formed in position on his left, but every moment showed them signs of an overwhelming force on all sides, and they therefore sent their trains back to the mountains, Negley following for their protection, leaving Baird to hold the enemy in check. When Negley had placed himself in an advantageous position near the pass, Baird also gradually withdrew, skirmishing heavily, and finally formed a new line behind Negley, protected by the artillery. Rosecrans did not at first appreciate the merit of this movement. He censured Thomas on the 10th for not having moved farther in the direction of Lafayette, and on the 12th at noon he wrote him that, after maturely weighing the matter, he thought Negley withdrew more through prudence than compulsion. Bragg, seeing this great opportunity lost, still hoped for compensation in the destruction of Crittenden's column. He moved Polk and W. H. T. Walker's corps in the direction of Lee and Gordon's Mill, and on the afternoon of the 12th he ordered Lieutenant General Polk to attack Crittenden's corps, which John Pegram's cavalry had reported as on the road from Lafayette to Graysville and near P. Vine Church. Late at night he received, to his great vexation, a dispatch from Polk stating he had taken a strong position for defense and requesting reinforcements. He assured him in return that he had a heavy superiority of force, and still urged him to attack at daybreak. He hurried to the front to join Polk on the morning of the 13th, but found no enemy before him. He afterwards severely blamed General Polk for this miscarriage of his plan, unjustly, for Crittenden, becoming aware of the isolation of his force, had withdrawn from his advanced position the day before, and on the night of the 12th was encamped at Gordon's Mill, having passed during the afternoon the right flank of Bragg's army in close proximity, each being unconscious of the presence of the other. While the left and center had thus, as much by good fortune as by good management, escaped a grave danger, McCook was still far to the right, entirely out of position. He scoured the country in his front with his cavalry, and finding that cooperation with Thomas from the Broomtown Valley was out of his power, he retired his trains to the summit of the mountain behind him, and waited with natural anxiety for his orders. It was midnight of the 12th before McCook received directions to join General Thomas. The fact of Bragg's concentration of his army in the neighborhood of Lee and Gordon's Mill had now become apparent to General Rosecrans, and the matter of McCook's return to the main body was one of vital importance. Concluding that it was impracticable to move along the eastern base of Lookout, and having no trustworthy guides to direct him by any short route, McCook determined to go the roundabout way by Valley Head. He ascended the mountain on the night of the 13th, moving by way of Henderson's Gap, and it cost 4 days of laborious and devious marching before he was able to effect his junction with General Thomas by Winston's Gap, which he claims Thomas advised him was the only practicable road. His advance went into camp on the 17th of September at Pond Spring, 7 miles from the slope of Missionary Ridge, where Rosecrans had his headquarters, and 15 miles from Chattanooga. Hardly had Rosecrans announced the retreat of Bragg when he received a dispatch from Halleck, dated the 6th, urging the importance of an immediate junction between him and Burnside, so that Bragg and Buckner, if they did unite, could not attack them separately. This message had the usual effect of Halleck's dispatches upon Rosecrans, and he answered with his habitual contumacious petulance: "Your apprehensions are just, and the legitimate consequence of your orders. The best that can now be done is for Burnside to close his cavalry down on our left, supporting it with his infantry, and refusing his left, threaten the enemy without getting into his grasp, while we get him in our grip and strangle him or perish in the attempt." The mistake of General Rosecrans in scattering his army to harass the imaginary retreat of the enemy had thus been compensated by Bragg's delay or inability to take advantage of the flagrant error of his opponent, and to Rosecrans's intense relief, his army found itself virtually concentrated on the night of the 17th. It was 10 days since he had sent his exulting announcement of the enemy's flight. He had since recovered from the delusion, but the authorities at Washington were still laboring under the misapprehension into which his confident announcement had led them, and he now received General Halleck's dispatches with an exasperation which all men feel at having others accept their mistakes and act upon them. While he was straining every nerve to pull his troops together on the Lafayette and Chattanooga road, he received a dispatch from Halleck, dated the 11th of September, warning him not to go farther than Dalton, and repeating the rumor that a part of Bragg's army was reinforcing Lee. The false reports of deserters sent for that purpose within the Union lines in Virginia, together with the slight resistance made by the enemy in East Tennessee and the news of the evacuation of Chattanooga, had for the moment entirely misled General Halleck. It was not until the 14th that General Meade telegraphed him his judgment that Longstreet had left Lee's army, and even then he did not feel sure of his destination. But before this, Rosecrans's dispatches had lost their sanguine tinge, and although he said he was sufficiently strong for the enemy in his front, there were indications that they intended to turn his flanks and cut his communications. Halleck then bestirred himself with the utmost energy to do everything possible for the reinforcement of Rosecrans. He ordered Burnside to move his infantry as rapidly as possible towards Chattanooga. He informed Rosecrans of these orders, and told him in case the enemy attempted to turn his right flank to give up Chattanooga to Burnside and move his army to prevent Bragg from reentering Middle Tennessee. Hurlbut was ordered to send troops to Rosecrans's right with all possible dispatch. Grant and Sherman were both informed of the situation, and directed to send their available forces to Memphis, and thence to Corinth and Tuscumbia, and Burnside was directed to reinforce Rosecrans with all possible dispatch. It is believed, Halleck says, that the enemy will concentrate to give him battle, and you must be there to help him. But still, with a lingering doubt as to Longstreet's destination, he warned Foster at Fort Monroe to look out for him at Norfolk and North Carolina. All these measures, judicious as they were too late to accomplish anything for the matter in hand. The two great armies were massed in face of each other along Chickamauga Creek, and nothing which could be done in Washington or Richmond could now materially alter the conditions of the terrible fight that was impending. Bragg's plan of attack was the Murfreesboro scheme reversed. He determined to move this time by the right flank instead of the left, to take position on the road from Lafayette to Chattanooga, attacking the Union left, driving it down against the eastern slope of Lookout Mountain, and destroying it. It is altogether probable that the destruction of Rosecrans's army would have been complete if the left wing could have been totally destroyed. By Bragg's original orders, B.R. Johnson was to cross the Chickamauga at Reeves Bridge, then, turning to the left, sweep up the stream towards Lee and Gordon's Mill, Walker crossing at Alexander's Bridge to unite in the movement. Buckner at Thetford's Ford to join in pressing the enemy up the creek in front of Polk. Polk attacking at Lee and Gordon's Mill, while Hill was to cover the Confederate left flank from an advance of the Union troops from McLemore's Cove, and in case of a movement on their part to the left to attack in flank. This movement, which was to have taken place at daybreak of the 18th, was delayed all that day by the resistance of the Union cavalry and difficulties arising from the bad and narrow country roads. The extreme Confederate right did not cross the stream until late in the afternoon. By this time General Hood of Longstreet's corps had arrived and assumed command in place of Johnson. Through this delay the purpose of Bragg became evident to Rosecrans. He improved every moment of the time by shifting the position of his army to the left. This was a critical and delicate movement, especially dangerous to Crittenden's corps, which was in the immediate presence of the enemy. It was therefore resolved to move Thomas's corps with the greatest caution and silence in rear of Crittenden's, and to place him in position on the extreme left to guard the Lafayette road, McCook being brought up at the same time from the right to take the place of Thomas on Crittenden's right. These movements were accomplished successfully by hard and skillful marching, although the battle had begun and was raging on the left before McCook was fairly in line on the right. On the morning of the 19th, Bragg prepared to carry into execution his orders of the day before, but not being aware of the extension of the Union lines to the left, he immediately met with unexpected difficulties in the execution of his plan. In fact, he was not permitted to begin the battle in his own way. General Thomas had been informed early in the morning by Colonel Daniel McCook that an isolated brigade of the enemy had crossed the Chickamauga at Reed's Bridge the day before, and he believed it could be cut off. Thomas immediately ordered General J. M. Brannan to take out 2 brigades and, if possible, capture this wandering brigade of Confederates. This force soon became engaged, but the resistance it met with showed that it was not a brigade, but a formidable force which had crossed the Chickamauga. Brannan reporting this, Baird's division was sent to his assistance, and the two drove the enemy for some distance, taking a good many prisoners, from whom it was learned that a heavy force of Confederates lay in front and to the right. Baird halted, and before the hasty preparations which he made for an attack upon his right were completed, the onset came, and the battle of Chickamauga began. Walker commanded on the extreme Confederate right, Hood held the center, and Buckner commanded the left, his flank resting on the Chickamauga about a mile below Lee and Gordon's Mill. Cheatham's division was held in reserve. The battle raged furiously for several hours against the Union left. So hotly was it contested that the generals on both sides constantly reported an overwhelming force of the enemy opposed to them. Cheatham's division was ordered to the support of Walker, but before it could reach him, says General Bragg, he had been pressed back to his first position by the extended lines of the enemy assailing him on both flanks. R. W. Johnson's divisions of McCook's corps had by this time arrived to the support of Brannan and Baird, and Reynolds's division had also been placed in position by Thomas. The enemy, taken in front and flank, was driven in great confusion for a mile and a half. General Thomas was, however, too intelligent a soldier to imagine his success was decisive. He ordered Brannan and Baird to reorganize their troops and take position on commanding ground on the road to Reed's Bridge, and to hold it to the last extremity, as he felt sure that the next effort of the enemy would be made on his left flank and rear. After a respite of an hour, another furious attack was made on the right of Reynolds. Thomas sent Brannan to his support, J.T. Croxton's brigade, reaching Reynolds just in time to defeat an energetic Confederate assault at that place. At this point, General W.B. Hazen greatly distinguished himself. When H.P. Van Cleve had been forced to cross the road, and the enemy was springing forward to take possession of it, General Hazen gathered together 4 field batteries, and by an enfilading fire broke the line of the advancing Confederates and saved the road. Towards 5 o'clock, Thomas, finding his line somewhat disordered by the ardor with which his troops had been pushing the enemy, determined to concentrate them on better ground, feeling sure that the battle would be renewed with greater fury in the morning. The hostile forces were so near together that the movement was observed by the enemy, and the retiring troops of Johnson and Baird were forced to turn and repulse the Confederates before taking up the positions assigned them. And after midnight, Thomas, having been informed by General Baird that his line did not extend far enough to the left, asked that Negley's division be sent to him to take position on Baird's left and rear. This was promised him, but Negley was not able, in consequence of a dense fog, he reports, to take the place assigned him during the night. And in the morning, while withdrawing his division, he says he was ordered by General Rosecrans to hold his position, and only one brigade obeyed the former order. As the attack from Bragg's left wing was made contingent upon the advance of his right, and as the right was not able to make any serious impression upon Thomas's line until late in the evening, the greater part of the day passed by in comparative quiet. On Rosecrans's right, Jeff C. Davis of McCook's corps made an advance to feel the enemy's left flank, and a smart contest ensued there in the afternoon, known as the Battle of Vineyard's Farm. It involved, before it ended, considerable forces drawn in successively from each side. But though both sides met with severe loss, no decided consequences resulted to the general field. The battle of the 19th, though terribly destructive to both sides, left each army in high hopes and spirits. The fact that Thomas retired in the evening to better his position inspired the Confederates with the idea that they had won a decided victory. Bragg, in his report, says of the final attack of Claiborne on the right This veteran command, under its gallant chief, moved to its work after sunset, taking the enemy completely by surprise, driving him in great disorder for nearly a mile. Thomas, on the contrary, describes this movement as an orderly change of position in obedience to his own command, executed handsomely and repulsing the enemy. Rosecrans telegraphed at 8 o'clock, "We have just concluded a terrific day's fighting, and have another in prospect for tomorrow. The enemy attempted to turn our left, but his design was anticipated, and a sufficient force placed there to render his attempt abortive." He says precisely as Bragg says, "The enemy was greatly our superior in numbers. The army is in excellent condition and spirits, and by the blessing of Providence the defeat of the enemy will be total tomorrow." The battle of the 20th did not begin at daybreak, as Bragg had intended and ordered. He had divided his entire army into two commands, assigning to the right wing Lieutenant General Polk, and to the left Lieutenant General Longstreet, who had arrived in the night from Virginia, and whose presence alone was to any army a valuable reenforcement. Polk was to assault at the earliest dawn of day, and the attack was to be taken up in rapid succession to the left of the Confederate line. Before the first light appeared in the east, Bragg was in the saddle waiting for the opening guns of Polk. Dawn came, and the day broadened over hill and valley, and still the only sign that came to the ears of the impatient Confederate general was that of the axes and of the falling trees, which showed that Thomas was preparing to repeat the inhospitable welcome of the day before. In accordance with Bragg's verbal directions to him, Polk had issued his orders to Hill, Cheatham, and Walker immediately after the midnight council, directing Hill to attack at daylight and Cheatham to make a simultaneous attack on Hill's left, Walker's corps being held in reserve. But Hill's orders did not reach him until sunrise. The thickly wooded country, cut up by innumerable roads, the moving trains of 50,000 men, and the darkness and fog are the reasons assigned by General Polk for this failure in promptness. It was 9:30 before Hill reported his corps ready, and after the order to advance was given, further delay ensued from the fact that Longstreet had during the night pushed A. P. Stewart's division in front of Cheatham, making it impossible for the latter to move forward. These errors were at last repaired, and Breckinridge's division, which was nearly fresh, was thrown with great impetuosity against the extreme Union left. The reinforcements of which Thomas had foreseen the necessity and which had been promised him had not arrived. Only one small brigade under John Beatty was there to receive this furious onslaught. It gave way, and Breckinridge poured in upon Baird's crumbling flank and for a moment gained his rear. But his progress was promptly checked by the reserve from Palmer's division, and with the assistance of the other reserves from Brannan and Negley he was driven in turn with great slaughter, and the left flank was again firmly established. In this fight the Confederate General B. H. Helm, a brother-in-law of Mrs. Lincoln, was killed. A part of Cleburne's division at the same time struck the front of the Union position and was repulsed. All the morning a sanguinary contest raged in front of Thomas, which he sustained with his magnificent coolness and imperturbable presence of mind, using every man under his command with infallible judgment and skill. His lines were furiously assaulted at every point in turn. Baird, Johnson, Palmer, and Reynolds met in succession the impetuous onslaught of Breckinridge, Cleburne, and Cheatham, and although their lines were fearfully shaken, they were never once broken, and as Thomas says, the enemy, having exhausted his utmost energies to dislodge us, apparently fell back entirely from our front. Bragg says in his report that his troops were moved to the assault in detail and by detachments unsupported until nearly all parts of the right wing were in turn repulsed with heavy loss. Longstreet, meanwhile, on the Confederate left, appeared at first to have an easier task before him. He had waited since early morning for orders to advance, and finally, convinced by the roar of battle on his right that no special advantage was being gained by Polk, he sent for permission to advance his own forces. But before his messenger returned, he found his own division commanders moving forward under direct orders from Bragg, which had not been communicated to him. He at once swung his left wing under Hindman vigorously forward. Stewart, who commanded on his right, being kept at first stationary by the ill success of the right wing, and Hood in the center driving forward with his usual impetuosity and with more than his usual success. It had not been Longstreet's fortune hitherto to win easy victories, but on this occasion, for once in his life, he had only to enter an open door. All the day before, and thus far on the 20th, Rosecrans had done little but move reinforcements from his right wing to the left, where Thomas was sustaining the Confederate onslaught. But he had unfortunately delayed the promised movement of Neglee's division to the left of Baird, and his attempts at concentration after the battle had actually begun were now even too anxious and hurried. He became convinced early in the morning that the enemy was moving in force upon his left, and a little after 10 o'clock he sent an order to McCook, commanding him to make immediate dispositions to withdraw the right so as to spare as much force as possible to reinforce Thomas. The left, he said, must be held at all hazards, even if the right is drawn wholly back to the present left, and a few minutes later he wrote to him again to send 2 brigades of Sheridan's division to Thomas with all possible dispatch, and the 3rd Brigade, as soon as the lines could be sufficiently drawn up, to march them as rapidly as possible without exhausting the men. A little before 11 o'clock he received by an aide-de-camp a message from Thomas that he was heavily pressed, and the messenger added on his own responsibility the information that Brannan was not in line with Reynolds and that Reynolds's right flank was in danger. This information was incorrect. Brannan was in his proper position, his division having been echeloned a little in rear of Reynolds's line on account of an advantage of topography. But Rosecrans had another reason for believing that there was a gap in the line between Reynolds and Wood. He had ordered Brannan's division to reinforce Baird, and Ferdinand Van Derveer's brigade had been sent to the left in partial compliance with the order. Brannan had exercised his discretion in retaining 2 brigades in the line where he saw their presence was essential, and had sent to inform Rosecrans of his action. But Rosecrans, not knowing this, dispatched a peremptory order to General Wood, who commanded the division next on Brannan's right, to close up on Reynolds as fast as possible and support him. A courier was dispatched with the message and bidden to carry it to Wood at the utmost speed of his horse. General Thomas J. Wood, a veteran of the regular army, received this order with great concern. He had been holding his line with vigilance all the morning, momentarily expecting an attack in his front. He did not think the order judicious. He thought Brannan was in position. It did not appear to him that Reynolds was hard pressed, but with instinctive subordination, feeling that the General-in-Chief must know more of the field than he did, he turned to General McCook, who happened to be standing beside him, saying he would at once obey it, and suggested that McCook should close up rapidly and prevent a gap in the line. General Davis was ordered to do this, but he had only 1 brigade to fill up the wide interval left by the withdrawal of Wood's division, and it was at this fatal moment, when Sheridan, Davis, and Wood were all out of position and marching by the left flank, that Longstreet hurled his heavy battalions against the moving mass of the National right wing. Hood's quadruple formation poured into the gap, pushing away Davis's thin line like a cobweb, driving Wood's rear some distance in confusion, taking Brannan in flank, and crumbling up 2 brigades of Van Cleve in the wildest confusion. Hindman at the same time struck Sheridan, who, left absolutely unprotected on either flank, after a gallant defense which cost the life of General W. H. Little, an agreeable poet, a brave soldier, and an estimable citizen, gave way in some disorder. General Rosecrans was standing at this moment in the rear of Davis's right, waiting to see McCook's corps close to the left. He went quickly to the extreme right to bring Sheridan forward, but it was too late. The beaten troops rolled back upon him and overwhelmed him. He rode rapidly down the Dry Valley Road, accompanied by a part of his staff and a small escort. In the midst of the confusion, which increased every instant, the suddenness of the catastrophe for the moment quite appalled him. His spirit, usually so indomitable in battle, under the stress of the week's enormous labor and anxiety, his physical fatigue, his lack of sleep, and the tremendous impression of a terrible calamity suddenly occurring under his eyes, without an instant's warning, for the moment gave way, and amid the horrible wreck and confusion of his beaten army, in the tumult and disorder and entanglement of trains of artillery, of mingled foot and of cavalry, he lost heart and hope. McCook had been swept away. Crittenden, unable to check the retreat, had followed it. Negley, who had been put in charge of a great quantity of artillery, had started for Rossville, taking his guns with him. Even Sheridan, the very genius of fighting, unable to hold his division together, was moving to the rear. It was impossible for Rosecrans to imagine that the rest of the army could hold firm in such disaster. He rode back to Rossville, and not being able to persuade himself that even there the rout could be stayed, he pushed on to Chattanooga, as he says, to give orders for the security of the pontoon bridges at Battle Creek and Bridgeport, and to make preliminary dispositions either to forward ammunition and supplies, should we hold our ground, or to withdraw the troops into good position. One of those crises had now arrived, rare in the history of any country, where the personal character and power of an individual become of incalculable value to the general welfare. Only the highest qualities in the second in command, thus instantly left in charge of the abandoned field, saved the Army of the Cumberland from irremediable ruin. General Thomas, having about noon beaten the enemy in his front into silence and inaction, yet expectant of further attack, became anxious as to the arrival of Sheridan's division, which he had been informed was on the way to him. While waiting for its arrival, about 2 o'clock, hearing heavy firing on his right and rear through the thickly wooded hills, he rode in the direction of the noise and soon met the aide-de-camp, whom he had dispatched in quest of Sheridan, who informed him that a large force of the enemy was stealthily advancing in the rear of Reynolds's position. This astounding news seemed at first incredible to Thomas. To find on the road, where he confidently expected a heavy reinforcement, a hostile force in rear of the Union center, would have paralyzed the faculties of most generals. But stupefying as the situation was, Thomas instantly set about to make the best of it, and by one of the fortunate accidents of this extraordinary battle, the means were ready to his hand. Two generals, following their own soldierly instincts, had, without orders, held together some fragments of their commands, and placed them already in eligible positions. When Hood made his wild rush through the gap in the center, Brannan's division, struck in flank and rear, had been driven back on the right, but with wonderful steadiness under the circumstances had virtually retained its formation. Brannan held his command firmly together, and bringing to it stragglers from other shattered organizations, he swung back his right flank, and moving about half a mile to the rear, took up a good position on a commanding point of Missionary Ridge, where for a while, unsupported on either flank, he held the enemy in check. General Wood, whose withdrawal from the line had caused the break, had reported with one brigade to Thomas, and on being informed by him that Reynolds did not need support, sent it under orders to General Baird. Riding back for his other two brigades, intending to take them also to the left, he found the south end of the valley suddenly alive with rebel troops, and one of his brigades in part, and both his batteries swept from the field. With his remaining brigade Under Charles G. Harker and part of George P. Buell's, he immediately formed a line across the valley, facing southward, and without any help of artillery, with the musket alone, used sparingly, for the ammunition was already running low. He also, unsupported on either flank, was doing his best to hold the field when Thomas appeared. Under the latter's orders, Wood's right was brought into communication with the left of Brannan, Brannan's right occupying a commanding ridge, and Harker's brigade extending to the left along a spur which jutted out through the valley almost perpendicular to the general direction of the range. The Union lines thus facing the enemy in the shape of an irregular crescent, there was still a gap between Reynolds and Wood, which later in the day caused Thomas great anxiety for fear the enemy should discover it and rush through. He filled it as soon as possible with Hazen's brigade, which, fortunately, by the provident care of this intelligent and cool-headed commander, was better supplied with ammunition than the rest of the field. All the afternoon upon this line the battle raged with unceasing fury and terrible slaughter. The right wing had disappeared, the center had been for a moment shattered and crumbled, the left had fought a desperate and sanguinary battle all day, but such was the indomitable spirit which the presence of Thomas infused among those who were left, that the slender line we have described resisted through the long autumnal afternoon the most desperate and repeated assaults of an overwhelming force of veteran Confederate infantry, and were at the same time rained upon by formidable batteries to which, except for a few guns of Brannan, they could only reply with their muskets. The supply of ammunition meanwhile ran so low that several assaults were met and repulsed with cold steel. This fact is not derived from any boasting reports of Federal soldiers. General Hindman himself says, "Our troops attacked again and again with a courage worthy of their past achievements. The enemy fought with determined obstinacy and repeatedly repulsed us, but only to be again assailed." As showing the fierceness of the fight, the fact is mentioned that on our extreme left the bayonet was used, and men also killed and wounded with clubbed muskets. If the scattered divisions streaming over the ridge and down the dry valley road to Rossville could have been brought to halt and return, if General Rosecrans could have displayed in this emergency one tithe of the courage and the contagious fire that his presence inspired among the cedar brakes of Murfreesboro, the battle might still have been his, for Sheridan, one of the heroes of Stone's River, was there, and had already regained such control of his troops that he was able to march them in good order to Rossville and out on the road again towards the battlefield, striving to gain the left instead of the right, where his presence would have been decisive. Had Rosecrans been with him and turned him even at this late hour upon Longstreet's flank, the battle must certainly have had a different issue, for so late as 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Longstreet, finding all his efforts unavailing against the stubborn resistance of Brannan and Wood, sent to Bragg for reinforcements from the right wing, but was informed by him that they had been beaten back so badly that they could be of no service to him. "I had but one division," he says, "that had not been engaged, and hesitated to venture to put it in, as our distress upon our right seemed to be almost as great as that of the enemy upon his right." Hindman was continually appealing to Longstreet for reinforcements, and desperately apprehensive of an attack on his left and rear, but it was late in the afternoon before Longstreet dared to risk his last reserve, Preston's division. Hindman says, "I have never known Federal troops to fight so well. It is just to say also that I never saw Confederate soldiers fight better." Brannan's position, though strong and admirably chosen and defended, could yet be easily turned. A practicable valley lay on his right flank, through which access was easy to his rear, and Hindman, with his superior force, was able to send a strong detachment by this route, which, about 4 o'clock, seriously menaced the integrity of the Union line. It was the critical instant of the day. Thomas's whole force had been engaged for hours, and he had no reserves. But assistance came at the moment when it was most needed. Gordon Granger, commanding the reserve corps, had heard during the morning, far to the left, the roar of battle, and without other orders than the promptings of his own heart, had marched with J.B. Steedman's division to the music of that martial sound. His approach earlier in the day had seriously alarmed Polk for his right wing, and had checked for a moment the movement of Claiborne and Cheatham, but instead of attacking the Confederate right, he had wisely moved to the west and down the rear of Thomas's line to arrive at the point where his presence was most urgently required. As Hindman's advance planted its banners on Brannan's right, Thomas indicated to Steedman the work he was to do. Steedman, moving his division into position, says Thomas, with almost as much precision as if on drill, and fighting his way to the crest of the hill on Brannan's right, moved forward his artillery and drove the enemy down the southern slope, inflicting on him a most terrible loss in killed and wounded. Longstreet hesitated no longer to throw in his last reserve. He sent Preston with 3 fresh brigades to Hindman, and even with this large reinforcement, Hindman says, he found the gain both slow and costly. Steedman reports 3 separate assaults made with the greatest fury and repulsed after heavy fighting before nightfall. It is one of the insoluble problems of the war whether Thomas might permanently have held his position, which he so heroically defended on the hills of Chickamauga, but he was not left free to choose his course of action. About 4 o'clock, General James A. Garfield, Chief of Staff, arrived on the field. He, with the rest of the staff, had accompanied Rosecrans in the flood of ruin which swept the right wing from the field. Although they were at first overwhelmed by the news of the misfortune, as they rode towards Rossville, the personal characteristics of the 2 men soon began to assert themselves. As Rosecrans sunk every moment deeper in the forlorn conviction that the army was utterly beaten, Garfield, on the contrary, took encouragement from every sound of battle that reached him from the east, and at last he stopped short and asked permission to report to Thomas on the field. This was at first refused, but on Garfield's importunity was finally granted. Rosecrans, taking an affectionate leave of his chief of staff as of one whom he never expected to see again in life, continued his melancholy ride to Chattanooga, and Garfield threaded the mountain bridle paths in high hope and patriotic ardor to give to Thomas the full information of which he was so greatly in need, and to share in the toil and success of the final struggle. It was by no means a promenade of pleasure. The way was beset with danger. Several of his escort were killed, but as Wood says in his report, his arrival on the field showed that the road was open to all who might choose to follow it to where duty called. He had commanded the very brigade of Wood's division, which was now holding its place on the right, with such obstinate valor, and it was a pleasure which paid him tenfold for his hazardous journey to see how they acquitted themselves under his sympathetic eye. It was a little after the arrival of Garfield that orders came from Rosecrans to Thomas, directing him to assume command of all the forces, something he had been doing unquestioned all the afternoon, and with Crittenden and McCook to take a strong position and assume a threatening attitude at Rossville, and to send the unorganized forces to Chattanooga for reorganization. Rosecrans added that he would examine the ground at Chattanooga and then join Thomas, and that he would send out rations and ammunition to meet him at Rossville. Knowing that retreat with the enemy pressing so close would entail enormous loss, Thomas resolved to hold his present lines, if possible, until his movement could receive the partial cover of darkness. He distributed the new supplies of ammunition which had arrived, and then sent orders to his division commanders to make ready to retire to Rossville as soon as night should close in. Reynolds being first ready to move, Thomas went to meet him and point out the position he intended him to take, when he met with another of the most singular incidents of this abnormal day. Passing through an open bit of woods to reach Reynolds, he came upon a body of rebel infantry, who had made their way unperceived around the extreme left and in rear of Baird. At this moment the head of Reynolds's column appeared, and Thomas threw J.B. Turchin's brigade upon the advancing Confederates, who were driven by a most spirited charge more than a mile over the way they had come, clear beyond Baird's left and out of sight, losing several hundred prisoners. Turchin, M.S. Robinson, and August Willich were then posted so as to guard the roads by which the army was to withdraw, and orders were sent to the division commanders to bring off their troops. Late as the hour was, the enemy was everywhere so near that the movement could not wholly escape observation, and Baird, Johnson, and Palmer were successively attacked in yielding their lines, and though resisting energetically, suffered some losses in prisoners. Baird, in his report, expresses his confidence that he could have continued to hold his position. To fall back was more difficult than to remain. Brannan, Wood, and Steedman left the scene of their heroic defense without trouble or molestation. The final victorious charge of the Confederate left wing under Longstreet, which was in fact a cautious advance of his skirmish line over the deserted field, found nothing to oppose it. Early in the night Thomas was firmly established at Rossville, the braves who had come back with him finding at Rossville or on the road, coming to meet him, the reorganized divisions of Sheridan and Negley as good as ever. The Confederates were not aware until the next day that Thomas had gone from their front. In the Confederate reports, written several days or weeks after the fact, there are the usual conventional phrases describing their final victory on the evening of the 20th. But in truth, the night came down on the stubborn fight, leaving the issue by no means decided. The only proof of this that need be offered is Bragg's official dispatch to the government at Richmond. After 2 days' hard fighting, we have driven the enemy, after a desperate resistance, from several positions, and now hold the field. But he still confronts us. The losses are heavy on both sides, especially so in our officers. We have taken over 20 pieces of artillery and some 2,500 prisoners. He had done much better than that, but this understatement of his success by a man not accustomed to diminish his own glory shows how terrible the conflict had been and how doubtful he still was of the final issue. The assertions of the commanders on both sides that they everywhere met superior forces of the enemy prove only that there was but slight disparity of numbers, and that the fighting was at all points except for the break on the Union right unusually obstinate and determined. There are no authentic reports of the Confederate Army for the days of battle, but Major E. C. Dawes has made the following careful estimate. An examination of the original returns in the War Department, which I have personally made, shows the following result. General Bragg's return, 31st of August, 1863, shows under the heading Present for Duty, officers and men, 48,998. This return does not include the divisions of General Breckinridge or General Preston, the brigades of Generals Gregg and McNair, or the reinforcement brought by General Longstreet. The strength of each is accurately given in Confederate official returns. The total Confederate force available for battle at Chickamauga was as follows. General Bragg's Army, 31st of August, 1863, for duty, 48,998. Longstreet's command, Hood's and McLaws's divisions, by the return of the Army of Northern Virginia, 31st of August, 1863, for duty, 11,716. Breckinridge's division, by his official report in Confederate reports of battles, for duty, 3,769. Preston's division, by his official report in Confederate reports of battles, for duty, 4,509. Brigades of Gregg and McNair, by General Bushrod Johnson's official report, Southern Historical Society Papers, Volume 13, for duty 2,559, total 71,551. Rosecrans's effective strength, partly taken from official reports and partly estimated, was 14th Army Corps, estimated 20,000, 20th Army Corps, estimated 11,000, 21st Army Corps report, 12,052, Reserve Corps report 3,913, Cavalry Corps estimated 10,000, total 56,965, and he had 208 guns, showing that General Bragg had ready to bring into action a few thousand more troops than the total effectives of Rosecrans. The divisions which Bragg did not employ on the 19th were those which, thrown fresh into the fight on the 20th, formed the most efficient part of his force. Thomas fought his final battle against Bragg's whole army with not more than 20,000 men. The losses on both sides were frightful. Bragg admits in his official report that he lost 40% of his army, which would bring his killed and wounded to over 20,000. Longstreet says the strength of the left wing on going into action on the 20th was 22,872. Of these he lost, not counting one brigade which had not reported to him its casualties, 7,595 in killed and wounded alone. The loss on the Confederate right was, of course, far heavier than this in proportion. Several brigades were almost annihilated. Helm's lost, besides their general, all but 432 out of 1,763. The loss of the army of Rosecrans was 1,656 killed, 9,749 wounded, 4,774 captured or missing, total 16,179. The mortality among the Union troops was the less, as they fought most of the time in position and sheltered, when it was possible, by improvised works. The first news which the government received in regard to the battle was conveyed in a disheartened, almost despairing telegram, which Rosecrans at Chattanooga wrote at 5 o'clock. "We have met with a serious disaster. Extent not yet ascertained. Enemy overwhelmed us, drove our right, pierced our center, and scattered our troops there. Thomas, who had 7 divisions, remained intact at last news. Granger, with 2 brigades, had gone to support Thomas on the left. Every available reserve was used when the men stampeded. Burnside will be notified of the state of things at once, and you will be informed. Troops from Charleston, Florida, Virginia, and all along the seaboard are found among the prisoners. It seems that every available man was thrown against us." Such was the discouraging news which reached the President on the morning of the 21st of September. His first exclamation to his secretary after reading the dispatch was, "Rosecrans has been whipped, as I feared. I have feared it for several days. I believe I feel trouble in the air before it comes." Burnside, he continued, instead of obeying the orders which were given him on the 14th and going to Rosecrans, has gone on a foolish affair to Jonesboro to capture a party of guerrillas who were there. As the day wore on, the news brightened. The details of the magnificent defense of his position by Thomas became known. The orderly retreat to Rossville was reported, and on the next day the safe establishment of the army around Chattanooga. It is the habit of most military writers, when they narrate a reverse to our arms, to describe the administration at Washington as thrown into consternation by it. Even General Grant, referring to this event, commits this error in speaking of a matter of which he could not possibly be informed. He says the administration, as well as the general-in-chief, was nearly frantic at the situation of affairs. There was certainly deep disappointment and concern at the untoward issue of Rosecrans's campaign, which had been so splendidly begun. But to show how little of frenzy there was in the feeling and action of the President, we give this letter to General Halleck, written immediately after the receipt of Rosecrans's melancholy dispatch. "I think it is very important for General Rosecrans to hold his position at or about Chattanooga, because if held from that place to Cleveland, both inclusive, it keeps all Tennessee clear of the enemy, and also breaks one of the most important railroad lines. To prevent these consequences is so vital to his cause that he cannot give up the effort to dislodge us from the position, thus bringing him to us and saving us the labor, expense, and hazard of going farther to find him, and also giving us the advantage of choosing our own ground and preparing it to fight him upon. The details must, of course, be left to General Rosecrans, while we must furnish him the means to the utmost of our ability. If you concur, I think he would better be informed that we are not pushing him beyond this position, and that in fact our judgment is rather against his going beyond it. If he can only maintain this position without more This rebellion can only eke out a short and feeble existence, as an animal sometimes may with a thorn in its vitals. And after giving these directions, the wisest possible under the circumstances, as shown by subsequent history, he sent to General Rosecrans this comforting and encouraging dispatch: "Be of good cheer. We have unabated confidence in you and in your soldiers and officers. In the main, you must be the judge as to what is to be done. If I were to suggest, I would say save your army by taking strong positions until Burnside joins you, when I hope you can turn the tide. I think you had better send a courier to Burnside to hurry him up. We cannot reach him by telegraph. We suppose some force is going to you from Corinth, but for want of communication we do not know how they are getting along. We shall do our utmost to assist you. Send us your present positions." At the same time he sent a peremptory dispatch to Burnside, in which there is a certain tone of reproof: "If you are to do any good to Rosecrans, it will not do to waste time with Jonesboro. It is already too late to do the most good that might have been done, but I hope it will still do some good. Please do not lose a moment." And by another route he repeats this peremptory injunction in briefer words. Even on the 21st, Rosecrans had not altogether recovered the tone of his spirits. He telegraphed: "After 2 days of the severest fighting I ever witnessed, our right and center were beaten. The left held its position until sunset. Our loss is heavy and our troops worn down." After speaking of the overpowering force of the enemy, he continues: "We have no certainty of holding our position here. If Burnside could come immediately, it would be well. Otherwise, he may not be able to join us unless he comes on west side of the river." This dispatch contained no news not already known, and the President again besought Rosecrans to relieve his anxiety as to the position and condition of his army. Strangely enough, the first encouraging word that the President received from the battlefield was contained in a Richmond paper, which published Bragg's official report already quoted. He at once telegraphed it to Rosecrans to show him he was not so badly beaten as he thought, and on the same day Rosecrans, having got back his habitual composure by virtue of sleep and rest and immunity from attack, either at Rossville or Chattanooga, reported from the latter place: "We hold this point, and I cannot be dislodged unless by very superior numbers, and after a great battle." He asked for large and prompt reinforcements, a demand which the Government took into immediate consideration. Stanton, upon whom the testy and petulant dispatches of Rosecrans during the preceding year had had their natural effect in alienating his goodwill and impairing to some extent his confidence, had for some weeks made no secret of his waning trust in Rosecrans. Even while Rosecrans was crossing the river on the last day of August, Secretary Chase, having represented to Mr. Stanton the great importance of prompt and vigorous military action, saying that the following day the amount of suspended requisitions, including pay of the Army for July and August, would approach 35 millions, to meet which there were only 5 millions, and adding that unless the war could be pushed more vigorously and with greater certainty of early and successful termination, there was cause for serious apprehension of financial embarrassment. Stanton replied that the delay of Rosecrans was the principal cause of the difficulty, that he commanded fully 1/3 of the effective force of the country and did nothing comparatively with it. Therefore, when the news of the disaster at Chickamauga arrived, Stanton at least had no hesitation in assigning the responsibility for it. Yet amid all this disapprobation of Rosecrans, his demand for reinforcements received instant attention. Troops from Grant and Hurlbut were already on the way, but these were not enough. Immediately on receipt of Rosecrans's dispatch, Mr. Stanton sent one of the President's secretaries, who was standing by, to the soldiers' home, where the President was sleeping. A little startled by the unwonted summons, for this was the first time, he said, Stanton had ever sent for him, the President mounted his horse and rode in through the moonlight to the War Department to preside over an improvised council to consider the subject of reinforcing Rosecrans. There were present General Halleck, Stanton, Seward, and Chase of the Cabinet, P.H. Watson and James A. Hardie of the War Department, and General D.C. McCallum, Superintendent of Military Transportation. After a brief debate, it was resolved to detach the 11th and 12th Corps from the Army of the Potomac, General Hooker to be placed in command of both. President's only fear was that so large a body of troops could not be transported such a distance without consuming a great deal of time. But to his pleasure and astonishment, the two corps, numbering some 20,000 men, were brought from the Rapidan to Washington, there embarked, and carried by railway through Wheeling, Cincinnati, Louisville, and Nashville to the Tennessee, and there deposited with their guns, their munitions of war, and all their impedimenta, ready for fighting in the almost incredible time of 8 days. The credit of this extraordinary feat belongs to Generals Meigs and McCallum and Prescott Smith of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. General Rosecrans, in retiring to Chattanooga, did not consider it practicable or expedient to retain control of the point of Lookout Mountain commanding the Tennessee River below Chattanooga. This point was at once seized by Bragg, who extended his lines from Lookout Mountain to the Tennessee River above the town, thus holding the place in a sort of demi-blockade, depriving it of all communication south of the Tennessee River, and restricting it to a long and difficult line over the mountains, continually threatened by the enemy's cavalry, which in the end brought it almost to the point of starvation. General Bragg adopted this plan of reducing the post by siege against the opinion of Longstreet, who advised him on the morning of the 21st to cross the river above Chattanooga, thinking he could force Rosecrans to evacuate that place by a demonstration upon his rear, and indeed could force him back upon Nashville, and in case the Confederate transportation was found inadequate for a continuance of that movement, to follow up the railroad to Knoxville to destroy Burnside, and thence to threaten the rear of Nashville. Longstreet intimates that this proposition was favorably received by Bragg, but that general in his report insists with some indignation that he never for an instant entertained it, his lack of transportation rendering it utterly impossible. He stamps it as entirely lacking in military propriety. It would abandon to Rosecrans his entire line of communication and leave open to him the Confederate depots of supplies, placing Bragg with a greatly inferior force beyond a difficult and at times an impassable river in a country affording no subsistence to men or animals. As another reason for rejecting Longstreet's scheme, Bragg adds that it would have left open to the enemy, only 10 miles away, the battlefield with the thousands of wounded and its valuable trophies. For nearly a month the siege of Chattanooga continued, Bragg sealing the front and both flanks of the place against any communication. The cavalry of both sides were busy, one in threatening and the other in defending the slender and inadequate means of communication left open to the rear. Rosecrans's dispatches to the government, though copious and energetic, were never devoid of a certain anxiety, and were continually full of requests for reinforcements and supplies. The President answered him with unfailing courtesy and encouragement, receiving kindly even his political suggestions. Rosecrans telegraphed on the 3rd of October, "If we can maintain this position in such strength that the enemy are obliged to abandon their position and the elections in the great States go favorably, would it not be well to offer a general amnesty to all officers and soldiers in the rebellion? It would give us moral strength and weaken them very much." Mr. Lincoln replied, "If we can hold Chattanooga and East Tennessee, I think the rebellion must dwindle and die. I think you and Burnside can do this, and hence doing so is your main object. Of course, to greatly damage or destroy the enemy in your front would be a greater object, because it would include the former and more, but it is not so certainly within your power. I understand the main body of the enemy is very near you, so near that you could board at home, so to speak, and menace or attack him any day. Would not the doing of this be your best mode of counteracting his raid on your communications? But this is not an order. I intend doing something like what you suggest whenever the case shall appear ripe enough to have it accepted in the true understanding, rather than as a confession of weakness and fear." The operations of the rebel cavalry, though they were carried on at great expense and loss to them, and were compensated by equally successful and energetic movements on the part of the Union cavalry, kept Rosecrans continually harassed and ill at ease. The failure of Burnside to connect upon his right distressed him, and although Hooker was on his left securing the most vital points of the railroads, the non-arrival of the troops from Vicksburg drove him to ask in his petulant style, "No news from Sherman? Are his or any other troops really coming to this army?" He telegraphed to Lincoln on the 12th his fear of starvation, the enemy's side a valley full of corn. "Every exertion will be made to hold what we have and gain more. After which we must put our trust in God, who never fails those who truly trust." The same day Lincoln telegraphed him one of those singular dispatches which seem full of intuitive military knowledge, telling him that Burnside, being menaced from the east, could not go to him without surrendering East Tennessee. "I now think," Mr. Lincoln said, "the enemy will not attack Chattanooga, and I think you will have to look out for his making a concentrated drive at Burnside. You and Burnside now have him by the throat, and he must break your hold or perish. Sherman is coming to you," he went on to say, "though gaps in the telegraph prevent our knowing how far he is advanced. He and Hooker will so support you on the west and northwest as to enable you to look east and northeast." But no encouragement was sufficient to give back to General Rosecrans his old buoyancy and hopefulness. His dispatches continued full of premonitions of trouble. Jefferson Davis had appeared in the other camp and made encouraging speeches. Rosecrans feared the rebel cavalry on his right. If his mounted force were not swelled, the Confederate cavalry would paralyze his army and compel it to retire. Sherman was still too far off to be of any real help. The rebel cavalry would soon overpower and wear out his, and finally a dispatch of the 16th of October is filled with apprehension of an attempt to be made by the enemy to destroy the Army of the Cumberland by separating it from Burnside. "We cannot feed Hooker's troops on our left, nor can we spare them from our right depots and communications. Had we the whole of Sherman's and Hooker's troops brought up, we should not probably outnumber the enemy. This army, with its back to barren mountains, roads narrow and difficult, while the enemy has the railroad and the corn in his rear, is at much disadvantage. Our future is not bright." By this time the government had become convinced that the supreme charge of the armies in Tennessee could no longer be safely left in the hands of a general so querulous and so despondent as Rosecrans had become. They did not gain this impression exclusively from his dispatches. Charles A. Dana, who accompanied the army as the representative of the War Department, had for several weeks been giving the gloomiest views of Rosecrans's temper and capacity. Late in September he wrote that there was serious fermentation in the corps of Crittenden and McCook, that subordinate officers were unwilling to risk their troops in the hands of those generals, but that Rosecrans hated to take active measures against them, as he felt he was as much to blame as they were for running away; that this impression was shared by his subordinates, especially by Granger and Garfield, who blamed him severely for his conduct and his orders on the battlefield of Chickamauga, and for his abandonment of the lookout passes. But Mr. Dana continues, "Rosecrans, who is sometimes as obstinate and inaccessible to reason as at others he is irresolute and vacillating, pettishly rejected all arguments. He describes the threatening famine in the camp, and adds, the commanding general devotes part of the time which is not employed in pleasant gossip to the composition of a long report to prove that the government is to blame for his failure. I have never seen a public man possessing talent with less administrative power, less clearness and steadiness in difficulty, and greater practical incapacity. He has invention, fertility, and knowledge, but he has no strength of will and no concentration of purpose. His mind scatters. There is no system in the use of his busy days and restless nights, no courage against individuals in his composition, and with great love of command he is a feeble commander. He is conscientious and honest, just as he is imperious and disputatious, always with a stray vein of caprice and an overweening passion for the approbation of his personal friends and the public outside. Under the present circumstances, I consider this army to be very unsafe in his hands." On the 16th of October he wrote, "Nothing can prevent the retreat of the army from this place within a fortnight, and with a vast loss of public property and possibly of life, except the opening of the river. Rosecrans seems insensible to the impending danger, and dawdles with trifles in a manner which can scarcely be imagined. With plenty of zealous and energetic officers ready to do whatever can be done, all this precious time is lost because our dazed and mazy commander cannot perceive the catastrophe that is close upon us, nor fix his mind upon the means of preventing it. Later in the same day he reported a conversation which he had just had with Rosecrans, in which the general said the holding of the river to Williams Island was indispensable, but that he could not accomplish this until Hooker arrived. He expected the enemy to cross the river on his left. He must then fight or retreat to Cumberland Mountains. He thought the enemy's force was rapidly increasing, and that even when Hooker came he would still be outnumbered. He thought not less than 100 or 125,000 men was the least force with which he could go forward. Every day Mr. Dana's reports assumed darker colors. On the 18th he described the situation as desperate, with no outlet but starvation or disorderly retreat. The soldiers were becoming mutinous. The incapacity of the commander is astonishing, and it often seems difficult to believe him of sound mind. General Grant, on October 17, received a dispatch at Cairo directing him to repair to Louisville for orders. It was the intention of the government to place him in chief command, and to leave it to his discretion whether General Rosecrans should remain at the head of the Army of the Cumberland or should be replaced by General Thomas. Mr. Stanton went West in person, and meeting General Grant at Indianapolis, he proceeded to Louisville with him, handing him on the train 2 orders which were identical in all but one particular. Both created the military division of the Mississippi, giving Grant the command composed of the departments of the Ohio, the Cumberland, and the Tennessee, and in fact all the territory from the Alleghanies to the Mississippi River north of the limits of Banks's command. One of these orders left the department commanders as they were, while the other relieved Rosecrans and assigned Thomas to his place. Grant without hesitation accepted the latter. While they were at Louisville, the Secretary of War received a dispatch from Mr. Charles A. Dana in Chattanooga, informing him that unless prevented, Rosecrans would retreat, and advising peremptory orders against his doing so. Upon receipt of this startling intelligence, the Secretary directed Grant to proceed immediately to the front. Grant wrote an order assuming command of the military division of the Mississippi, and immediately telegraphed it to Rosecrans, informing him also of Thomas's assignment to command of the Army of the Cumberland, and sent a telegram to Thomas urging him to hold Chattanooga at all hazards. Thomas promptly answered, "We will hold the town till we starve." Rosecrans, on receiving these orders, gave over the command to Thomas and left Chattanooga on the morning of the 20th, shortly after daylight, before the change became known. He said afterwards, convinced that this would excite profound sorrow and discontent in the Army of the Cumberland, which my continued presence after it became known would increase, and that this would be detrimental to the public service in the presence, as it were, of the enemy, I determined to forego the gratification of receiving the parting adieus of those with whom I had shared so many toils and dangers. This was probably an unnecessary precaution. General Thomas had served with that army quite as long as General Rosecrans, and his qualities exhibited in camp, on march, and on the field of battle were not such as to inspire any emotion of sorrow or discontent at his promotion. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 5, Chattanooga. The inference of Mr. Dana that Rosecrans was meditating a retreat from Chattanooga was modified by a later dispatch which arrived too late to counteract the impression already made on Grant's mind. It has always been vehemently denied by Rosecrans himself. He claims that so early as the 4th of October he had laid before General Thomas and General Garfield his plan of seizing Lookout Valley and fortifying it, covering the road from there to Bridgeport, and giving himself the practical use and possession of both the road and the river and Lookout Valley; that he was hastening forward the completion of his boats and barges to run from Bridgeport to Chattanooga; that Hooker had been directed to concentrate his troops for a move from Stevenson, and that on the day of his removal he personally reconnoitered the river bank and selected a point for the crossing at Brown's Ferry to connect Hooker with the force at Chattanooga. General Thomas substantially confirms this claim of General Rosecrans, though he gives especial credit to General W. F. Smith, chief engineer of the department, for planning and preparing the movement. In fact, General Grant himself virtually substantiates this story. On his way to Chattanooga he met General Rosecrans at Stevenson on the night of the 21st, and in the interview which there took place, he says Rosecrans made some excellent suggestions as to what should be done. My only wonder was that he had not carried them out. And when he had arrived at Chattanooga, he said that Smith's explanation of the situation and the topography of the country was so plain that he could see it without an inspection. Still, the fact remained that the talk at headquarters was so desponding that, taken in connection with Rosecrans's own dispatches to Washington, the government felt that it could not safely leave the command in such reluctant hands. At all events, Grant found on reaching Chattanooga the plan for the relief of the straitened garrison all ready, and there was nothing left for him to do but to give the word forward, and this was speedily given. Chattanooga, as we have before said, was strictly blockaded on the south. The lines of the enemy stretched from the Tennessee River on the east of Chattanooga along Missionary Ridge across the Chattanooga Valley to Lookout Mountain, whose beetling precipices almost touch the river on the west of the town. At this point the river doubles upon itself in a sudden loop, which forms a narrow promontory called Moccasin Point, which was in possession of the Union troops, but the left side of the river from Lookout to Bridgeport was occupied by the Confederate pickets. This was the natural line of supply for Rosecrans's army, and in relinquishing Lookout Mountain he had given up the advantage of this short line, the loss of which had reduced his army almost to starvation. The plan which General Smith or Rosecrans had devised was to seize Brown's Ferry on the Tennessee at the northern base of Moccasin Point, while Hooker, crossing at Bridgeport, should take possession of Lookout Valley. This would relieve the whole extent of road and give to the Union army the advantage of river transportation from Bridgeport to Kelly's Ferry, from which point there was a good wagon road to Brown's Ferry and thence to Chattanooga. Thomas had already ordered the concentration of Hooker at Bridgeport, and Smith had prepared the pontoons necessary for bridging the river at Brown's Ferry. Grant, by a reconnaissance made immediately on his arrival, satisfied himself of the feasibility of the undertaking, and immediately gave orders for carrying it out. He says in his memoirs, General W. F. Smith had been so instrumental in preparing for the move which I was now about to make, and so clear in his judgment about the manner of making it, that I deemed it but just to him that he should have command of the troops detailed to execute the design, although he was then acting as a staff officer and was not in command of troops. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 27th of October, General Hazen embarked a force of 1,800 picked men in 60 pontoons. Committing themselves to the swift current of the Tennessee, which obviated the necessity of using oars, they silently glided down the rapid river under the works of the Confederates, almost within touching distance of the muskets of the pickets on the banks, and arrived in the early dawn at Brown's Ferry, surprising the picket guard and capturing most of it. Smith had marched in advance and was on the right side of the river when Hazen landed on the left. Smith's force was rapidly ferried over, the pontoon bridge was quickly and skillfully laid, and the heights on the left bank were speedily fortified, so as to defend the bridge against any force the enemy would be likely to bring against it. The distance was so short across Moccasin Point from Chattanooga that the whole Union army could reinforce Smith's detachment before the Confederates could arrive there. Hooker's part of the enterprise was executed with equal skill and celerity, which was the more remarkable as every step of his progress across the river and along Lookout Valley could be seen from the enemy's watchtowers on the craggy heights of the mountain. He crossed the Tennessee by the pontoon bridge at Bridgeport on the morning of the 26th, with the 11th Corps under General Howard and a part of the 12th under General Geary, and with 2 companies of Tennessee and Alabama cavalry. He left small detachments as he advanced to guard the route over which he had passed. His march was somewhat protected from the enemy on Lookout Mountain by a range of hills that divided the valley in its center, and although under fire the greater part of the way, he suffered small damage and little annoyance. At the same time, General Palmer, with a division of the 14th Corps, was ordered to cross the river opposite Whitesides and take up a position in support of Hooker's line of march. He met with some delay, but finally got over. Howard's advance had a slight skirmish with the enemy as they drew near the river, but the Confederates were easily driven across Lookout Creek. About 5 o'clock at night the column halted a mile or more up the valley from Brown's Ferry, and although no continuous line had as yet been established, the troops at Brown's Ferry, Howard's corps, and Geary's division were cheered by the news which spread from one camp to the other that Lookout Valley was once more in their possession, and the line at Bridgeport opened for the relief of their comrades. This position, of such vast importance that it involved nothing less than the life and death of the army, was not to be held without a struggle. The progress of Hooker's column and the landing of Smith's expedition had struck the Confederate commander with something like consternation. The day before he had imagined he held his enemy firmly in his grasp. General Bragg had taken, as he thought, dispositions which insured the enemy's speedy evacuation of Chattanooga for want of food and forage. Possessed of the shortest route to his depot, and the one by which reinforcements must reach him, we held him at our mercy, and his destruction was only a question of time. Now, in the most unexpected and surprising manner, he saw his prey wrenched instantly from his grasp, and his own continuance in his present camp depending upon the issue of a desperate battle, unless he could at once reestablish his hold on Lookout Valley. He attempted by a night attack to seize the ground which had been occupied in open day before his eyes. Longstreet's corps, his most trustworthy troops, under the lead of his best general, was sent against Hooker's force. It had been seen before nightfall that a considerable interval had been left between Geary's division and Howard's corps, and it was thought that, relying upon the superior knowledge of the country possessed by the Confederates, the Union troops might be thrown into confusion by a surprise in the darkness. Geary's pickets were driven in, but made such resistance that he was in line of battle to receive the direct attack when it was made. He defended himself with obstinacy, and Howard was directed to double quick Schurz's division to his relief. Steinwehr's division followed, but both of them on their way to Geary were themselves attacked on the left flank, and a spirited battle occurred, lasting several hours, in which the opposing forces could only mark each other's positions by the flash of their muskets. The Confederate attack was repulsed from one end to the other of the Union line. Hooker's loss was between 400 and 500. Longstreet's was something more than this, as Geary reports having buried 153 in front of his lines, and 100 Confederate prisoners were taken. The enemy made no further attempt to dispute the possession of Lookout Valley. Communication was established from Brown's Ferry to Wauhatchie. The rebel pickets from Lookout to Kelly's Ferry dispersed or surrendered. Supply trains began running regularly over the shortened line, and the garrison, finding itself once more in communication with the source of supplies and of reinforcements, took fresh heart and courage and was ready to move against the enemy. General Bragg, under fatal advice, now made the greatest error in all his career. About the middle of October, Mr. Davis had visited him in his camp before Chattanooga. They had gone together over the battlefield of Chickamauga. The Confederate President had made a series of complimentary and boastful speeches to the soldiers and officers of the army, praising them for what they had done and promising them still greater triumphs in the near future. It is conjectured that his visit had for its principal object the arranging of some difference of opinion which had arisen between Longstreet and Bragg, and that for the purpose of removing an element of discord from the army he had suggested the detachment of Longstreet's corps to capture or destroy the army of Burnside at Knoxville. Mr. Davis had always great confidence in his own military ability, and viewed his own plans with a complacency which was not disturbed by their continual failure. He was so elated on leaving the camp at Chattanooga that, discounting the success of the campaign he had planned, he bubbled over with satisfaction in the speeches he made on his route. At Selma, Alabama, on the 18th of October, urging the citizens to gather their guns and go to war, he intimated that such blows would soon be dealt the enemy as he would find it difficult to recover from. He spoke of the aid this would give to the gallant men and officers who are carrying out the plans of the noble Longstreet under the supervision of the heroic Bragg. He was confident that Rosecrans could be crushed to dust, and his defeat would practically end the war. He firmly believed that next spring would see the invader driven from our borders. Longstreet, however, did not start immediately after the visit of Mr. Davis. It was only after the defeat of Longstreet in the night battle at Wauhatchie that Bragg, being convinced that his grip on the army at Chattanooga was loosening, determined to seek compensation in an expedition against Burnside. On the 3rd of November, Longstreet received his orders to march, and the next day he took his departure from Tyner's Station. His orders were to drive Burnside out of East Tennessee, or better, to capture or destroy him. He took with him Hood's and McLaws's divisions and Wheeler's cavalry, not less than 20,000 men. He remained for several days at Sweetwater, asking for another division, and it was the 15th of November before he really took the road. Grant was promptly informed of the movement, and on the 7th of November issued peremptory orders to Thomas to make a powerful demonstration on the enemy's right wing on the northern extremity of Missionary Ridge for the purpose of recalling Longstreet. He, as well as the General-in-Chief and President, was in great anxiety about Burnside, and he preferred to have the most formidable corps of the rebel army in his front rather than see the army at Knoxville exposed to such serious danger. The orders of the 7th of November took Thomas by surprise. The plan devised by General W. F. Smith to advance the pickets on the left to Citico Creek, about a mile in front of the position they had been occupying, and to threaten the seizure of the northwest extremity of Missionary Ridge, had been under consideration for several days. Smith's plan was intended partly to occupy the space which would be necessary on Sherman's arrival for the proper encampments and probable developments for a battle, and the menace to Missionary Ridge was intended merely as a feint which might possibly induce the recall of Longstreet. But Grant's intense desire to relieve Burnside and to effect some practical result against the enemy in front of him led him to change these orders into a peremptory direction to Thomas to attack the north end of Missionary Ridge, and from there to threaten and even attack, if possible, the enemy's line of communication between Dalton and Cleveland. The moment Thomas received the order, he said to Smith that if he attempted to carry it out, his army would be terribly beaten, and he asked Smith to get the order revoked. But before any representations were made to Grant, Smith, Thomas, and Brannan, chief of artillery, made a careful reconnaissance of the field from a hill opposite the mouth of Chickamauga Creek, and being convinced that with their starved and skeleton animals they could do nothing with their field artillery, and that there were not muskets enough in Thomas's command to execute the task proposed, they reported that the movement could not be made until the arrival of Sherman's column, and Grant countermanded the order. In his official report, he simply says that after a thorough reconnaissance of the ground, however, it was deemed utterly impracticable to make the move until Sherman could get up, because of the inadequacy of our forces and the condition of the animals then at Chattanooga. But he never thoroughly forgave General Thomas for this difference of opinion, and in Badeau's Life and his own personal memoirs, General Grant's disapproval of the conduct of his great subordinate is indicated. The general judgment of military men, however, is that in this respect Thomas was right and Grant was wrong. General Smith says, "When it is remembered that 18 days after this, Sherman, with 6 perfectly appointed divisions, failed to carry this same point of Missionary Ridge at a time when Thomas, with 4 divisions, stood threatening Bragg's center, and Hooker, with nearly 3 divisions, was driving in Bragg's left flank, Bragg having no more strength than on the 7th, it will not be a matter of surprise that the order staggered Thomas." It will be remembered that General Rosecrans also expressed his dissatisfaction at Thomas's slowness at the very moment when his caution was saving Negley and Baird from destruction at the hands of Bragg. At this still more important juncture, the cool and imperturbable judgment of this great soldier again rendered invaluable service to the country. He firmly confronted the weighty censure of his powerful commander, and again, like Fabius Cunctator, rendered the state the best possible service by delaying until Sherman came and made victory certain. The week that elapsed was one of intense anxiety and suspense. Sherman was making every possible effort to hasten the advance of his column, but it is a far cry from Vicksburg to Chattanooga, and every day's march was thickly sown with obstacles. Low water in the Mississippi River and the scarcity of wood and coal made his progress up the river slow and tedious. From time to time they landed to gather fence rails by the riverside or to push out into the interior with wagons for wood. On the 2nd of October, Sherman reached Memphis and started his troops across country to the rescue of Rosecrans. He had 400 miles of marching through a region almost denuded of supplies and infested by large bodies of hostile cavalry. At Colliersville, October 11, he took part in person in the defense of a railroad station against Chalmers and a large force of horse and artillery. Blair, who commanded the advance, skirmished with the enemy all the way to Tuscumbia, which he occupied on the 27th of October. Sherman, having now received command of the Army of the Tennessee, assigned Blair to the command of the 15th Army Corps, and set General Dodge, with 8,000 men, to work repairing the railroads. On the 27th, Sherman received at Iuka a message from Grant, borne by a scout who had floated down the Tennessee, ordering him to drop all work on the railroads east of Bear Creek and to put his command in motion towards Bridgeport until he met orders. Sherman hastened to the front, leaving Blair to bring up the rear, and with infinite trouble from bad roads and swollen rivers, he arrived at Bridgeport on the night of the 13th of November, and rode into Chattanooga on the night of the 15th. The next day he reconnoitered the field of the coming battle from the same hill where Thomas had stood on the 7th, and surveyed with a kindling heart the work laid out for him and his army to perform. The week before would have been one of intolerable suspense to Grant and his army if the time had not been fully occupied by the preparation for the impending struggle. All things, Sherman says, had been prearranged with a foresight that elicited my admiration. From the hills we looked down on the amphitheater of Chattanooga as on a map, and nothing remained but for me to put my troops in the desired position. Grant's original plan had been to throw Sherman's force across the river at a point near the mouth of Chickamauga Creek, from which he should attack and carry the extremity of Missionary Ridge. Thomas was so to dispose his troops as to cooperate in this movement, and after the ridge was carried, the united forces were to rush to the railroad between Cleveland and Dalton. Hooker was to attack and carry Lookout Mountain if possible, while a demonstration was to be made on Trenton to induce Bragg to believe that the movement of Rosecrans in September was to be repeated. He changed his mind, however, a few days later, having resolved to throw a very large force into the attack on the northwest end of Missionary Ridge. He determined to detach Howard's corps from Hooker and to hold it in readiness to move to the support of Sherman or Thomas. But even Grant, the most masterful of all our generals, could not absolutely control the course of events, and on the very eve of battle he reverted to the former plan. He had intended that the attack should be made on the 21st, but a furious rainstorm, which began on the 20th and continued for 2 days, made the movement impossible. Though Sherman pushed his troops forward with his habitual fiery zeal, they could not get into position on the day fixed. The time, however, was not lost. while Sherman, in spite of flooded roads and bridges repeatedly broken as fast as repaired, was bringing his troops into a sheltered position behind the hills north of Chattanooga, where they were entirely concealed from the view of the enemy. Thomas brought Howard's corps in full view of Bragg's observatory on Missionary Ridge across the river through the town of Chattanooga out into the open fields in front of the Union works. This move was made to induce the enemy to believe that the troops from Brown's Ferry had been brought to reinforce the Union center. While this dramatic display of a splendidly appointed corps from the Army of the Potomac passed under the watching eyes of the enemy, the serious attack upon his right wing was preparing north of the river, screened behind the hills of Chattanooga, and Hugh Ewing, having made his demonstration at Trenton, had been hurried forward to the extreme left of the National Army. Even on the 23rd, the disposition of the troops was not yet completed, but Grant resolved to postpone his movement no longer. He had received a letter from Bragg on the 20th notifying him that prudence would dictate the early withdrawal of non-combatants from Chattanooga. This ruse was altogether too gross to be taken seriously. Grant suspected at once that Bragg was intending to retire, and this suspicion was strengthened on the night of the 22nd by the report of a deserter that Confederate troops were already moving to the rear. This report, although untrue, Grant afterwards thought was made in good faith and was founded on the fact that Bragg had sent reinforcements to Longstreet and, with incredible fatuity, was preparing to send others. Believing that Bragg was about to retire, and not willing to allow him the privilege of withdrawing his army intact, Grant ordered Thomas to make such a demonstration in front of his line on the 23d as to determine whether the enemy was still there in force or not. This duty was assigned to General Gordon Granger, commanding the new Fourth Corps, made up principally of the remains of McCook's and Crittenden's former commands. At the most prominent salient of the Union line stood a redoubt called Fort Wood, where 22 heavy guns had been placed in position. On either side of this fort 2 divisions of Granger's command were formed. On the left, General Wood, and on the right, General P. H. Sheridan, who was this day to fight for the first time under the eyes of Grant, and to enter on the career of unbroken success, which was to bring him to the head of the army. During the early part of the day the valley was filled with fog, which concealed it from the view of the enemy on the surrounding heights, but in the afternoon the veil lifted, and the Confederates on the ridge saw below them a sight full of scenic beauty. 2 splendid divisions moved out in front of the Union line, drums beating and colors flying. Behind them the 11th Corps was drawn up in mass, and on Granger's right, Baird and Johnson of Palmer's 14th Corps were held under arms in the intrenchments. So measured and precise were the movements of the troops that the Confederates imagined it was a dress parade going on in the plain, and they assisted at the show with no interest except that of pleased spectators. But suddenly, after the troops had rested some half an hour in line, the order to advance was given. Sheridan's and Wood's divisions rushed forward upon the rebel pickets, driving them rapidly through the low-lying ground and the thin woods, reaching the Grand Guards almost as soon as the pickets themselves, capturing Bragg's first line of rifle pits and several hundred men, and securing themselves in their new position before reinforcements could arrive from the main Confederate line. The Union line was thus pushed forward in the arc of a circle, about a mile in front of the position it had held the day before, and eminence called Orchard Knob was seized and hastily fortified, and although this success led immediately to no substantial result, and indeed it has been criticized as a needless and premature warning to the enemy, its moral effect seems to have been an ample compensation. It was a brilliant and easy success, important in the ground gained for future work, and valuable in the cheer and encouragement it gave to the troops who had been beaten at Chickamauga and so long shut up in the intrenchments at Chattanooga. They had met the enemy they had been confronting, and had gained the first round of a fight which all felt sure was to be decisive. Evening closed in with the roar of artillery from every point of the opposing lines, which seemed to the excited soldiers to express the exultation of the national troops and the defiance of the Confederates. It was night on the 23d before Sherman's forces had been brought together opposite the mouth of the Chickamauga, and even then his rear division under Osterhaus had been cut off by the broken bridge at Brown's Ferry, but Grant determined to wait no longer. He detached Osterhaus's division to Hooker and ordered Sherman to make his attack with the other three, assisted by J.C. Davis, who had been detached from Thomas to support him. Before midnight his pontoons were loaded. They dropped silently down to the point above the mouth of the creek, then, moving cautiously along the river, his troops captured successively all the Confederate pickets except one. By daylight of the 24th, 8,000 men were on the south bank of the Tennessee, safely established in their rifle trenches. As soon as it was light, a pontoon bridge was built over the Tennessee and another over the creek. "I have never," says Sherman, "beheld any work done so quietly, so well, and I doubt if the history of war can show a bridge of that extent, 1,350 feet, laid so noiselessly as well as in so short a time. I attribute it to the genius and intelligence of General W. F. Smith." Sherman had carefully explained to each of his division commanders the work required of him, and shortly after noon he marched from the river in three columns, the left commanded by General M. L. Smith on Chickamauga Creek, the center under General J. E. Smith, and the right under General Ewing. A light rain fell, and the valley was shrouded in mist and fog. Reaching the foothills, the skirmishers of Sherman kept up the face of the hill, followed by their supports. A brigade of each division went rapidly to the top of the hill, and though energetically opposed by the enemy, the point which Sherman had selected as the first position to be gained was reached. Here a grave disappointment awaited him. All the maps he had seen were imperfect, and represented Missionary Ridge as one continuous hill. From his observatory north of the river, the vast wrinkles of the ridge were not seen, and now on gaining the top of the hill for which he had so gallantly fought, he found that a considerable valley lay between him and the strong position of the enemy over the railroad tunnel, which had been his chief objective point. He fortified himself strongly, however, during the night, and the blaze of his campfires gave to Grant the assurance of a success greater than had really been gained. While Sherman was attacking on the extreme left of the Union line, Hooker, 13 miles away at Wauhatchie, was executing with no less gallantry than good fortune the task allotted to him. In the changes of troops which the exigencies at the eve of battle required, Howard had been taken from him, and Osterhaus's division from the 15th Corps and Cruft's from the 4th had been added to Geary's of the 12th, the only division which remained to him of the army he had brought from Virginia. Those three divisions, entirely strange to each other, were to participate in an attack upon the formidable position, equally unknown to them all, of Lookout Mountain, which was held by a strong force of the enemy. General Bragg, in his report, says that General Stevenson had 6 brigades at his disposal, and upon his urgent appeal, another brigade was dispatched in the afternoon to his support. Hooker had a force not much superior in numbers, and utterly inadequate to the attack of such a position as the enemy occupied, if it had been properly defended. The enemy's pickets formed a continuous line round the right bank of Lookout Creek, with strong reserves in the coves of the hills, while his main force was encamped in a hollow halfway up the slope of the mountain. The only means of access to the summit was by narrow trails, which were defended by strong pickets of the enemy; but if Hooker could succeed in rounding the northern slope of the mountain, he was sure of compelling the evacuation of the place, as the only road by which the enemy could connect with their main body was one which zigzagged up the eastern slope. "Viewed from whatever point," says Hooker, "Lookout Mountain, with its high palisaded crest and its steep, rugged, rocky, and deeply furrowed slopes, presented an imposing barrier to our advance; and when to these were added almost interminable, well-planned, well-constructed defenses held by Americans, the assault became an enterprise worthy the ambition and renown of the troops to whom it was entrusted." Geary, with his own and a part of Charles Cruft's division, crossed the creek near Wauhatchie early in the morning and moved down the valley, his right resting on the rocky palisades, capturing the rebel pickets as he moved. William Gross's brigade advanced resolutely to the bridge and began under a brisk fire to repair it. The Confederates were at once seen swarming down the mountain from their camps, filling their rifle pits and breastworks, but they were so much occupied with the men at the bridge that they paid little attention to Geary, who was moving down in a slight mist that obscured the valley, and they also neglected the passage of C. R. Woods's brigade between Geary and the bridge. At 11 o'clock both these brigades sprang across the river, connecting with Geary's left, which was in position to enfilade the Confederate works at the north end of Lookout, and the whole command rushed solidly up the mountain side, driving the Confederates rapidly before them. The right passed directly under the muzzles of the enemy's guns on the summit, climbing over ledges and boulders, uphill and down, furiously driving the enemy from his camp and from position after position. At noon Geary's advance rounded the northern point of the mountain. They had gained such an impetus that although this was the strongest point of the enemy's position, and although it had not been Hooker's intention to attack the Confederate works at that point without a pause for preparation, fired by success, the troops pressed impetuously forward with uninterrupted and irresistible progress. By 2 o'clock the clouds, which since morning had been hanging over the mountain, settled so thickly about the troops that their operations were arrested by the darkness. They halted and began strengthening their position, while their comrades in the field gazed with intense excitement upon the dense mass of vapor that hid this extraordinary battle from their view. Occasional flashes of musketry and glimpses of moving lines and of advancing banners were caught through the drifting clouds, and proved that all was going well with Hooker. At 4 o'clock he sent to Grant the welcome intelligence that he had established himself on the northern slope of Lookout in a position which he considered impregnable. Direct communication having been opened with Chattanooga, W. P. Carlin's brigade arrived late in the afternoon, after sharp fighting, and went to Hooker's right, relieving Geary's exhausted division. By this brilliant and picturesque victory the Union line was greatly shortened and strengthened, and brought into connection, so that on the morning of the 25th, the enemy having evacuated the mountain in the night, the National troops were drawn up in perfect communication from the point where Sherman's left rested on Chickamauga Creek to the lofty summit of Lookout Mountain, where the Eighth Kentucky had planted the Union flag to catch the first rays of the morning sun. It was not only the material advantages gained on this epic march which made the battle above the clouds memorable, Moral benefits of the highest character also came from it. When Hooker first started West, Mr. Lincoln wrote to Rosecrans that the relations between Hooker and Slocum were not such as to promise good in their relative positions. He therefore earnestly requested Rosecrans to make a transposition by which Slocum and his corps might pass from under the command of Hooker, and Hooker in return receive some other equal force. Rosecrans answered that any attempt to mingle them, the troops of his army, with Potomac troops by placing them under Potomac generals would kindle a flame of jealousy and dislike. But here, without a moment's warning, troops from the veteran Army of the Tennessee had been mingled with troops transferred from the soil of Virginia, and these, joined to soldiers of the Army of the Cumberland, had been put unexpectedly under the command of a Potomac general, and all had marched like brothers, under extraordinary circumstances, to battle and to victory, showing how incapable were the rank and file of that patriot army of the petty meanness imputed to them by their general. It was a happy augury of final success that this lofty watchtower, the possession of which had been so ardently desired for 2 weary years by the President, should at last be permanently occupied by the national power through the fraternal and unselfish valor of soldiers coming from every army and almost every State of the Union. Sherman had been ordered to renew his attack on the left at daybreak on the 25th. He obeyed his orders with the utmost gallantry and no lack of skill, but not with the success for which Grant had hoped and planned. It had been his expectation that Hooker's demonstration on the left and the threatening attitude of Thomas in the center would have occupied enough of Bragg's army to enable Sherman to gain Missionary Ridge with comparative ease and to push the National left between Longstreet and Bragg. But the Confederate general, perceiving at once in what direction his real danger lay, threw the bulk of his force against Sherman, and having obstinately barred his passage on the 24th, was prepared on the 25th also to make his principal battle against him. Though deeply chagrined by the failure of Stevenson to hold Lookout Mountain, Bragg comprehended the situation on the night of the 24th and ordered withdrawal of his forces from Lookout, concentrating them all on Missionary Ridge. He relied to a great extent on the strength of his works to defend his left flank and his center, which was under the command of Breckinridge, with Stewart's, Buckner's, and Hindman's divisions, and through to the right, his heavy columns under Cleburne, Cheatham, Walker, and Stevenson, the whole under command of Hardee. The morning broke clear and cold. The fog and mist of the previous day had passed away, and as Sherman, who had mounted his horse in the twilight before dawn and had ridden from one end to the other of his line, began to marshal his forces for the attack, he could see from his commanding position on the left the whole field of battle, the most grandiose and picturesque of the war. The plain of Chattanooga, broken by low ridges and small watercourses, interspersed with clumps of sparsely growing trees, and cut throughout its length by the parallel intrenchments of the hostile armies. To the north, the tortuous stream of the Tennessee, winding among wooded hills and lofty rocks, and still further to the north, the bare and rugged heights of Walden's Ridge and the Cumberland Mountains. On the extreme right, the sheer precipices of Lookout Mountain closed the view, and in front, the steep slope of Missionary Ridge, crowded with the Confederate batteries and fringed by the wavering banner flags of the rebellion, barred the passage of the Union arms to Atlanta and the heart of the South. But the first sight that greeted the eyes of Sherman was that the hill in front of him was held by the enemy with breastworks of logs and fresh earth, and that the high hills beyond swarmed with heavy masses of Confederates supporting formidable batteries. A great gorge lay between, where, although Sherman could not see them, his quick intelligence surmised the presence of the Confederate reserves. The sun had risen before his preparations were completed, and the bugles sounded forward. General J. M. Corse led the center along the ridge. M. L. Smith commanded the left, as he had done the day before, and J. M. Loomis the right, supported by 2 reserve brigades of J. E. Smith. General Howard had reported to Sherman early in the day with the 11th Corps and had been posted on the left. Baird also, who had been feeling Chattanooga Creek early in the morning, was ordered to report to Sherman and hurried to the left, only to be told that he was not needed and returned to take his place between the point where Sherman's battle was going on and the left of T. J. Wood's division, which was standing under orders in front of Missionary Ridge. There is but little to be said of the morning's work, except that both armies fought with the greatest possible gallantry and determination, without seriously damaging either side. From early noon until 3 o'clock, Sherman was expecting a cooperative movement on the part of Thomas, and as often as the imperative demands of the work before him gave him an instant of leisure, he looked anxiously to his right for the opening of the battle in that direction, but an occasional shot, he says, from Fort Wood and Orchard Knob, and some musketry fire and artillery over about Lookout was all that I could detect on our side. But about 3 p.m. I noticed the white line of musketry fire in front of Orchard Knob, extending farther and farther right and left and on. We could only hear a faint echo of sound, but enough was seen to satisfy me that General Thomas was at last moving on the center. But night had fallen on his gallant but unavailing struggle before he heard of the exploit of the Army of the Cumberland, which will remain forever immortal in our annals. The short afternoon was rapidly waning. Grant and his principal generals were waiting upon Orchard Knob for news of such decisive success from Sherman as to justify the cooperating movement on the part of Thomas, which had been ordered, and also for tidings that Hooker had descended from the slope of Lookout and had made his expected attack on the left flank of the enemy at Rossville. But Sherman, as we have seen, had met with unexpected obstacles, and though the greater part of the Union army was under his orders, they had not been able to make head against the heavy masses of Confederate infantry and the formidable works which he found springing up, as if by magic, in his path, while Hooker had also been detained several hours in the passage of Chattanooga Creek. But he had at length got his forces across that stream, and was even now, by a rapid and skillful movement on each side of the gap, driving the enemy from their works, the same, by the way, which Rosecrans had thrown up to defend his retreat from Chickamauga, and was striking the heavy blows which were soon to force the Confederate left in upon the center. This, however, was not yet known to Grant, and the absence of tidings gave him some anxiety. At last, concluding that Hooker must, from the nature of the case, have already made his way to Rossville, he gave orders for Thomas's advance. Baird had by this time got into position on the left of Wood, and the Union line stretched in martial array from left to right in this order: Baird, Wood, and Sheridan, each with 3 brigades, and Johnson far on the right, his 2 brigades slightly refused. They had stood there all day like well-bred hounds, straining at the leash, excited and restless at their apparent inaction, while the sound of furious battle coming from the left showed how their comrades were striving. At a distance varying from 400 to 900 yards in their front was the first line of the enemy's intrenchments. From there the slope of Missionary Ridge ran up 900 yards to the crest, bristling with batteries and protected by rifle pits, while halfway up this steep ascent was another imperfect line of works. Their orders were to take the first line of rifle pits, there to halt and reform. As firmly and steadily as if upon holiday drill, this magnificent line of veterans passed through the intervening wood, and arriving at the open ground beyond, broke into double quick, and rushed at full speed upon the Confederate intrenchments. Sheridan, who was in advance of his division, looked back at this serried line of waving and glittering steel behind him, and felt from that moment that nothing could withstand a rush of arms so terrible and imposing. The Confederates threw themselves flat in their trenches, and the Union troops rushed over and beyond them. 1,000 prisoners were sent to the rear, crouching before the rain of metal their own batteries were flinging upon both armies from the crest. Here, according to orders, the whole force should have halted, but a spirit had been raised in that long line of brave men that no order could hold in check. The position was, in fact, untenable. The rifle pits they had taken were commanded in every nook and corner by the blazing batteries above. To stay there was useless slaughter. To give way in the spirit that then animated the troops was impossible. One by one, without orders, the color-bearers rushed to the front, and the men followed. Sheridan and others sent back for orders to take the crest. They came in such contradictory shape that a moment's confusion resulted. Wagner's brigade, with superb obedience, marched back to the rifle pits and held their places for a little while with terrible loss. But the delay lasted only a few minutes. In the heat of valorous expectation and a certain prescience of victory that spread over the whole line, the orders of the morning passed out of view, and the officers, from the commanders of corps to the last corporal, gave, by common consent, the word to go forward. Captain Avery came to Sheridan from Granger with permission to go to the crest if he could do so. Sheridan asked the aide-de-camp for his flask, and raising it towards the crest of the ridge where Bragg's headquarters were visible, he bowed and drank to his adversary with the frontier salutation, "How?" and dashed forward with his men up the precipitous slope of the mountain. This continent has never beheld a scene of such grandeur as that which followed. The whole army was swept forward by an irresistible impulse. In each brigade and regiment little attention was paid to lines of formation. The color-bearers sprang forward first. A few of the strongest men gathered immediately about them, and groups of soldiers, which a spectator describes as looking from a distance like inverted V's, began climbing the mountain at every point, and yet so homogeneous was the spirit of daring and patriotism in every division that, taken as a whole, the entire mass went up the hill together. Several times, out of breath with the furious rush, they dropped panting upon the mountain side for a moment's rest, and the enemy at the top of the hill thought they were repulsed. But still the blue line went up, gaining ground every moment under the frightful fire of grape and canister from the batteries and the incessant hail of musketry from the rifle pits. The commanders on Orchard Knob watched the movement with intense concern. When the troops broke away from the enemy's first line of rifle pits, Grant turned to Thomas and said, "By whose orders is this?" Thomas, who knew his soldiers, said with his imperturbable smile, "By their own, I fancy." But still, as the soldiers drew nearer and nearer to the summit, the anxiety increased every instant, and when at last the blue line reached the last range of rifle pits near the crest, General W. F. Smith says that he turned away his face in the intolerable suspense until the cheer that filled the whole valley with its echoes showed that the victory was won. The troops poured over the top of the ridge like the crest of a breaking wave. Without firing a shot, they captured a large number of the rebels in the rifle pits, driving the rest in panic across the narrow plateau, seizing the guns and turning their enfiladed fire against their late owners. So sudden and so overwhelming was the rush, so ineffectual against the spirit of the Union soldiers had been the rain of fire and lead as they swept up the mountainside, that no impulse of fight seemed to be left in the Confederates when they reached the summit. The labor of that strenuous climb up a slope of nearly 1,000 yards must have exhausted the attacking force so as to render them an easy prey to the fresh troops on the summit if they had shown any enterprise, but all accounts agreed that, once up, they met with no resistance. General Bragg himself, who by some strange hallucination the moment before had imagined the enemy repulsed, and who was riding along the crest swinging his hat in triumph and congratulating his troops, suddenly heard that Wood's men had broken the line behind him and were crowning the ridge. Thinking this but a local misfortune, he sent General Bate to repair it, and at the same moment he heard that his left had given way at the point where Sheridan, mounting his short person upon a captured cannon to make himself seen in the confusion, was ordering a hot pursuit of the flying enemy. Hardee, on the extreme Confederate right, still, and for some time afterwards, held his own with energy as well against Sheridan as with the division of Baird, which, after gaining the crest, had wheeled to the north and attacked the rebel right. But, says General Bragg himself, all to the left was entirely routed and in rapid flight, nearly all the artillery having been shamefully abandoned by its infantry support. Every effort which could be made by myself and staff, and by many other mounted officers, availed but little. A panic which I had never before witnessed seemed to have seized upon officers and men, and each seemed to be struggling for his personal safety, regardless of his duty or his character. Meanwhile, General Hooker was advancing on the left. Osterhaus took the road to the east of the ridge, Geary that to the left, while Cruft pushed along the crest. After the first break at the gap, little effective resistance was made. The three divisions pushed rapidly along, driving the huddled Confederates before them till, reaching the scene of the greater battle, they rushed into the arms of R.W. Johnson's division of the 14th Corps, and large numbers were captured. Seeing the victory won, General Grant spurred his horse from Orchard Knob and soon gained the crest, intent upon pursuit. But even before his arrival, the keen eye of Sheridan had marked in the valley below a crowd of fugitives with trains and artillery, which excited his martial cupidity. He ordered Wagner and Harker to press the rear guard and capture the trains if possible. They marched rapidly forward, gathering in many guns and wagons. A mile beyond the battlefield, the road ran over a high and formidable ridge, upon which the enemy made a determined stand with a heavy force of infantry and several batteries. Sheridan, with Harker, Wagner, and Colonel Wood, in spite of the fatigue of his soldiers, here made another spirited attack, the men climbing and clinging to the face of the hill as they had done in the afternoon on Missionary Ridge. Holding the enemy in front, Sheridan sent a part of Harker's brigade to the right, and he pauses in his report at this point to draw an exquisite picture of a rare and beautiful scene, a nocturne in blue and silver. But a few moments elapsed ere the 26th Ohio and 15th Indiana carried the crest. When the head of the column reached the summit of the hill, the moon rose from behind, and a medallion view of the column was disclosed as it crossed the moon's disk and attacked the enemy, who, outflanked on the left and right, fled, leaving 2 pieces of artillery and many wagons. The enemy abandoned his position near the railroad tunnel in front of Sherman about midnight, and on the morning of the 26th Sherman advanced by way of Chickamauga Station, and Thomas's force under Hooker and Palmer moved out in pursuit on the Rossville road in the direction of Ringgold. At that point they found the enemy's rear guard under Claiborne in a strong position, well defended by artillery in a narrow gorge and on the slopes of the hill on either side of it. A spirited action here took place, in which Hooker's column fought at a great disadvantage on account of his entire lack of artillery. When his guns came up, however, Hooker succeeded in dislodging Claiborne and continued the pursuit as far as Tunnel Hill, some 20 miles from Chattanooga, where Grant ordered it to cease. Howard's corps was sent forward to Red Clay to break up the railroad between Dalton and Cleveland, thus cutting off Bragg's communication with Longstreet. General Grant says it was only the imperative necessity of relieving Burnside which prevented him from pursuing the retreating enemy as long as he could find supplies in the country. But his last advice having been that Burnside could probably hold out no longer than the 3rd of December, he called back his victorious columns from pursuit and ordered Sherman to take Granger's corps, and with that and his own to proceed immediately to rescue Knoxville. So greater success was not to be obtained without serious loss. Only 55 minutes elapsed from the time the National soldiers left their positions until they poured over the crest of the ridge, but every step of the way cost valuable lives. In this charge and in the smaller engagements, Sheridan lost 1,346, of whom 121 were officers, Wood 1,035, of whom 72 bore commissions. Johnson on the right had the easiest task, though he lost 304, and Baird, who was favored by the ground in front of him, lost 566, including 39 officers, among whom was the gallant Colonel Edward H. Phelps, commanding the brigade on the extreme left of the line, who fell in the moment of victory after the heights were gained. The Union loss in the Battle of Chattanooga aggregated 753 killed, 4,722 wounded, and 349 captured or missing, a total of 5,824. The enemy's loss in killed and wounded was far less, as he fought almost entirely behind intrenchments. General Bragg, in his official report, is prevented by his grief and disgust from entering into details. He admits a large loss of prisoners and stragglers and of 40 guns. Grant reported the capture of 6,142 prisoners, 239 of whom were commissioned officers. Bragg's losses at Chattanooga were 361 killed, 2,180 wounded, 4,146 captured or missing, in all 6,687. The disparity in numbers engaged was not so great as Bragg claims, and such as it was he had only himself or Mr. Davis to thank for it. Grant had about 60,000 men, and Bragg some 20,000 less. If the latter had had on Missionary Ridge the force which Longstreet took off on his wild goose chase to Knoxville, he would have had superior numbers, as well as his vast advantage of position. Grant always thought that the sudden disappearance of Sherman's army behind the hills north of Chattanooga deluded Bragg into the belief that Sherman had gone on to the help of Burnside, and that his feeble and irresolute tactics had their rise in that impression. Bragg, when he made his official report 5 days after the battle, was still suffering an agony of rage and shame. He spoke frankly of the panic and the shameful conduct of his troops. The position, he says, was one which ought to have been held by a line of skirmishers against any assaulting column, and wherever resistance was made the enemy fled in disorder after suffering heavy loss. Those who reached the ridge did so in a condition of exhaustion from the great physical exertion in climbing, which rendered them powerless, and the slightest effort would have destroyed them. Had all parts of the line been maintained with equal gallantry and persistence, no enemy could ever have dislodged us. He had but one explanation to give for a disaster and disgrace otherwise inexplicable, and that is wholly insufficient. He says his troops had for 2 days confronted the enemy, marshaling his immense forces in plain view and exhibiting to their sight such a superiority in numbers as may have intimidated weak minds and untried soldiers, but our veterans had so often encountered similar hosts when the strength of position was against us, and with perfect success, that not a doubt crossed my mind. There is nothing so potent or so inexplicable as that mysterious essence called the morale of an army, the spirit which informed the Army of the Cumberland on the afternoon of the 25th of November, and which rendered it impossible for its generals to hold it back, made it irresistible. Officers and men were swept up the rugged face of the mountain as if by some divine fury of purpose. They faced the fiery rain of death as if it had been a summer shower, though the Fourth Corps was twice decimated before it reached the summit. General Bragg was too severe on his soldiers. They did all they could be asked to do. They shot 1 in 5 of their assailants in that few minutes breathless rush. They were beaten, and they felt it instinctively. They were barely holding their own on their right against Sherman's heavy battalions. Hooker, they knew, had defeated them on the left, and was even now thundering upon their flank. And when they saw Thomas's splendid army swarming upon them from the plain, and apparently caring no more for their deadliest volleys than if they were snowflakes, it is no wonder that their hearts failed, and that they gave up the fight when the Army of the Cumberland poured over their trenches. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8 by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 6, Burnside in Tennessee. We have mentioned in other chapters the intense and incessant anxiety with which Mr. Lincoln had endeavored, ever since the war began, to extend relief to the loyal and suffering population of East Tennessee. He had lavished orders, persuasions, and entreaties upon every succeeding general who commanded in that region to take possession of its important strategic points. He had repeatedly urged upon Congress the construction of roads to render it accessible to our armies. Every consideration, military and political, united in urging the immediate and permanent occupation of East Tennessee. The strategic position was of the utmost importance. The great food-producing regions of Kentucky and Tennessee were the source of a great part of the Confederate supplies. The expeditions of Bragg, of Buckner, and of Kirby Smith into Kentucky showed the vast importance the Confederates attached to the retention or even the intermittent possession of those rich fields from which they drew their principal supplies of horses, of cattle, and of grain. In the flanks of these mountains also lay the great niter beds upon which the Confederates relied in their manufacture of gunpowder. Their most rapid and useful line of communication between Virginia and the West was by the railway which ran through the valley between the Great Smoky and the Cumberland Mountains. With the Union armies once safely in possession of Knoxville, the rebellion must inevitably perish sooner or later, to use Mr. Lincoln's vivid phrase, like an animal with a thorn in its vitals. But even more strongly than these material advantages did the moral claims of the East Tennesseans weigh with the President. No section of the country had deserved more at the hands of the Republic than those harried and persecuted loyalists throughout the great mountain regions of West Virginia, western North Carolina, and East Tennessee. Slavery had from the beginning gained there but a slight foothold and a feeble influence, so that the spirit of freedom and patriotism, which is so frequently characteristic of mountaineers, flourished unimpeded by the noxious influence of a society based upon human bondage. From the opening of the war, this brave and stalwart people had been true to the Union. As long as they were allowed the privilege of voting, they gave overwhelming majorities against secession. And after the State had been fraudulently declared out of the Union, and all its principal towns occupied by rebel troops, the loyalists yet stoutly stood by the old flag, resisting the exactions of rebel officers to the utmost of their ability. And when at last, through want of arms and organization, their attitude of passive resistance became impossible at home, they fled by night in groups of twos and threes, at the risk of their lives, over the rugged heights and through the laurel thickets of the Cumberland Mountains, running the risk of death by exposure to the shots of rebel pickets, to enlist at the first camp of Union soldiers which they could find in Kentucky. Many of those who remained at home met with a more dreadful fate than any which soldiers confronted on the field of battle. Their attitude of silent protest against rebel usurpation was treated as treason. They were cast by hundreds into overcrowded and fetid prisons, and on the mere suspicion of bridge burning, large numbers of them were summarily put to death. And according to the brutal order of Mr. Benjamin, the rebel Secretary of War, the bodies of those patriots were left hanging in the vicinity of the burnt bridges. The tale of these sufferings came constantly to Mr. Lincoln, and there was nothing in the war which caused him sharper pain or excited in him a more ardent desire for redress. The loyalists of Tennessee were ably represented in Washington, at first by Andrew Johnson in the Senate, and afterwards by Horace Maynard and others in the House of Representatives. They considered it their duty to give the government no peace in reference to the sufferings of their fellow citizens, and the President, striving with all his energies to relieve them, found for 2 years his efforts so unavailing that the sight of an East Tennessean at last came to give him the keenest distress. When finally he had been enabled to overcome the inertia of Rosecrans and had got his army as far as Tullahoma on the march to Chattanooga, and was even then urging Burnside in the most peremptory terms to march the Army of the Ohio into East Tennessee to support the movement of Rosecrans, his impatience and anxiety were such that he declined to meet a delegation of East Tennesseans who had come to urge upon the government some action in their favor. But he wrote them this letter, which shows the painful strain he was enduring. The petition of which you were the bearers has just been handed me. Your cards and notes had come to me on 2 or 3 successive days before, and I knew then, as well as I do now after reading the petition, what your mission was. I knew it was the same true and painful story which Governor Johnson, Mr. Maynard, Dr. Clements, and others have been telling me for more than 2 years. I also knew that meeting you could do no good, because I have all the while done and shall continue to do the best for you I could and can. I do as much for East Tennessee as I would or could if my own home and family were in Knoxville. The difficulties of getting a Union army into that region and of keeping it there are so apparent, so obvious, that none can fail to see them, unless it may be those who are driven mad and blind by their sufferings. Start by whatever route they may, their lines of supply are broken before they get halfway. A small force sufficient to beat the enemy now there would be of no value, because the enemy would reinforce to meet them until we should have to give back or accumulate so large a force as to be very difficult to supply, and as to ruin us entirely if a great disaster should befall it. I know you are too much distressed to be argued with, and therefore I do not attempt it at length. You know I am not indifferent to your troubles, else I should not, more than a year and a half ago, have made the effort I did to have a railroad built on purpose to relieve you. The Secretary of War, General Halleck, General Burnside, and General Rosecrans are all engaged now in an effort to relieve your section. But remember, you will probably thwart them if you make this public. Relief and redress were this time really on the way. The dispatch by Burnside of the Ninth Corps to the assistance of Grant at Vicksburg had for a long time delayed his march to the south, but at last, without waiting for General Parke's return, Burnside started from Camp Nelson in Kentucky on the 16th of August. Buckner, with a large force, awaited him, expecting that he would come by the easiest and most direct way through Cumberland Gap. But Burnside chose instead to move by the right, directly over the mountains. His progress was entirely unopposed. He concentrated his forces at Crab Orchard, and on the 21st of August began his march, with General S. P. Carter in the advance. He marched through Mount Vernon, Loudon and Williamsburg, where he was detained for a day by torrents of rain. On the 26th he passed the state line into Tennessee, where he was joined by General G. L. Hartsuff's command. After 2 days' rest, they pushed forward again, and in 2 rapid marches reached Montgomery in Morgan County, Tennessee. On the 1st of September, Burnside with his escort entered Kingston on the Tennessee River, and about the same time his advance took possession of Knoxville without resistance. The strategic march of Rosecrans upon Bragg's left flank having by this time caused the recall of Buckner to take part in the battle which was preparing on the banks of Chickamauga Creek. Burnside's force, advancing from Kingston to Loudon, arrived just in time to witness the withdrawal of the rear guard of the enemy and the destruction of the great bridge of the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad over the Holston River. Following his cavalry advance, which arrived on the 2d, he entered Knoxville on the 4th of September, amid the joyous acclamations of the people who had waited, with the sickness of hope deferred, for more than 2 years, for the great deliverance. He could hardly make his way through the streets for the crowds of delighted citizens of all colors and ages who thronged about him, shouting their welcome and cheering the flag. General Carter, who was a native of East Tennessee, was everywhere stopped and forced to address the people. Burnside, who had no inclination for public speaking, was at last compelled to say a few words. He acquitted himself of the task with dignity and earnestness, saying it had been his fervent wish from the moment he took command of the Army of Ohio to lead them into Tennessee to the deliverance of the loyal people there, and he assured them that he had come with means sufficient, with their assistance, to hold the country permanently and securely. When the flag was unfurled from the balcony of the house where he had made his headquarters, the crowd rushed forward, covering it with kisses, and the citizens, seizing upon the soldiers and officers without distinction of rank, carried them off to their houses to enjoy a warm welcome with what entertainment the disasters of war had still left them. It was not at army headquarters alone that the red, white, and blue standard was seen and honored. The flags which had been kept in concealment for so many months were now everywhere thrown to the breeze, and the town became radiant with the national colors. The immediate duty of Burnside was, of course, to place himself instantly in connection with Rosecrans. He should have done this even had he had no orders, but in reality his orders were of the most stringent character. Halleck had ordered him to connect with Rosecrans on the 11th of September, and as soon as he had become aware of Rosecrans's peril in McLemore's Cove, he directed him on the 13th to move down his infantry as rapidly as possible towards Chattanooga to connect with Rosecrans, and the next day said, "There are reasons why you should reinforce General Rosecrans with all possible dispatch. It is believed that the enemy will concentrate to give him battle. You must be there to help him." Burnside, however, seemed unaware of the necessities of the case. He had felt on the 10th of September as if the war were virtually over and his work done, and he tendered his resignation by telegraph on that day, feeling that he could now conscientiously ask to be allowed to resign. "I look upon East Tennessee," he said, "as one of the most loyal sections of the United States." The President responded with 1,000 thanks, but said, "We cannot allow you to resign until things shall be a little more settled in East Tennessee." He was then at Cumberland Gap, where he had the day before received the surrender of General J. W. Frazer, who with some 2,000 troops had lingered too long in that gateway of the mountains and had been taken by an attack of J. M. Shackelford in the rear. During the next 10 days, while Bragg was preparing to crush Rosecrans's army, and the latter was straining every nerve to concentrate his own scattered forces, now exposed to such peril. Burnside, notwithstanding all the orders that could be sent to him from Washington, seemed to feel no obligation resting upon him to make any especial haste for the relief of Rosecrans. From his own point of view, indeed, he was losing no time. He filled East Tennessee with desultory activity and answered every injunction from Washington with cheerful acquiescence, saying that he would proceed at once to the assistance of Rosecrans. But he took his own time about it. His cavalry was scouring the country in every direction, skirmishing as far as Blountsville, in the extreme northeastern corner of the State. So late as the 23d, the third day after Chickamauga, he telegraphed the President from Carter's Station, giving a cheerful view of the situation, saying he should go to Knoxville very soon, and though the news from Rosecrans was rather discouraging, he sincerely hoped and believed he would be able to hold his position. He gave particulars of bridges over the Holston, and intimated that if it had not been for the President's orders, he might have accomplished some very important work within 48 hours. On receipt of this, the President sat down in the War Department, his patience giving way, and wrote a stinging dispatch acknowledging receipt of Burnside's, and saying, "It makes me doubt whether I am awake or dreaming. I have been struggling for 10 days, first through General Halleck and then directly to get you to go to assist General Rosecrans in an extremity, and you have repeatedly declared you would do it, and yet you steadily moved the contrary way." He enumerates Burnside's dispatches, acknowledging receipt of orders and promising to hurry troops to Rosecrans, adding, "And now your dispatch of the 23d comes in from Carter's Station, still farther away from Rosecrans, still saying you will assist him, but giving no account of any progress made towards assisting him." The President's chiding continued for some time in this vein, but as he wrote, his habitual gentleness and moderation of spirit came back to him, as frequently happened in such cases, and having finished his dispatch he folded and endorsed it, "Not sent." But later he sent him a telegram directing him to hold his present position and send Rosecrans what he could spare in the quickest and safest way. In the meantime, he said, "Hold the remainder as nearly in readiness to go to him as you can, consistent with the duty it is to perform while it remains. East Tennessee can be no more than temporarily lost so long as Chattanooga is firmly held." Meanwhile, the mere thought that Burnside's troops were to be sent to Rosecrans drove the loyal Tennesseans wild. Mr. Maynard wrote from Nashville, "Can it be possible that after taking so easy and so complete possession of that country as we have done, it is to be abandoned for the sake of a few thousand soldiers, more or less numerous than we have ourselves furnished and put into the field? Remember that Chattanooga, though politically in Tennessee, is geographically in Georgia, and while it is vitally important to hold it, it is also vitally important not to abandon East Tennessee. In behalf of East Tennessee, we promised you, first, that your army should go in without serious opposition; second, that the people would receive the troops with welcome; third, that the country would furnish supplies in abundance for the army. All this has been fulfilled, and I beg we may no longer be made to suffer by the incredulity of generals in chief." In the end, Burnside did not go to Chattanooga. His favorite Ninth Corps joined him on the 1st of October, and he established himself firmly in Knoxville. His position there greatly troubled the Confederate authorities, and when Jefferson Davis visited the Confederate armies in the West, it was resolved to send a formidable expedition to dislodge or destroy Burnside. It is a singular fact that on the very day of Mr. Davis's visit to Bragg, when the detachment of Longstreet was probably resolved upon, the Government ceased urging Burnside to hurry to Chattanooga. and President Lincoln himself sent a telegram to Rosecrans, referred to in another place, explaining how Burnside could not go to him without surrendering East Tennessee and making the remarkable prophecy of Longstreet's detachment. The East Tennesseans were, however, greatly concerned, under the apprehension that Burnside would be sent away from Knoxville, and two prominent Union men of that place sent on the 13th of October this passionate appeal to the President: "In the name of Christianity and humanity, in the name of God and liberty, for the sake of their wives and children, and everything they hold sacred and dear on earth, the loyal people of Tennessee appeal to you and implore you not to abandon them again to the merciless dominion of the rebels by the withdrawal of the Union forces from East Tennessee." The President answered them on the 17th of October, saying, "You do not estimate the holding of East Tennessee more highly than I do. There is no absolute purpose of withdrawing our forces from it, and only a contingent one to withdraw them temporarily for the purpose of not losing the position permanently. I am in great hope of not finding it necessary to withdraw them at all, particularly if you raise new troops rapidly for us there." This work of raising new troops was going on with great rapidity and success, considering how many of the more adventurous Union men had already crossed the Cumberland Mountains to join the National army. Burnside reported to the President that he had already 3,000 in 3 years' service, and half armed about 2,500 home guards. Many more recruits could have been had for the 3 years' service, but for the want of clothing and camp equipage. The difficulty of transportation was in fact the main trouble Burnside had to contend with. Congress had not authorized the building of the road which President Lincoln had so earnestly urged upon it, and the hauling of supplies from Kentucky by the mountain roads was a most difficult and toilsome proceeding. Burnside's command was from the beginning placed upon half rations of everything but fresh beef, and the half ration was afterwards cut in two. There were almost no small stores except sugar and coffee, but the command was reported by Burnside as remarkably happy and willing, and ready for any ordinary emergency. Throughout the month of October the country supplied an abundance of forage, although there was some suffering for the want of food and clothing and horseshoes. Burnside went cheerily ahead, surveying the railroad from Kingston to the mouth of the Big South Fork of the Cumberland, the head of navigation of that river. A road was at the same time building from Kentucky down to that place to supply the army in winter. So much at ease did Burnside feel in regard to the position of the army that on the 22nd of October he again tendered his resignation, but a situation of the gravest peril was at that moment being prepared for him. On the 3rd of November, Longstreet, being summoned to headquarters, received the orders detaching him from Bragg's army to lead an expedition against Burnside. He took with him McLaws's and Hood's divisions, 2 artillery battalions, and Wheeler's cavalry. He was directed to move as fast as possible, and warned that the success of his plan depended upon rapid movements and sudden blows. Driving Burnside out of East Tennessee was the least of the objects proposed to him. It was hoped that he might do better than this, capture or destroy him. Major General Samuel Jones was at the same time urged to press Burnside from East Tennessee. Longstreet got away promptly next day, but in 10 days moved no farther than Sweetwater. With a doubt and indecision singular in his firm and resolute character, he repeatedly begged for further reinforcements. With a command already double that of his enemy, not counting the force which General Jones commanded in the Northeast, he still insisted on another division being sent him. He went so far as to say to Bragg that he thought he greatly overestimated the enemy's force at and around Chattanooga. I have seen the force, he says, every day for the time it has been here, and I cannot think it exceeds your force without Stevenson's division, which he therefore urgently asked for. But this demand was very properly refused by Bragg, and Longstreet started with the force he had. Late in the campaign, Bragg foolishly yielded and sent him 2 additional brigades from Buckner's force. While Longstreet was thus making his leisurely march from the southeast, Jones, on the opposite side of Knoxville, made a spirited dash upon one of Burnside's outposts at Rogersville, capturing the force stationed there. Burnside, on the 12th of November, explaining this mishap, said it was impossible to be sufficiently watchful to prevent trouble while so many points were assailable. He was then trying to occupy the line from Washington on the Tennessee River to the Watauga, and he was holding as far east as Bull's Gap, scouting to Greenville, and picketing the Tennessee River from Washington to Kingston, his main force being stationed along the line from Kingston to Knoxville. His command, he said, was still in good health and spirits, though short of everything. By running the flour mills in his possession, he could keep 5 days' supply of flour on hand, and he had always plenty of beef, cattle, and salt, and, though threatened, as he said, by a considerable force of the enemy on each flank, had no serious apprehension of immediate trouble. With courage and purpose undisturbed by the undeniable danger surrounding him, he said this was certainly not the proper time to evacuate the country, and although he heard the report of Longstreet's force between Sweetwater and Loudon, he said with almost boyish confidence, "General Grant will take care of this." One of the most remarkable incidents of all these campaigns was that while the Administration in Washington and General Grant in Chattanooga were filled with the keenest anxiety and alarm with regard to Burnside, fearing on the one hand that he might be captured or destroyed by a sudden dash of the enemy, or that he might lack heart for the defense of the place and retreat to Cumberland Gap, he himself felt no apprehensions as to his fate, and had no purpose to desert the post confided to his care. Whatever may have been his faults and deficiencies as a general, a lack of resolution or a distaste for fighting could never be reckoned among them. As soon as Longstreet's advance arrived at Loudon on the Tennessee, Burnside sent a dispatch to Grant proposing, by gradually retiring from that point, to draw Longstreet further and further away from Chattanooga, wisely thinking that in this way he could best assist the plans of Grant against Bragg. Grant was greatly relieved by this suggestion, not only from the practical assistance it would give himself, but also because it was an indication of Burnside's confidence in his own power to resist the formidable onslaught of Longstreet. Grant telegraphed him on the 14th, urging him to hold Longstreet in check, then to skirmish and fall back, avoiding serious loss to himself, and that in that case Grant would be able to place a force between Longstreet and Bragg that would inevitably drive the former to the mountain passes. And the next day he telegraphed him again, a dispatch which is a model of earnest and energetic instruction, directing him to hold on to Knoxville and that portion of the valley immediately depending upon it. He said, "Should Longstreet move his whole force across the Little Tennessee River, an effort should be made to cut his pontoons on the stream, even if it sacrificed half the cavalry of the Ohio army. I can hardly conceive the necessity of retreating from East Tennessee. If I did so at all, it would be after losing most of the army. I will not attempt to lay out a line of retreat. I would harass and embarrass progress in every way possible, reflecting on the fact that the Army of the Ohio is not the only army to resist the onward progress of the enemy." In this strain he continued for several days his stringent and encouraging dispatches. Burnside carried out these orders, which, to do him justice, he had himself suggested with great energy and spirit. He withdrew from Loudon on the morning of the 15th and fell back, marching in the direction of Knoxville. Longstreet, after crossing, pushed forward with great energy and tried to reach Campbell's Station before Burnside to cut off the National force from Knoxville. Burnside was, however, warned in time, and by a rapid march reached the station first. He had only about 5,000 troops, and with these he carried on a spirited fight of several hours against double that number of Confederates, and having checked the enemy long enough to save his trains, he renewed his movement on Knoxville, where he arrived by a night march, Longstreet following the next day. Burnside was so little impressed by the strength of Longstreet's attack that he telegraphed to the President that he thought there was a chance that Longstreet might be simply covering a movement into Kentucky. But this fancy was rapidly dispelled. Longstreet at once began to invest Knoxville, though the investment was never made complete. The town had been thoroughly fortified, a line of defense extending from the Holston River on the left, a double line of works fronting west, a strong work called Fort Sanders at the northwest salient, and a line which continued from there across the railroad and again to the right as far as the river. The south side of the Holston was defended also by detached works connected with the town by a pontoon bridge. Burnside had about 12,000 effective men, which number was swelled by a partially organized force of loyal Tennesseeans. Longstreet sat down before the place with over 15,000 veteran troops, exclusive of his cavalry, a number which was afterwards increased to some 23,000. His superiority in force was, however, never sufficient to enable him to invest the place completely. Burnside still continued to hold partial communication with the country outside, and although before the end of the siege the ration was greatly reduced and forage became so scarce that superfluous animals were killed and thrown into the river to get rid of them, the garrison was never really driven to extremities. Loyal farmers floated down all sorts of needed supplies in rafts on the river, which were caught by booms at the town, and the same device was used to stop the progress of the heavy rafts sent down by the Confederates in the hope of breaking the pontoon bridges. There was a considerable time during which no news came from Burnside. At his request, General Foster had been sent to relieve him, but having only a small force with him, Foster was unable to get farther than Cumberland Gap, and thence he sent from day to day such news as came to him of the progress of the siege, which amounted to very little, except that his scouts coming in reported heavy firing in the direction of Knoxville. On the receipt of one of these messages on the night of November 23d, President Lincoln, who had waited all day with some anxiety for news from Knoxville, expressed his satisfaction. When asked by his secretary what cause of congratulation he could find in a bit of news of so little significance, he replied with one of his characteristic apologues: "A neighbor of mine in Menard County, named Sally Ward, had a large family of children that she took very little care of. Whenever she heard one of them yelling in some out-of-the-way place, she would say, 'Thank the Lord, there's one of my young ones not dead yet.' So long as there was firing in the direction of Knoxville, Burnside was not captured." At last Grant made his move upon the enemy. Hooker fought his way through the clouds on Lookout Mountain. Sherman held Bragg's right arm as in a vise at the tunnel, and Thomas's soldiers broke like a thunderbolt through the Confederate center at Missionary Ridge. Grant, riding in pursuit of the broken enemy, spent but one day in this occupation, and instantly ordered Sherman, with his own and Howard's corps, to march to the rescue of Burnside. They made all possible haste on the way, but swiftly as they marched, the news of the Confederate disaster on Missionary Ridge reached Longstreet before them. He at once determined to wait no longer, but to attempt at least to carry Knoxville by assault. This resolution was taken against the protest of his generals, who advised returning to Virginia, but Longstreet argued, "It is a great mistake in supposing there is any safety for us in going to Virginia. If General Bragg has been defeated, for we leave him at the mercy of his victors, and with his army destroyed, our own had better be also, for we must not only be destroyed but disgraced." He therefore advanced his line of sharpshooters on the night of the 28th to within rifle range of the National defenses, and made ready a heavy column to assault Fort Sanders on the northwest side of Burnside's line, which was the strongest point of the National works, but if taken rendered the capture of the city an easy task. The defenders of the place became aware of his purpose by the capture of pickets, and made their preparations to resist. At dawn on the 29th, Longstreet began a furious artillery fire, to which no reply was made from the fort; and after about half an hour the Confederate column, which had been concentrated during the night, charged on the bastion. The space in front of the fort had been carefully prepared with abatis and entanglements of wire. Many of the Confederates fell over these obstacles and produced a momentary confusion, but the heavy mass behind them pushed resolutely forward and soon gained the ditch and the parapet. It was a repetition, with exchanged flags, of the slaughter of Fort Wagner. The National guns, which had remained inexplicably silent up to this moment, opened upon the rebels with triple charges of canister. The infantry suddenly appeared, shooting down the defenseless Confederates on the glacis and in the ditch, bayoneting or clubbing back with their muskets every head that appeared above the parapet. Only one of the assailants got over the parapet alive. The ditch was filled with the dead and wounded, and the glacis was thickly sprinkled with them. Longstreet lost in this assault 1,000 men. The casualties on the Union side were insignificant. Burnside reports only 13 killed and wounded. There were only 220 men and 11 guns actually engaged in this brilliant defense against 4 brigades of Longstreet. Lieutenant Samuel N. Benjamin, commanding a light battery of the 2nd United States Artillery, inspired and directed the defense of the fort. Immediately after the repulse, while his broken columns were coming shattered and bleeding back to his lines, Longstreet received a dispatch from Jefferson Davis announcing the disaster of Chattanooga and directing him to put himself in immediate communication with Bragg. But learning soon after, by means of a dispatch which Grant had contrived should fall into his hands, that heavy reinforcements were on the way to Burnside, he saw that it was impossible to form a junction with Bragg. He therefore recalled his trains, which were already in motion for Loudon, and resolving on the 2d of December to abandon the siege, he put his trains in motion on the 3d, and on the night of the 4th he passed around the north side of Knoxville and took up his line of march to the Holston. When Sherman was turned back by Grant from the pursuit of Bragg, he imagined that he was only required to protect the right flank of Granger during the first stage of his march to Knoxville; but on arriving at Charleston he was surprised to find a dispatch from Grant directing him to take command of Granger's corps, and with whatever force he deemed necessary from his own command to push forward with the utmost haste to Burnside's relief. 7 days before, he says, we had left our camps on the other side of the Tennessee with 2 days' ration, without a change of clothing, stripped for the fight, with but a single blanket or coat per man, from myself to the private included. He had no provisions except such as could be gathered by the road, and was in all respects ill supplied for such a march; but without protest or complaint he pushed his column forward with such celerity and to cause the various detachments of the enemy who were guarding the road to fall back in haste without in any case effecting the complete destruction of their stores, so that Sherman's advancing army lived in great part on the provisions deserted by these Confederate detachments. At Loudon he divided his force into three armies, Frank P. Blair, Jr., commanding the right wing, Granger the center, and Howard the left. The different commanders were to act independently and on the defense, marching to the support of each other at the sound of the guns. The bridge at Loudon over the Holston River having been destroyed, the army was compelled to move east on the south side of the river, and the principal obstacle in their way was the Little Tennessee, which flows into the Holston between Loudon and Knoxville. Sherman had hoped to ford this river at Morgantown, but it was found too deep, and the water was freezing. With the assistance of General J. H. Wilson, a bridge was hastily improvised of cut wood and square trestles made from the houses of Morgantown, and the 15th Corps crossed at that point. Howard, who had captured a large number of wagons from the Confederates at Loudon, brought them along with him and made a bridge of them at Davis's Ford, on which he passed his force. A new and welcome experience of this march was that the army everywhere received willing assistance from the population. General Howard says, "Along the entire route we were cheered by the most lively demonstrations of loyalty on the part of the inhabitants. A man who had been a major in the rebel service and resigned came to me, and without laying any claim to loyalty stated that he had drifted with the current, but since our recent victory was satisfied that Tennessee would resume her place in the Union. He gave me information so accurate that I was able to sketch the works at Knoxville and the enemy's position." He records in another place a touching instance of the loyalty of the Tennesseeans. Many of his troops had worn out their shoes in their long march, and were tramping barefoot over the frozen ground. He saw citizens meeting them sit down on the ground, take off their own shoes, and give them to the soldiers. Straining every nerve to reach and rescue their comrades at Knoxville, whom they considered in such extremity, firing their artillery with wasteful liberality whenever a Confederate uniform came in sight for the purpose of advertising their advance to Burnside, all the heads of columns communicated at Marysville on the night of the 5th, where General Sherman met an officer of Burnside's staff, who announced that Longstreet had raised the siege and retreated in the direction of Virginia. Sherman at once wrote to Burnside announcing his arrival and saying he could bring 25,000 men into Knoxville, but, Longstreet having retreated, he adds, "I feel disposed to stop, for a stern chase is a long one." Leaving his own troops and accompanied only by Granger's corps, he rode into Knoxville and was greeted by Burnside with the warmest and most courteous welcome, but with a serenity which somewhat surprised Sherman, who had expected to find the garrison at the point of starvation. His astonishment was increased on viewing the pens of fat cattle by the riverside, and reached its height when he sat down at the hospitable table of Burnside, a born amphitryon, who, if he were cast ashore on a coral reef, would have asked his shipwrecked comrades to dine with him the next day on whatever the atoll afforded, and partook of the best dinner he had had for a year. The two generals visited together the lines about Knoxville, passing in review the works which Burnside had so gallantly defended, and the vastly more extensive and formidable fortifications with which Longstreet had attempted to invest the town. The officers at Knoxville, who had expected a much less massive reinforcement, looked with some wonder at the three armies which Sherman had brought them, which they regarded as entirely disproportionate to the service required. As one said, it was like using the foot of an elephant to crush a gnat. Burnside at once assured Sherman that he required but a small portion of the forces to drive Longstreet out of Tennessee, and with that unselfish generosity which formed the most distinguished trait of his character, and which won for him the continual devotion of his friends and the love and appreciation of his fellow citizens, in spite of all errors and mistakes throughout his conspicuous public career, he gave Sherman a letter thanking him in the heartiest terms for the great assistance his army had rendered, to which he unreservedly attributed the raising of the siege, and advised him to return at once with all the troops, except those commanded by Granger, to within supporting distance of the force in front of Bragg's army. There is no reason to doubt that General Sherman coincided with this view of Burnside. It is certain that Granger deeply injured himself in the estimation both of Sherman and Grant by bitterly protesting against it. There is nothing to show that at the moment General Grant did not himself agree in the wisdom of the course suggested by Burnside and pursued by Sherman. Yet later, when it was shown to have been a mistake, Grant, in a letter to Halleck, made haste to exonerate Sherman from any share in it. It soon became evident that this action was unwise. It was either unnecessary to send so great a force to Knoxville, or having it there, it was an error to bring it back without a more energetic pursuit of Longstreet than was made. Grant's orders were imperative that Longstreet should be well followed up, and in pursuance of them the Ninth Corps, under General Parke, started in pursuit of the retreating Confederates on the 7th of December. Burnside, feeling that his work was done, now eagerly awaited the arrival of his successor, General Foster, who came on the 10th, and on the 11th assumed command of the department. The force under General Parke was quite insufficient for the work required of him. They could neither outmarch nor outfight Longstreet's veterans, and the result was that without serious molestation Longstreet moved to the south side of the Holston, where, in the midst of a rich grain-growing region, he passed the winter, a sore annoyance to the Union people of East Tennessee and a constant menace to the Union force at Knoxville. Sherman returned with his army to Chattanooga, and the grand campaign was ended, one of the most interesting in its incidents and important in its results that took place during the War of the Rebellion. It had been, since the war began, the project nearest and dearest to the heart of the President to establish the national flag in the hill country of Tennessee, among that loyal and suffering population, and to take possession at Chattanooga of those rocky fastnesses which, once firmly held by the Union army, formed a salient bastion thrust into the enemy's most vital line of communication, completely severing the eastern from the western portion of the Confederacy, stopping the flow of supplies from the rich food-producing regions of the border to the Southern armies, and affording a safe and impregnable sally port from which the armies of the Union should march in their own good time on their final mission of liberating conquest. On the 11th of September, when Rosecrans's strategic march opened the gates of Chattanooga, the President's first thought was of the political regeneration of East Tennessee. He wrote to Andrew Johnson, the military governor of that State, urging him to seize the moment to inaugurate a loyal State government which should be in the hands of the friends of the Union. A week later he wrote again, saying, "Let me urge that you do your utmost to get every man you can, black and white, under arms at the very earliest moment to guard roads, bridges, and trains, allowing all the better trained soldiers to go forward to Rosecrans. Of course, I mean for you to act in cooperation with and not independently of the military authorities." But after this letter was written, there were still almost 3 months of battle, of march, and of siege before this important national conquest was fixed and affirmed, and the flag of the Union floated in security from Cumberland Gap to Chattanooga and over the loyal hills of Knoxville. On the 7th of December, the President gave utterance to the feeling of reverent gratitude with which the nation hailed this inestimable success in a proclamation in which he said: "Reliable information being received that the insurgent force is retreating from East Tennessee, under circumstances rendering it probable that the Union forces cannot hereafter be dislodged from that important position, and esteeming this to be of high national consequence, I recommend that all loyal people do, on receipt of this information, assemble at their places of worship, and render special homage and gratitude to Almighty God for this great advancement of the national cause." And the next day, not being of the number of those rulers who reserve all their gratitude for the Almighty to the neglect of human instrumentalities, he sent a dispatch to Grant, saying, "Understanding that your lodgment at Chattanooga and Knoxville is now secure, I wish to tender you and all under your command my more than thanks, my profoundest gratitude for the skill, courage, and perseverance with which you and they, over so great difficulties, have effected that important object. God bless you all." End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 7, Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. By the retreat of Lee from Gettysburg and the immediate pursuit by Meade, the burial of the dead and care of the wounded on that great battlefield were left largely to the military and local authorities of the state of Pennsylvania. Governor Andrew G. Curtin gave the humane and patriotic duty his thoughtful attention, and during its execution the appropriate design of changing a portion of the field into a permanent cemetery, where the remains of the fallen heroes might be brought together, and their last resting place suitably protected and embellished, was conceived and begun. The citizen soldiery from 17 of the loyal states had taken part in the conflict on the Union side, and the several governors of these states heartily cooperated in the project, which thus acquired a national character. This circumstance made it natural that the dedication ceremonies should be of more than usual interest and impressiveness. Accordingly, at the beginning of November 1863, when the work was approaching its completion, Mr. David Wills, the special agent of Governor Curtin, and also acting for the several states, who had not only originated but mainly superintended the enterprise, wrote the following letter of invitation to President Lincoln. Quote, "The several states having soldiers in the Army of the Potomac, who were killed at the Battle of Gettysburg, or have since died at the various hospitals which were established in the vicinity, have procured grounds on a prominent part of the battlefield for a cemetery, and are having the dead removed to them and properly buried. These grounds will be consecrated and set apart to this sacred purpose, by appropriate ceremonies, on Thursday, the 19th instant. Honorable Edward Everett will deliver the oration. I am authorized by the governors of the different states to invite you to be present and participate in these ceremonies, which will doubtless be very imposing and solemnly impressive. It is the desire that, after the oration, you, as chief executive of the nation, formally set apart these grounds to their sacred use by a few appropriate remarks. It will be a source of great gratification to the many widows and orphans that have been made almost friendless by the great battle here, to have you here personally, and it will kindle anew in the breasts of the comrades of these brave dead, who are now in the tented field or nobly meeting the foe in the front, a confidence that they who sleep in death on the battlefield are not forgotten by those highest in authority. And they will feel that, should their fate be the same, their remains will not be uncared for. We hope you will be able to be present to perform this last solemn act to the soldier dead on this battlefield." Unquote. President Lincoln expressed his willingness to perform the duty requested of him. On the day preceding the ceremonies, he went by special train to Gettysburg, accompanied by the Secretary of State and other prominent persons. The village was full of visitors when they arrived. That evening, in response to a serenade, Mr. Seward made a short address, in the course of which he said, "I thank my God that I believe this strife is going to end in the removal of that evil which ought to have been removed by deliberate counsels and peaceful means. And I thank him for the hope that when this cause is removed, simply by the operation of abolishing it, as the origin and agent of that treason that is without justification and without parallel, we shall thenceforth be united, be only one country, having only one hope, one ambition, and one destiny." When we part tomorrow night, let us remember that we owe it to our country and to mankind that this war shall have for its conclusion the establishing of the principle of democratic government, the simple principle that whatever party, whatever portion of the community, prevails by constitutional suffrage in an election, that party is to be respected and maintained in power until it shall give place, on another trial and another verdict, to a different portion of the people. If you do not do this, you are drifting at once and irresistibly to the very verge of universal, cheerless, and hopeless anarchy. But with that principle, this government of ours, the purest, the best, the wisest, and the happiest in the world, must be, and, so far as we are concerned, practically will be, immortal. At the appointed hour on the 19th, a vast procession, with military music, moved to the cemetery grounds where, in the midst of a distinguished auditory, the orator of the day, Edward Everett, made an address worthy alike of his own fame and the extraordinary occasion. His discourse occupied itself with three principal and natural divisions of his subject: the great battle, the origin and character of the war, and the object and consequences of victory. It is not too much to say that for the space of 2 hours he held his listeners spellbound by the rare power of his art. The durable interest of history in his utterance lies most in the witness he bore concerning the character and responsibility of those who began the great conflict of which this battle was one of the principal events. If there was an American who was qualified by moral training, by literary culture, by political study, by official experience, by party affiliation, by long practice in historical criticism, and ripe experience in public utterance, to sit in calm judicial inquiry on the causes, theories, and possible results of the Civil War, that man was Edward Everett. Furnished under the most favorable auspices during his student years, with the full panoply of scholastic acquirements that teachers and textbooks can provide, beginning his career as a minister of the gospel, under the rigid self-restraints and tempering charity which that calling imposes, he passed successively to the duties of a college professor, where out of the critical study of the value of words grew the rare perfection of his literary style. Then, by a 10 years' participation in national legislation, as a member of the lower house of Congress, he became familiar with the quality of laws and the ends of government. Following this, his functions as governor of Massachusetts gave him practical insight into the principles and needs of local administration. The authority of the executive, as the guardian of the liberties of the citizen. Sent abroad thereafter to fill the highest diplomatic office of the American government as minister to England, he was called upon, under broad principles of the law of nations, to discuss and adjust several difficult and far-reaching questions, which touched not merely the present, but also the future welfare and greatness of his country. Later, he was appointed to the wider and more responsible duties of Secretary of State during the close of Fillmore's administration, when the whole diplomatic service of the American government was entrusted to his care and direction. Crowning his official career, he was elected to the United States Senate, where the opening phases of the great slavery agitation engaged his earnest solicitude and temperate comment. His impaired health withdrew him from politics and enabled him to stand aloof from party heats and factional storms. This circumstance placed him in that neutral attitude in virtue of which he became the nominee for vice president of the Constitutional Union Party in 1860, which professed to ignore the slavery issue and to stand as a peace-compelling umpire between the extremists of the North and the South. Where, then, could be found an observer, critic, or commentator of nicer skill, of finer judgment, of more impartial temper? In the clamor and conflict of assertion and denial, of crimination and recrimination, the words of such a man, uttered on such an occasion as this dedication of the Gettysburg Cemetery, in the presence of these august living witnesses, standing amidst the half-closed graves of the greatest battlefield of the war, become a testimony and a guide to the historian and to posterity, before which flimsy excuse and selfish appeal, choleric invective and maudlin sympathy, alike fade into insignificance. It must be remembered that his were not the hasty expressions of excitement or passion that marked the culmination of controversy and the outbreak of hostilities. This was near the close of the third year of the war, when every claim had been heard, every protest weighed, every profession tested by the criterion of practical experiment. Neither was it the mere fervid outburst of an orator's heat. His indictment embodies the calm reflection of the thinker in his study, pronounced with the grave authority of the statesman on his tribune. Only a few of its salient paragraphs can here be quoted. Beginning his oration with a recital of the mortuary honors which the Greeks paid the warriors who died in battle for the cause of their country, and passing from that theme to, quote, our obligations to the martyrs and surviving heroes of the Army of the Potomac, unquote, the speaker went on with a master's skill to draw a picture of the great campaign in battle. Coming then to a new branch of his subject, he continued, quote, and now, friends, fellow citizens, as we stand among these honored graves, the momentous question presents itself. Which of the two parties to the war is responsible for all this suffering, for this dreadful sacrifice of life? The lawful and constitutional government of the United States, or the ambitious men who have rebelled against it? I call the war which the Confederates are waging against the Union a rebellion, because it is one, and in grave matters it is best to call things by their right names. I speak of it as a crime, because the Constitution of the United States so regards it, and puts rebellion on a par with invasion. The Constitution and law not only of England, but of every civilized country, regard them in the same light, or rather they consider the rebel in arms as far worse than the alien enemy. To levy war against the United States is the constitutional definition of treason, and that crime is by every civilized government regarded as the highest which citizen or subject can commit. Not content with the sanctions of human justice, of all the crimes against the law of the land it is singled out for the denunciations of religion. The litanies of every church in Christendom, whose ritual embraces that office, as far as I am aware, from the metropolitan cathedrals of Europe to the humblest missionary chapel in the islands of the sea, concur with the Church of England in imploring the Sovereign of the universe, by the most awful adjurations which the heart of man can conceive, or his tongue utter, to deliver us from sedition, privy conspiracy, and rebellion. And reason good, for while a rebellion against tyranny, a rebellion designed, after prostrating arbitrary power, to establish free government on the basis of justice and truth, is an enterprise on which good men and angels may look with complacency. An unprovoked rebellion of ambitious men against a beneficent government, for the purpose, the avowed purpose, of establishing, extending, and perpetuating any form of injustice and wrong, is an imitation on earth of that first foul revolt of the infernal serpent, against which the supreme majesty of heaven sent forth the armed myriads of his angels, and clothed the right arm of his Son with the three-bolted thunders of omnipotence. Lord Bacon, in the true marshalling of the sovereign decrees of honor, assigns the first place to the conditores imperiorum, founders of states and commonwealths, and far more than to any of those to whom Bacon assigns this highest place of honor, whose names can hardly be repeated without a wondering smile: Romulus, Cyrus, Caesar, Ottoman, Ishmael. Is it due to our Washington as the founder of the American Union? But if to achieve or help to achieve this greatest work of man's wisdom and virtue gives title to a place among the chief benefactors, rightful heirs of the benedictions of mankind, by equal reason shall the bold, bad men who seek to undo the noble work, eversores imperiorum, destroyers of states, who for base and selfish ends rebel against beneficent governments, seek to overturn wise constitutions, to lay powerful republican unions at the foot of foreign thrones, to bring on civil and foreign war, anarchy at home, dictation abroad, desolation, ruin, by equal reason, I say, yes, 1,000-fold stronger, shall they inherit the execrations of the ages. But to hide the deformity of the crime under the cloak of that sophistry which strives to make the worse appear the better reason, we are told by the leaders of the rebellion that in our complex system of government the separate states are sovereigns, and that the central power is only an agency. Certainly I do not deny that the separate states are clothed with sovereign powers for the administration of local affairs. It is one of the most beautiful features of our mixed system of government. But it is equally true that, in adopting the federal constitution, the states abdicated, by express renunciation, all the most important functions of national sovereignty, and by one comprehensive, self-denying clause, gave up all right to contravene the Constitution of the United States. Specifically, and by enumeration, they renounced all the most important prerogatives of independent states for peace and for war: the right to keep troops or ships of war in time of peace, or to engage in war unless actually invaded, to enter into compact with another state or a foreign power, to lay any duty on tonnage, or any impost on exports or imports, without the consent of Congress, to enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, to grant letters of marque and reprisal, and to emit bills of credit, while all these powers and many others are expressly vested in the general government, to ascribe to political communities thus limited in their jurisdiction, who cannot even establish a post office on their own soil, the character of independent sovereignty, and to reduce a national organization, clothed with all the transcendent powers of government, to the name and condition of an agency of the states, proves nothing but that the logic of secession is on a par with its loyalty and patriotism. Oh, but the reserved rights! And what of the reserved rights? The 10th Amendment of the Constitution, supposed to provide for reserved rights, is constantly misquoted. By that amendment, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people. The powers reserved must, of course, be such as could have been, but were not delegated to the United States, could have been, but were not prohibited to the states. But to speak of the right of an individual state to secede as a power that could have been, though it was not delegated to the United States, is simple nonsense. But, waiving this obvious absurdity, can it need a serious argument to prove that there can be no state right to enter into a new confederation reserved under a constitution which expressly prohibits a state to enter into any treaty, alliance, or confederation, or any agreement or compact with another state or a foreign power? To say that the state may, by enacting the preliminary farce of secession, acquire the right to do the prohibited things, to say, for instance, that though the states, in forming the Constitution, delegated to the United States and prohibited to themselves the power of declaring war, there was, by implication, reserved to each state the right of seceding and then declaring war, that, though they expressly prohibited to the states and delegated to the United States the entire treaty-making power, they reserved, by implication, for an express reservation is not pretended, to the individual states, to Florida, for instance, the right to secede, and then to make a treaty with Spain retroceding that Spanish colony, and thus surrendering to a foreign power the key to the Gulf of Mexico. To maintain propositions like these, with whatever affected seriousness it is done, appears to me egregious trifling. Pardon me, my friends, for dwelling on these wretched sophistries, but it is these which conducted the armed hosts of rebellion to your doors on the terrible and glorious days of July, and which have brought upon the whole land the scourge of an aggressive and wicked war. Room cannot be given in these pages to the speaker's consoling prediction, fortified by numerous historical precedents, that at last reunion must come, and that reconciliation would surely follow, a prediction which the same generation that fought the war has seen happily fulfilled. After the lapse of a quarter of a century, the American reader can, without misgiving, repeat the prophecy of the orator that, quote, "These bonds of union are of perennial force and energy, while the causes of alienation are imaginary, factitious, and transient. The heart of the people, North and South, is for the Union." Unquote. Mr. Everett ended in a brilliant peroration, the echoes of which were lost in the long and hearty plaudits of the great multitude. And then President Lincoln arose to fill the part assigned him in the program. It was a trying ordeal to fittingly crown with a few brief sentences the ceremonies of such a day, and such an achievement in oratory, finished, erudite, apparently exhaustive of the theme, replete with all the strength of scholastic method and the highest graces of literary culture. If there arose in the mind of any discriminating listener on the platform a passing doubt whether Mr. Lincoln would or could properly honor the unique occasion, that doubt vanished with his opening sentence, for then and there the President pronounced an address of dedication so pertinent, so brief, yet so comprehensive, so terse yet so eloquent, linking the deeds of the present to the thoughts of the future, with simple words, in such living, original, yet exquisitely molded, maxim-like phrases that the best critics have awarded it an unquestioned rank as one of the world's masterpieces in rhetorical art. He said, "67 years ago our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But, in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot concentrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember, what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." After the conclusion of the ceremonies, the President and his party, accompanied by the orator and his friends, returned to Washington that same evening by a special train. On the next day, Mr. Everett sent the President the following note: Quote, "My dear Sir, not wishing to intrude upon your privacy, when you must be so much engaged, I beg leave in this way to thank you very sincerely for your great thoughtfulness for my daughter's accommodation on the platform yesterday, and much kindness otherwise to me and mine at Gettysburg. Permit me also to express my great admiration of the thoughts expressed by you, with such eloquent simplicity and appropriateness, at the consecration of the cemetery. I should be glad if I could flatter myself that I came as near to the central idea of the occasion in 2 hours as you did in 2 minutes. My son, who parted from me at Baltimore, and my daughter concur in this sentiment." Unquote. To this courteous compliment, Mr. Lincoln replied on the same day, quote, "Your kind note of today is received. In our respective parts yesterday, you could not have been excused to make a short address, nor I a long one. I am pleased to know that, in your judgment, the little I did say was not entirely a failure. Of course I knew Mr. Everett would not fail, and yet, while the whole discourse was eminently satisfactory, and will be of great value, there were passages in it which transcended my expectations. The point made against the theory of the general government being only an agency, whose principles are the states, was new to me, and, as I think, is one of the best arguments for the national supremacy. The tribute to our noble women for their angel ministering to the suffering soldiers surpasses in its way, as do the subjects of it, whatever has gone before." Unquote. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.
Chapter 8 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 8, Missouri Radicals and Conservatives. Lincoln's determination to keep out of the quarrel in Missouri soon became practically impossible to carry out. Such a thorough change of political sentiment was being wrought by the local civil war in that state that every incident, whether of success or failure, served for the moment only to aggravate strife and bitterness. Out of the underlying suspicion and hostility between secessionists and Unionists, there grew the scarcely less strained and uncomfortable suspicion and rivalry between the new parties into which the people divided themselves. For nearly 2 years, these rival parties, first called Claybanks and Charcoals, and afterwards Conservatives and Radicals, gave President Lincoln little rest. They showered him with letters and besieged him with committees and delegations. Their complaints and protests touched every detail of civil and military administration in the state. They could neither agree upon a policy to be pursued, nor upon persons to execute it. Forced at length to intervene, Lincoln wrote on May 11, 1863, to the Secretary of War, "I have again concluded to relieve General Curtis. I see no other way to avoid the worst consequences there. I think of General Schofield as his successor, but I do not wish to take the matter of a successor out of the hands of yourself and General Halleck." This reference shows with what constant prudence he kept himself in harmony with his immediate subordinates, who also, as a rule, recognized and confirmed the wisdom of his actions. "You owe your present appointment entirely to the choice of the President himself," wrote Halleck to Schofield. "I have not directly or indirectly interfered in the matter, but I fully concur in the choice." The formal order of assignment was made on the 13th. When the rumor of the change reached the Radical leaders at St. Louis, they hastened to ask the suspension of Schofield's appointment. But Lincoln replied in the following emphatic telegram, "Your dispatch of today is just received. It is very painful to me that you in Missouri cannot or will not settle your factional quarrel among yourselves. I have been tormented with it beyond endurance for months by both sides. Neither side pays the least respect to my appeals to your reason. I am now compelled to take hold of the case." While he rarely used other than gentle words and kind phraseology, the telegram shows us that he could also speak with strong decision, and this tone he afterwards maintained substantially throughout the Missouri quarrel. His instructions to General Schofield on May 27th are characteristic of the underlying energy of will with which he met his more important difficulties. "Having relieved General Curtis and assigned to you the command of the Department of the Missouri, I think it may be of some advantage for me to state to you why I did it. I did not relieve General Curtis because of any full conviction that he had done wrong, by commission or omission. I did it because of a conviction in my mind that the Union men of Missouri, constituting, when united, a vast majority of the whole people, have entered into a pestilent factional quarrel among themselves. General Curtis, perhaps not of choice, being the head of one faction, and Governor Gamble that of the other. After months of labor to reconcile the difficulty, it seemed to grow worse and worse, until I felt it my duty to break it up somehow, and as I could not remove Governor Gamble, I had to remove General Curtis. Now that you are in the position, I wish you to undo nothing merely because General Curtis or Governor Gamble did it, but to exercise your own judgment and do right for the public interest. Let your military measures be strong enough to repel the invader and keep the peace, and not so strong as to unnecessarily harass and persecute the people. It is a difficult role, and so much greater will be the honor if you perform it well. If both factions, or neither, shall abuse you, you will probably be about right. Beware of being assailed by one and praised by the other." In accepting this appointment to his second command in Missouri, General Schofield promised to act in the spirit of the President's letter, and, as far as possible, to reconcile Missouri differences, and this promise he appears to have earnestly endeavored to fulfill. One of his first tasks related to the delicate question of Missouri emancipation. Prior events had so far advanced this issue that both parties recognized the main question as being already decided. The secondary, and only remaining question, was to find some mode of tempering the impending social and political change. In the late session of the legislature, this feeling had already found expression, the Conservatives promoting a measure to reconvene the existing Missouri Convention to initiate emancipation, while the Radicals labored for a bill to secure the election of an entirely new convention. Both measures failed, however, and this left to Governor Gamble, as leader of the Conservatives, the opportunity to initiate the contest for 1863, which he did by his proclamation of April 15th, calling the old convention to meet on the 15th of June. His personal course was very prudent. While his message distinctly endorsed emancipation as necessary for the public good, he refrained from recommending any given scheme, and advised concession and harmony in details. And assuming that the revolutionary urgency upon which the convention had appointed him provisional governor had now happily passed, he announced his resignation as such, to take effect on the last day of the session. But the convention refused to accept his resignation, and by a test vote of 47 to 34, requested him to, quote, continue to exercise the powers and discharge the duties of the office of governor of this state until the first Monday in November, 1864, and until his successor is elected and qualified, end quote. Meanwhile, President Lincoln had received from General Schofield the following inquiry, quote, the action of the Missouri State Convention upon the question of emancipation will depend very much upon whether they can be assured that their action will be sustained by the general government, and the people protected in their slave property during the short time that slavery is permitted to exist. Am I authorized in any manner, directly or indirectly, to pledge such support and protection? End quote. To this, President Lincoln replied on June 22, quote, my dear sir, your dispatch asking in substance whether, in case Missouri shall adopt gradual emancipation, the general government will protect slave owners in that species of property during the short time it shall be permitted by the state to exist within it, has been received. Desirous as I am that emancipation shall be adopted by Missouri, and believing as I do that gradual can be made better than immediate for both black and white, except when military necessity changes the case, my impulse is to say that such protection would be given. I cannot know exactly what shape an act of emancipation may take. If the period from the initiation to the final end should be comparatively short, and the act should prevent persons being sold during that period into more lasting slavery, the whole would be easier. I do not wish to pledge the general government to the affirmative support of even temporary slavery beyond what can be fairly claimed under the Constitution. I suppose, however, this is not desired, but that it is desired for the military force of the United States, while in Missouri, to not be used in subverting the temporarily reserved legal rights in slaves during the progress of emancipation. This I would desire also. I have very earnestly urged the slave states to adopt emancipation, and it ought to be, and is, an object with me not to overthrow or thwart what any of them may in good faith do to that end. You are, therefore, authorized to act in the spirit of this letter in conjunction with what may appear to be the military necessities of your department. Although this letter will become public at some time, it is not intended to be made so now. End quote. With this decided advantage of the President's known sympathy, the conservative members of the convention frittered away their opportunity to perform a transcendent act of benefit to their state and of honor to themselves. They indeed devised and adopted a scheme of emancipation, but it was one which, in the new condition of public opinion, seemed vitiated with a spirit of selfishness and an afterthought of evasion. The ordinance adopted provided in substance that slavery should cease in Missouri in the year 1870, and prohibited sales to non-residents after that date, provided that all slaves so emancipated should remain in servitude, those over 40 years of age during their lives, those under 12 until they became 23, and all others until July 4, 1876. Thus the institution of slavery in Missouri would have remained untouched for the period of 7 years, with, of course, the contingent possibility of a change of public sentiment and a repeal of the ordinance before any right to freedom could accrue. Neither of the two desirable points mentioned by Mr. Lincoln in his letter to Schofield were embodied in it. The period of postponement was long, and no provision was made to prevent slaves being sold out of the state in the interim. Another objectionable provision was that slave property was exempted from all further taxation. It was not to be expected that such a dilatory and half-hearted measure as this would receive popular acceptance. This Ordinance of Emancipation was passed on the 1st of July, 1863, by a vote of 51 ayes to 30 noes. It was the last day of the session, and the convention took no further action except to receive from Governor Gamble a withdrawal of his previously tendered resignation, which it had declined to accept, after which it adjourned sine die. Except in the failure to which we have adverted, few state conventions have had so remarkable and so honorable a history. Its election took place under the revolutionary design that it should declare Missouri out of the Union. On the contrary, it remained firmly loyal, and after 5 sessions, during 3 of which it exercised the duties of ordinary legislation, it terminated its labors by prospectively destroying slavery. Passing from insurrection to emancipation, it signally reversed the ordinary rule that revolutions never go backwards. No sooner had the Constitutional Convention adjourned, July 1, 1863, than a popular movement of protest and opposition was begun by the radical emancipationists of St. Louis, which was pushed with such vigor and success that 2 months later, September 1st, delegates from 4/5 of the counties of Missouri met at Jefferson City in a radical emancipation convention. Footnote. Readers not skilled in American politics need to be reminded that the word convention, used in this chapter, has 2 meanings, being applied on one hand to a parliamentary body of delegates chosen under state laws, with authority to change or amend the state constitution, usually subject to ratification by a vote of the people. The more proper name for this is Constitutional Convention. On the other hand, when delegates of a political party, selected without any legal authority, under merely self-imposed party rules, meet to nominate candidates or to pass resolutions, the assemblage is called a convention, though it would be more strictly accurate to call it a party convention. End footnote. The political action which brought this convention together was greatly accelerated by one of those atrocities which sprang from the unrestrained passions of guerrilla war. Since the fall of Vicksburg, many rebel soldiers had returned from Arkansas to their homes in western Missouri, and under the secret orders so frequently sent from commanders in the South into that state, the guerrilla bands along the Kansas border suddenly grew in numbers and audacity. Though the whole region was patrolled almost day and night by Union detachments and scouts, a daring leader named Quantrell, who had been for some weeks threatening various Kansas towns, assembled a band of 300 picked and well-mounted followers at a place of rendezvous near the line about sunset of August 20th. His object being defined, half a dozen Union detachments from different points started in chase of him, but skillfully eluding them all by an eccentric march, Quantrell crossed the state line, and, reaching the open prairie country, where roads were unnecessary, pushed directly for Lawrence, Kansas. Every accident favored the invaders. When they were yet 25 or 30 miles away, a friendly messenger, riding at full speed in advance, sought to gain the town and give warning, but the horse fell and was killed, and his rider died next day from the injury he received. This town was 40 miles in the interior, and had no reason to apprehend an attack, and though it could have assembled several hundred men under arms in half an hour, its inhabitants had no dream of danger when the marauders entered the place at sunrise of August 21st. Quantrell stationed detachments to prevent any assembling or concentration of the citizens, and then began a scene of pillage, arson, and massacre too horrible to relate. Stores and banks were robbed, 185 buildings burned, and from 150 to 200 inhabitants murdered with a cold-blooded fiendishness which seems impossible to believe of Americans. The direful work occupied but 3 or 4 hours, when the perpetrators remounted their horses and departed. Though they managed their retreat with such skill as to avoid a general encounter, the pursuit was so hot that in several skirmishes, and by cutting off stragglers and laggards, 100 or more of the band were killed. The sudden calamity raised excitement on the Kansas border to almost a frenzy. A public meeting was held at Leavenworth, and the 8th of September was suggested for a general rising to enter Missouri to recover stolen property, a phrase easy to be translated into summary retaliation. Against this lawless proposal, however, General Schofield immediately took decided ground. Quote, "You cannot expect me to permit anything of this sort," he wrote to the governor of Kansas. "My present duty requires me to prevent it at all hazards, and by all the means in my power." End quote. At the same time, he assured the governor that he would make every effort to punish the perpetrators of the Lawrence massacre, and to afford all possible security for the future, and a satisfactory cooperation for this purpose was agreed upon by them and carried out. It was amid the excitement over this event that the Radical Union Emancipation Convention met at Jefferson City. This body took not only an extreme, but even a threatening attitude. Its resolutions broadly supported the President's general policy of suppressing the rebellion and his proclamation of military emancipation, but they complained of the local military administration of General Schofield, and asked the President to remove him and appoint General Butler or some other suitable man in his place. They complained more especially of the policy and action of Governor Gamble and the provisional government of the state, which they charged with aiding the pro-slavery faction and paralyzing the federal power in suppressing the rebellion. They not only demanded the resignations of Governor Gamble and Lieutenant Governor Hall, but, seizing upon the occurrence of Quantrell's massacre in Kansas as a justification, adopted the following bold resolution. Quote, "Resolved, that in view of the serious complications that are arising out of hostilities on the part of the provisional state government to the national authority and the national policies, and the absence of protection from inroads from guerrilla bands, we hereby instruct the President of this convention to appoint a General Committee of Public Safety, composed of one from each congressional district, whose duty it shall be to confer with the loyal men of this state, to organize and arm them for the protection of their homes, and in the event of no relief being obtained from our present troubles, to call upon the people of this state to act in their sovereign capacity and take such measures of redress as shall be found necessary for their welfare." End quote. The language was artfully framed. Literally construed, it merely called for protection against guerrillas and bushwhackers, but it required no great stretch of interpretation for an excited partisan to imagine that the provisional government was the real culprit to which its meaning pointed. Their resolutions also asked that General Schofield should authorize the recruitment of the Negroes of disloyal owners for military service, that the legislature should provide for the election of a new state convention to act on the subject of emancipation, and finally provided that a committee of one from each county should be appointed to visit President Lincoln and lay their grievances before him. By way of anticipation, the visit of this committee to the President may be at once described. They came to Washington to the number of 70 on September 27th, and spent 2 days in preparing a formal address and arranging the necessary preliminaries to make their interview as impressive as possible. A number of delegates from the state of Kansas also appeared in Washington at the same time, with similar views and objects, and joined in the interview and address. Their independent attitude and language were reported to the President by apprehensive friends. They gave out that the Missouri conservatives were only waiting a favorable opportunity to pronounce against him, that the radicals would certainly carry the state in the next election, and that, to use their own expression, it was for the President to decide whether he would ride in their wagon or not. All this, however, had no effect upon Mr. Lincoln, who understood perfectly that the object of the delegation and radical leaders was to procure the removal of General Schofield. Quote, "If," said he, "they can show that Schofield has done anything wrong, or has interfered to their disadvantage with state politics, or has so acted as to damage the cause of the Union and good order, their case is made." End quote. But he believed that the general had incurred their ill will simply by refusing to take sides with them. Quote, "I think," said he, "I understand this matter perfectly, and I cannot do anything contrary to my convictions to please these men, earnest and powerful as they may be." End quote. On the 30th of September, Senator Lane of Kansas brought his little army, as he styled it, to the Executive Mansion, and ranged it along 3 sides of the East Room, an assemblage of representative men from 2 frontier states, remarkable, however, more for sincere earnestness, and a bearing evincing stubborn determination to get what they considered their rights, than for either high average intelligence or adroitness. It was a compact phalanx of devoted political soldiers, officered by a few leaders of great ability. Mr. Lincoln never appeared to better advantage than in this interview, which lasted something over 2 hours, partly spent in speech-making and partly in desultory talk. Though the President well knew how great the danger was to his political hopes from the unreasoning anger of the committee, he never cringed to them for an instant. The chairman, the Hon. C. D. Drake of St. Louis, impressively read their long-studied address, and though no reporters were present, one of the President's secretaries took full notes of his reply, from which we have room to quote only a small portion. Said he, quote, "It would not be consistent, either with a proper respect for you or a fair consideration of the subject involved, to give you a hasty answer. I will take your address, carefully consider it, and respond at my earliest convenience. I shall consider it without partiality for or prejudice against any man or party. No painful memories of the past, and no hopes for the future, personal to myself, shall hamper my judgment." End quote. The President then took up their points of complaint in detail. He told them that while they did not appear to relish his having characterized their troubles in Missouri as a pestilent factional quarrel, Governor Gamble liked it a great deal less; that Gamble had been chosen governor by their own State Convention, seemingly with the universal consent of the Union people of the State; that he, the President, had uniformly refused to give the governor exclusive control of the Missouri State militia; that, on the other hand, the enrolled militia existed solely under State laws with which he had no right to interfere either in Missouri or elsewhere, and if that organization were inconsistent with their State laws, he as President had no power over it. He was sorry that they had not been more specific in their complaints about Schofield. They had only accused him vaguely of sympathy with their enemies. Quote, "I cannot," continued he, "act on vague impressions. Show me that he has disobeyed orders. Show me that he has done something wrong, and I will take your request for his removal into serious consideration. He has never protested against an order, never neglected a duty with which he has been entrusted, so far as I know. When General Grant was struggling in Mississippi and needed reinforcements, no man was so active and efficient in sending him troops as General Schofield. I know nothing to his disadvantage. I'm not personally acquainted with him. I have with him no personal relations. If you will allege a definite wrongdoing, and, having clearly made your point, prove it, I shall remove him. You object to his order on my recent proclamation suspending the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. I am at a loss to see why an order executing my official decree should be made a ground of accusation to me against the officer issuing it. You object to its being used in Missouri. In other words, that which is right when employed against opponents is wrong when employed against yourselves. Still, I will consider that. You object to his muzzling the press. As to that, I think when an officer in any department finds that a newspaper is pursuing a course calculated to embarrass his operations and stir up sedition and tumult, he has the right to lay hands upon it and suppress it, but in no other case. I approved the order in question after the Missouri Democrat had also approved it. Here an unwary delegate replied, "We thought then it was to be used against the other side." Lincoln: "Certainly you did. Your ideas of justice seem to depend on the application of it. You have spoken of the consideration which you think I should pay to my friends as contradistinguished from my enemies. I suppose, of course, that you mean by that those who agree or disagree with me in my views of public policy. I recognize no such thing as a political friendship personal to myself. You will remember that your State was excluded from the operations of that decree by its express terms. A proclamation, therefore, can have no direct bearing upon your State politics. Yet you seem to insist that it shall be made as vital a question as if it had. You seem to be determined to have it executed there." Delegate: "No, sir, but we think it is a national test question. Lincoln. You are then determined to make an issue with men who may not agree with you upon the abstract question of the propriety of that act of mine. Now, let me say that I, who issued the proclamation, after more thought on the subject than probably any one of you has been able to give it, believe it to be right and expedient. I am better satisfied with those who believe with me in this than with those who hold differently. But I am free to say that many good men, some earnest Republicans, and some from very far north, were opposed to the issuing of that proclamation, holding it unwise and of doubtful legality. Now, when you see a man loyally in favor of the Union, willing to vote men and money, spending his time and money, and throwing his influence into the recruitment of our armies, I think it ungenerous, unjust, and impolitic to make his views on abstract political questions a test of his loyalty. I will not be a party to this application of a pocket inquisition." In the desultory talk which followed the speech-making, Mr. Lincoln was as fair and as firm on all collateral points and issues, meeting every statement of grievance with a quick counter-statement, so brief and so clinching that the several volunteer spokesmen who came forward to support the main address retired, one by one, disconcerted and overwhelmed. The interview finally closed with a little rejoinder from him, intended more especially for the marplots in the delegation. After stating that he appreciated perfectly the difference between the ultimate value of conservatives and radicals in the long controversy, he continued, quote, "My radical friends will therefore see that I understand and appreciate their position. Still, you appear to come before me as friends if I agree with you, and not otherwise. I do not here speak of mere personal friendship. When I speak of my friends, I mean those who are friendly to my measures, to the policy of the government. I am well aware that by many, by some even among this delegation, I shall not name them, I have been in public speeches and in printed documents charged with tyranny and willfulness, with a disposition to make my own personal will supreme. I do not intend to be a tyrant. At all events, I shall take care that in my own eyes I do not become one. I have no right to act the tyrant to mere political opponents. If a man votes for supplies of men and money, encourages enlistments, discourages desertions, does all in his power to carry the war on to a successful issue, I have no right to question him for his abstract political opinions. I must make a dividing line somewhere between those who are the opponents of the government and those who only approve peculiar features of my administration while they sustain the government." These sentences from the President's talk to the delegation sufficiently show us his inflexibly fair dealing in the face of strong temptation. He knew that a certain unreasoning radicalism which pervaded the whole North might, and probably would, range itself behind this unreasonable radicalism of these Missourians. Besides this, while deploring the error of their present policy, he had a sincere respect for, and faith in, their undying political convictions. "I believe, after all," he said some weeks later, "those Missouri radicals will carry their state, and I do not object to it. They are nearer to me than the other side in thought and sentiment, though bitterly hostile personally. They are the unhandiest fellows in the world to deal with, but, after all, their faces are set Zionward." The real termination of the incident came with the formal reply which Mr. Lincoln addressed to the Hon. Charles D. Drake and others, committee, under date of October 5, 1863, and in which the President draws a picture of the confusion and terror of civil war, which we believe no pen has surpassed. "Your original address, presented on the 30th ultimo, and the 4 supplementary ones, presented on the 3rd instant, have been carefully considered. I hope you will regard the other duties claiming my attention, together with the great length and importance of these documents, as constituting a sufficient apology for my not having responded sooner. These papers, framed for a common object, consist of the things demanded and the reasons for demanding them. The things demanded are, first, that General Schofield shall be relieved and General Butler be appointed as commander of the military department of Missouri. Second, that the system of enrolled militia in Missouri may be broken up, and national forces be substituted for it. And third, that at elections persons may not be allowed to vote who are not entitled by law to do so. Among the reasons given, enough of suffering and wrong to Union men is certainly, and I suppose truly, stated. Yet the whole case, as presented, fails to convince me that General Schofield, or the enrolled militia, is responsible for that suffering and wrong. The whole can be explained on a more charitable, and, as I think, a more rational hypothesis. We are in civil war. In such cases there is always a main question, but in this case that question is a perplexing compound, union and slavery. It thus becomes a question not of two sides merely, but of at least four sides, even among those who are for the Union, saying nothing of those who are against it. Thus, those who are for the Union with, but not without slavery, those for it without, but not with, those for it with or without, but prefer with, and those for it with or without, but prefer it without. Among these again is a subdivision of those who are for gradual, but not for immediate, and those who are for immediate, but not for gradual extinction of slavery. It is easy to conceive that all these shades of opinion, and even more, may be sincerely entertained by honest and truthful men. Yet all being for the Union, by reason of these differences, each will prefer a different way of sustaining the Union. At once, sincerity is questioned, and motives are assailed. Actual war coming, blood grows hot, and blood is spilled. Thought is forced from old channels into confusion. Deception breeds and thrives. Confidence dies, and universal suspicion reigns. Each man feels an impulse to kill his neighbor, lest he be first killed by him. Revenge and retaliation follow, and all this, as before said, may be among honest men only. But this is not all. Every foul bird comes abroad, and every dirty reptile rises up. These add crime to confusion. Strong measures, deemed indispensable but harsh at best, such men make worse by maladministration. Murders for old grudges, and murders for pelf, proceed under any cloak that will best cover for the occasion. These causes amply account for what has occurred in Missouri, without ascribing it to the weakness or wickedness of any general. The newspaper files, those chroniclers of current events, will show that the evils now complained of were quite as prevalent under Fremont, Hunter, Halleck, and Curtis as under Schofield. If the former had greater force opposed to them, they also had greater force with which to meet it. When the organized rebel army left the state, the main federal force had to go also, leaving the department commander at home relatively no stronger than before. Without disparaging any, I affirm with confidence that no commander of that department has, in proportion to his means, done better than General Schofield." Proceeding then to examine with minuteness and answer with great patience such specific points of complaint as could be gleaned from the papers presented by the committee, the President's letter continued, "With my present views I must decline to remove General Schofield. In this I decide nothing against General Butler. I sincerely wish it were convenient to assign him a suitable command. In order to meet some existing evils, I have addressed a letter of instructions to General Schofield, a copy of which I enclose to you. As to the enrolled militia, I shall endeavor to ascertain, better than I now know, what is its exact value. Let me say now, however, that your proposal to substitute national forces for the enrolled militia implies that in your judgment the latter is doing something which needs to be done, and if so, the proposition to throw that force away and to supply its place by bringing other forces from the field, where they are urgently needed, seems to me very extraordinary. Whence shall they come? Shall they be withdrawn from Banks, or Grant, or Steele, or Rosecrans? Few things have been so grateful to my anxious feeling as when, in June last, the local force in Missouri aided General Schofield to so promptly send a large general force to the relief of General Grant, then investing Vicksburg, and menaced from without by General Johnston. Was this all wrong? Should the enrolled militia then have been broken up and General Herron kept from Grant to police Missouri? So far from finding cause to object, I confess to a sympathy for whatever relieves our general force in Missouri and allows it to serve elsewhere. I therefore, as at present advised, cannot attempt the destruction of the enrolled militia of Missouri. I may add that the force being under the national military control, it is also within the proclamation in regard to the habeas corpus. I concur in the propriety of your request in regard to elections, and have, as you see, directed General Schofield accordingly. I do not feel justified to enter upon the broad field you present in regard to the political differences between radicals and conservatives. From time to time I have done and said what appeared to me proper to do and say. The public knows it all. It obliges nobody to follow me, and I trust it obliges me to follow nobody. The radicals and conservatives each agree with me in some things and disagree in others. I could wish both to agree with me in all things, for then they would agree with each other, and would be too strong for any foe from any quarter. They, however, choose to do otherwise, and I do not question their right. I, too, shall do what seems to be my duty. I hold whoever commands in Missouri or elsewhere responsible to me, and not to either radicals or conservatives. It is my duty to hear all, but at last I must, within my sphere, judge what to do and what to forbear." The very radical announcements authoritatively made by so large and so representative a gathering as the convention which appointed the delegation whose visit to the President we have described, on the whole rather tended to produce a reaction in local opinion. The conservatives had all along been accusing the radical leaders of harboring unlawful and revolutionary designs. Reckless speakers, and particularly reckless newspapers of that party, had indeed, during the whole year, been calling for the overthrow or displacement of the Missouri Provisional Government, with all its machinery of civil administration, and especially its state and enrolled militia, by a sweeping assumption of federal military power. Now, when this extensive and influential political gathering vaguely proposed some such action through a committee of public safety, and an organizing and arming of those who chose to call themselves loyal men, the menace began to look serious under whatever pretext it might be put forth. It served at least to bring the various questions in controversy to a sharper issue. Under date of September 20th, General Schofield transmitted to Washington a collection of inflammatory newspaper articles with a report that, quote, "the revolutionary faction which has so long been striving to gain the ascendancy in Missouri, particularly in St. Louis, to overthrow the present state government and change the policy of the national administration, has at length succeeded so far as to produce open mutiny of one of the militia regiments and serious difficulties in others." End quote. He also enclosed an order published by him on September 17th, announcing that martial law would be enforced against persons encouraging mutiny, exciting insurrection by uttering or publishing falsehoods or misrepresentations, and that newspapers violating the order would be suppressed. Quote, "I am thoroughly convinced," he added, "of the necessity for prompt and decided measures to put down this revolutionary scheme, and my sense of duty will not permit me to delay it longer." End quote. Called upon to act in what seemed a critical emergency, President Lincoln, notwithstanding a great outcry from the radical press, under date of September 26th sent the general his written approval of the order, and on the 1st of October wrote him a letter, adding a number of prudential suggestions as to the spirit and manner in which he wished the order to be carried out. It is written in such a tone of judicious firmness, and contains at the same time so much valuable admonition in regard to the details of the general's duty, that we cannot refrain from quoting the greater part of it. Quote, "There is no organized military force in avowed opposition to the general government now in Missouri, and if any such shall reappear, your duty in regard to it will be too plain to require any special instruction. Still, the condition of things, both there and elsewhere, is such as to render it indispensable to maintain for a time the United States military establishment in that State, as well as to rely upon it for a fair contribution of support to that establishment generally. Your immediate duty in regard to Missouri now is to advance the efficiency of that establishment, and to so use it, as far as practicable, to compel the excited people there to leave one another alone. Under your recent order, which I have approved, you will only arrest individuals and suppress assemblies or newspapers when they may be working palpable injury to the military in your charge, and in no other case will you interfere with the expression of opinion in any form, or allow it to be interfered with violently by others. In this you have a discretion to exercise with great caution, calmness, and forbearance. With the matters of removing the inhabitants of certain counties en masse, and of removing certain individuals from time to time who are supposed to be mischievous, I am not now interfering, but am leaving to your own discretion. Nor am I interfering with what may still seem to you to be unnecessary restrictions upon trade and intercourse. I think proper, however, to enjoin upon you the following. Allow no part of the military under your command to be engaged in either returning fugitive slaves, or enforcing and enticing slaves from their homes, and, so far as practicable, enforce the same forbearance upon the people. At elections, see that those, and only those, are allowed to vote who are entitled to do so by the laws of Missouri, including, as of those laws, the restrictions laid by the Missouri Convention upon those who may have participated in the rebellion. So far as practicable, you will, by means of your military force, expel guerrillas, marauders, and murderers, and all who are known to harbor, aid, or abet them. But, in like manner, you will repress assumptions of unauthorized individuals to perform the same service, because under pretense of doing this, they become marauders and murderers themselves." But the President did not have General Schofield alone to advise and direct. Governor Gamble also had taken alarm at the attitude of menace which the Radical leaders had allowed their followers to assume. On this same 1st of October, he wrote a letter to the President, in which he recalled that as provisional governor of Missouri he had exhausted the resources of the state in maintaining the supremacy of the federal government, and he now demanded in turn that the President should order the general commanding this department to maintain by all the force under his control the integrity of the state government. Following this official demand for protection, Governor Gamble also, on the 12th of October, issued a long proclamation to the people of his state, in which he embodied a strong and convincing reply to the accusations of disloyalty which had been leveled against him, reciting his many and continuous official duties and his fidelity to the Union cause and federal government, and his willingness and efforts as a member of the state convention to secure and complete emancipation at as early a date as 1867. He called attention to the fact that he had voluntarily tendered his resignation of his office as provisional governor, and while still declaring, quote, that no object is here intended to be suggested to any change in their government, which the people may think proper to make by peaceful means in accordance with the Constitution and laws, quote, he nevertheless warned all persons, quote, against any attempt to effect a change by means of violence, quote, and announced his intention to employ, quote, all the force I can command to sustain the laws, preserve the peace of the state, and punish those who disturb it. It was a document so clear in its statements, and so quiet and firm in its tone, as to appeal to the good sense and moderation of all except those intent upon mischief. About a week later, October 19th, President Lincoln sent his reply to the governor's official demand for protection to the provisional government, and as his letter was written with such skill and discrimination in the perplexing complications which it called forth, it requires to be read in full. Quote, yours of the 1st instant was duly received, and I have delayed so long to answer it because of other pressing duties, because it did not appear to me that the domestic violence you apprehend was very imminent, and because, if it were so imminent, my direction to General Schofield embraces very nearly the extent of my power to repress it. Being instructed to repress all violence, of course he will, so far as in his power, repress any which may be offered to the state government. At the beginning of our present troubles, the regularly installed state officers of Missouri, taking sides with the rebellion, were forced to give way to the provisional state government, at the head of which you stand, and which was placed in authority, as I understood, by the unanimous action and acquiescence of the Union people of the state. I have seen no occasion to make a distinction against the provisional government because of its not having been chosen and inaugurated in the usual way, nor have I seen any cause to suspect it of unfaithfulness to the Union. So far as I have yet considered, I am as ready, on a proper case being made, to give the State the constitutional protection against invasion and domestic violence, under the provisional government, as I would be if it were under a government installed in the ordinary manner. I have not thought of making a distinction. In your proclamation of the 12th instant, you state the proposition substantially that no objection can be made to any change in the State government which the people may desire to make, so far as the end can be effected by means conforming to the Constitution and laws through the expression of the popular will, but that such change should not be effected by violence. I concur in this, and I may add that it makes precisely the distinction I wish to keep in view. In the absence of such violence, or imminent danger thereof, it is not proper for the national executive to interfere, and I am unwilling, by any formal action, to show an appearance of belief that there is such imminent danger before I really believe there is. I might thereby, to some extent, bear false witness. You tell me a party has sprung up in Missouri which openly and loudly proclaims the purpose to overthrow the provisional government by violence. Does the party so proclaim, or is it only that some members of the party so proclaim? If I mistake not, the party alluded to recently held a state convention and adopted resolutions. Did they therein declare violence against the provisional state government? No party can be justly held responsible for what individual members of it may say or do. Nothing in this letter is written with reference to any state which may have maintained within it no state government professedly loyal to the United States." The serious lengths to which the Missouri controversy had run, Schofield's order against sedition, the governor's proclamation against treason to the state, and President Lincoln's approval of both, with qualifying advice, served at last to check and moderate factional excitement and exasperation. Following the President's suggestions, General Schofield exercised great forbearance in enforcing his order and in general administration. He submitted to the President a plan and recommendation gradually to dispense with the enrolled militia, which he characterized as, "some being very good and others very bad," though by reason of their local knowledge they had rendered efficient service. He partly satisfied anti-slavery clamor by permitting Negroes to be recruited under careful restrictions. He issued an order impartially regulating and enforcing the laws and ordinances of the State Convention applicable to the coming election of November 3, 1863. He was so fortunate also as to frustrate and repel a raid of the rebels under Shelley into the State, and to chase Quantrell and others out with them. On October 25th he wrote to the President, "My radical friends now exhibit some disposition to stop their war on me, and I shall not certainly give them any good reason for continuing it. I have enforced my order in only one case, and that so clear that the offender freely confessed, and asked pardon on any terms. It will not probably be necessary for me to exercise any control over their press hereafter. Your accurate appreciation of the real difficulty here, and the strong and generous manner in which you have sustained me, will do more good in Missouri than to have doubled the troops under my command." And a little later he was further able to report, "The late election in all parts of the State passed off in perfect quiet and good order. I have heard of no disturbance of any kind anywhere." At the election, the Radicals gained a slight apparent victory, the soldiers' vote especially supporting their ticket with a near approach to unanimity, and this result tended still farther to prevent for the time being active and adverse criticism of General Schofield's administration. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Owen Cook in Pottawatomie, ceded land.
Chapter 9 of Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Abraham Lincoln, A History, Volume 8, by John Hay and John George Nicolay. Chapter 9, The Line of the Rapidan. General Meade crossed the Potomac with very little delay. The 18th of July found his whole army on the Virginia side. His plan for the pursuit of Lee was not unlike that of McClellan a year before, but although he displayed much greater expedition and energy in the execution of it than were shown by his predecessor, the results, through no fault of his own, were unimportant. General French, who had taken no part in the Battle of Gettysburg, had been placed in command of the Third Corps. He was an old officer of the regular army, excellent in drill, in routine, and all the everyday details of the service, but entirely unfit for an enterprise requiring great audacity and celerity. He was assigned upon this expedition to the duty of throwing his corps through Manassas Gap and attacking the flank of the enemy as he moved southward by Front Royal. Meade succeeded in getting French into the gap in time to have broken the rebel army in two, but when he attacked, it was in so inefficient a manner and with so small a portion of his force that the day was wasted, and the enemy made their way down the valley to the lower gaps. This failure was a source of deep mortification to General Meade, and it is difficult to understand why General French was retained in command of his corps. It was a great error and resulted in still more serious damage later in the campaign. The pursuit of the enemy was not continued further, and on the 29th of July the President wrote a letter to General Halleck, stating that he had inferred from one of General Meade's dispatches that he thought the government was pressing him to an engagement with Lee, that this impression was erroneous, that he was opposed to it unless such a course was in harmony with Halleck's and Meade's views, that if it were imprudent to attack at Williamsport, it was certainly more so now that Meade had no more than two-thirds of the force he had then, that he was in favor at Williamsport of Meade's crossing and harassing the enemy. This had been done, and now he was rather in favor of delay than immediate attack, and he desired General Halleck to make this known to Meade, unless he saw good reasons to the contrary. The months of August and September were a period of repose for the Army of the Potomac. It was in fact in no condition to undertake active operations. A considerable body of troops had been taken from Meade for service in South Carolina, and a strong detachment had been sent to the city of New York for the purpose of enforcing the draft there. General Lee had retired behind the Rapidan for several weeks of rest. Neither army was ready at that time to attack the other. After his victory at Chancellorsville and his damaging defeat at Gettysburg, General Lee, as well as his army, needed a certain period of quiet and recruitment. He even thought proper on the 8th of August to offer his resignation to the President of the Southern Confederacy. This offer was, of course, refused with the utmost promptness and kindness, and he was left, as before, perfectly untrammeled in the conduct of his army. Not apprehending any immediate attack from General Meade, he embraced the occasion to grant a large number of leaves of absence. They were given as rewards for good conduct to about a fourth of the army in active service, to assist and to render certain the great enterprise of Braxton Bragg against Rosecrans in Tennessee. Longstreet's corps early in September was sent to the West. This seemed to President Lincoln a favorable time to strike the enemy. On the 15th of September he wrote to General Halleck that in his opinion Meade should move upon Lee at once in manner of general attack, leaving to developments whether he will make it a real attack. I think, the President added, this would develop Lee's real condition and purposes better than the cavalry alone can do. This opinion having been communicated to Meade, he answered 3 days later in a dispatch of some length, giving a statement of Lee's position and concluding, "I can get a battle out of Lee under very disadvantageous circumstances, which may render his inferior force my superior, and which is not likely to result in any very decided advantage, even in case I should be victorious. In this view, I am reluctant to run the risks involved without the positive sanction of the Government." Mr. Stanton sent this dispatch to the President for reflection overnight. It evidently gave rise to grave reflections, for the next morning Mr. Lincoln wrote to Halleck, declining to order an attack where the general in the field thinks the risk is so great and the promise of advantage so small, and then going on to set forth some of the serious considerations to which the situation gave rise. These two armies, he says, confront each other across a small river, substantially midway between the two capitals, each defending its own capital and menacing the other. General Meade estimates the enemy's infantry in front of him at not less than 40,000. Suppose we add 50% to this for cavalry, artillery, and extra duty men stretching as far as Richmond, making the whole force of the enemy 60,000. General Meade, as shown by the returns, has with him and between him and Washington, of the same classes of well men, over 90,000. Neither can bring the whole of his men into a battle, but each can bring as large a percentage in as the other. For a battle, then, General Meade has 3 men to General Lee's 2, yet it having been determined that choosing ground and standing on the defensive gives so great advantage that the 3 cannot safely attack the 2, the 3 are left simply standing on the defensive also. If the enemy's 60,000 are sufficient to keep our 90,000 away from Richmond, why, by the same rule, may not 40,000 of ours keep their 60,000 away from Washington, leaving us 50,000 to put to some other use? Having practically come to the mere defensive, it seems to be no economy at all to employ twice as many men for that object as are needed. With no object certainly to mislead myself, I can perceive no fault in this statement, unless we admit we are not the equal of the enemy man for man. I hope you will consider it. To avoid misunderstanding, let me say that to attempt to fight the enemy slowly back into his intrenchments at Richmond, and then to capture him, is an idea I have been trying to repudiate for quite a year. My judgment is so clear against it that I would scarcely allow the attempt to be made if the general in command should desire to make it. My last attempt upon Richmond was to get McClellan, when he was nearer there than the enemy was, to run in ahead of him. Since then I have constantly desired the Army of the Potomac to make Lee's army, and not Richmond, its objective point. If our army cannot fall upon the enemy and hurt him where he is, it is plain to me it can gain nothing by attempting to follow him over a succession of entrenched lines into a fortified city. While this discussion was going on, Longstreet was hastening westward to the help of Bragg, and the combined Confederate army struck Rosecrans at Chickamauga, as we have seen, on the 19th of September. The battle raged among those hills all that day and the next. Rosecrans retreated to Chattanooga, representing the position of his army as so critical that strong reinforcements were absolutely necessary to enable him to hold that position. Secretary Chase, in his diary, has preserved a record of a conference in relation to this matter, held at the War Department on the 24th between the President, the General-in-Chief, and the Secretaries of War, State, and the Treasury. Mr. Stanton asked General Halleck what reinforcements Burnside could add to Rosecrans and in what time. Halleck replied 20,000 men in 10 days, if uninterrupted. The President then said, before 10 days, Burnside will put in enough to hold the place. After Burnside begins to arrive, the pinch will be over. Halleck thought that in about 10 days Sherman's advance would reach Rosecrans. There were a few available troops in Kentucky. Stanton proposed to send at once 30,000 from the Army of the Potomac. He was growing impatient at General Meade's inactivity, and thought the army was doing no good where it was. The President was unwilling to weaken Meade so much as that, and had doubts about its being possible to convey so large a force to Rosecrans in time. The Secretaries of State and of the Treasury sided with Stanton, however, and it was at length agreed that Halleck should telegraph to Meade in the morning, and if an immediate advance was not certain, the 11th and 12th Corps, about 13,000 men, should be sent westward at once under Hooker, with Butterfield as his chief of staff. But even with this reduction of his command, after the return of the troops detached to the north, Meade found himself with an army of about 68,000 men. And knowing this force to be somewhat superior to that of the enemy, he resolved to cross the Rapidan and attack him. But again, as so often happened in the history of the contending armies in Virginia, Lee had formed the project of a similar enterprise and began its execution a day or two in advance. He had learned of the departure of two corps for the West, and on the 5th of October the Second Corps, of which General Warren had been put in command and which had been stationed for some time at Miller's, a point nearest the enemy, was marched back to Culpeper. This mere shifting of a camp probably gave General Lee the idea that another corps had been detached from the Army of the Potomac. For 4 days afterwards he began a flanking movement to the right of the Union line. General Lee's report leaves no doubt of his purpose in this march. He says it was made with the design of bringing on an engagement with the Federal army in a position, of course, favorable to himself. He was again possessed of the project, which he had already 3 times essayed with more or less incomplete success, of coming upon the rear of the National forces, destroying them in battle, and conquering a peace under the shadow of the Capitol. Now, as before, he was willing to risk the loss of Richmond in the hope of gaining the more splendid prize, and in this it cannot be said that his calculations were anything but wise. General Longstreet reports him as using about this time the expression which has been quoted before in regard to swapping queens. He advanced by way of Madison Court House and by circuitous and concealed roads in order to avoid the observation of the enemy, and arrived at Culpeper Court House on the 11th, where he was surprised to find that General Meade, discovering his march and guessing its intentions, had already retired behind the Rappahannock. General Meade, who had been preparing himself to move upon the left flank of his adversary, became aware of the movement of Lee upon the 10th, but he was ill served by his cavalry. During the first days of this campaign, the mounted service of the Army of the Potomac was decidedly below its usual average of efficiency and intelligence, while Stuart seemed to have recovered all his former powers on the soil of his native State. His zeal was even excessive. General Lee gently rebuked him on one occasion for having sent him 8 messages in one day. After a part of Meade's army had crossed the Rappahannock, he detached 3 corps to the south of the river under the mistaken impression derived from the reports of his cavalry that the main body of the enemy was still on that side. But he speedily discovered his error and recalled his troops without misadventure. The halt which Lee was compelled to make at Culpeper to provision his troops gave Meade the opportunity to bring his army well together north of the Rappahannock and to inform himself thoroughly of the attitude of his enemy. General Lee distinctly states his purpose of marching upon the Orange and Alexandria Railroad north of the river and intercepting the retrograde movements of Meade. It was therefore a race for position between the 2 generals. Lee, relying upon the celerity of his troops and his own absolute knowledge of every path and byway of the country, hoped to reach a point upon General Meade's communications where he could establish his army in a favorable position and force Meade to fight for his life. Meade, on the other hand, misled by all the indications he could gather into the belief that the point which Lee especially desired to reach was Centreville, determined to anticipate him in the occupation of that place, and moved his army with all possible speed in that direction. The Army of the Potomac never showed more remarkable qualities than in this singular campaign. General Lee had ordered his whole force to move in 2 columns upon Bristoe Station, but before they arrived General Meade's entire army had passed there on their way to Centreville, with the exception of the Second Corps, which formed his rear guard. The advance of A.P. Hill's corps reached that point just as Warren arrived, and as the rear of the Fifth Corps was marching away to the north of Broad Run, Hill prepared to make short work of the Federal rear guard. A brief but stubborn engagement ensued, resulting in a complete and brilliant victory for Warren and his gallant subordinate, General A.S. Webb. They repulsed Hill's attack, wounding 3 of his generals, killing and wounding some 500 men, and capturing as many more, with numerous guns and flags. Having thus thoroughly beaten back the enemy, Warren, in pursuance of his orders, crossed the stream unmolested and joined General Meade at Centreville. General Lee, coming on the field after the engagement ended, surveyed with deep disappointment and melancholy the conclusion of the campaign from which he had expected so different a result. Hill, depressed and mortified at his mishap, endeavored to explain to him the causes of his failure. Lee, says a Southern biographer, listened in silence as they rode among the bodies of his dead soldiers, and replied, "Well, well, bury these poor men, and let us say no more about it." General Lee made no pretense of any further pursuit. He had failed in securing a battle upon ground chosen by himself, and he was not willing to repeat the experience of Gettysburg in attacking the Army of the Potomac in position. After doing what damage was in his power to the railroad, he turned back on the 18th towards the line of the Rappahannock, leaving the cavalry to skirmish for a few days longer with that of the Army of the Potomac. It was a movement in which, with the exception of Warren's fight at Bristoe, no great credit was won by either side. General Lee, whose easy victories over McClellan, Burnside, and Hooker had bred in the minds of his fellow citizens of the South an idea of his invincibility, was severely criticized for returning from the frontier without a battle. And General Meade, whose successful maneuver had thwarted the scheme of Lee's campaign, was bitterly and most unjustly attacked in the North for what appeared to many a causeless retreat. But it seems to be the better opinion of military critics that his action, if perhaps lacking in enterprise and daring, was in a high degree prudent and discreet. He believed that Lee was advancing with the purpose of fighting, and in this belief he was correct, as this purpose is avowed in Lee's report. He therefore maneuvered to select a position where he would have the advantage, and he selected one with such judgment that Lee declined to attack it. He might indeed have concentrated his entire army at Bristoe Station and obtained on a grander scale a victory as brilliant as that which Warren gained there, but he thought Lee was moving upon Centreville, and it is probable that the associations of the Bull Run battlefield made that neighborhood appear to him of evil omen for a decisive contest. While he waited in vain for Lee's attack in his lines at Centreville, the President wrote the following letter to General Halleck: "I do not believe Lee can have over 60,000 effective men. Longstreet's corps would not be sent away to bring an equal force back upon the same road, and there is no other direction for them to have come from." Doubtless in making the present movement Lee gathered in all available scraps and added them to Hill's and Ewell's corps, but that is all, and he made the movement in the belief that 4 corps had left General Meade, and General Meade's apparently avoiding a collision with him has confirmed him in that belief. If General Meade can now attack him on a field no worse than equal for us, and will do so with all the skill and courage which he, his officers, and men possess, the honor will be his if he succeeds, and the blame may be mine if he fails. Fortified by this order, Meade moved forward as Lee retired. The broken railroads were rapidly repaired, and early in the first days of the following month Meade was again prepared for an active campaign. Everything being made ready, on the 7th of November the movement was begun with such efficiency, celerity, and success that its subsequent failure was the occasion of deep disappointment. The right wing of Lee's army was stationed upon the Rappahannock, stretching from the bridge at Rappahannock Station to Kelly's Ford. The Federal army moved in two columns, General French commanding the left wing and Sedgwick the right. The left crossed the river at Kelly's Ford, capturing the enemy's rifle pits and a large number of prisoners on the other side, and advanced almost unresisted until ordered to halt to await the movement of the right wing, which had met with far more serious resistance at Rappahannock Station. The enemy at that place occupied the northern bank of the river with a strong line of fortifications. They held General Sedgwick's force in check there during the entire afternoon, but towards night General D. A. Russell, in command of his own brigade, and Colonel Emory Upton's, proposed to storm the works in the gathering darkness, and receiving permission, attacked with such vigor and skill as to create in the minds of the enemy the impression of a vastly superior force. Under cover of the twilight he led his brave troops inside the Confederate works, and in a hand-to-hand scuffle which lasted about half an hour he completely overpowered, almost without bloodshed, a force fully equal to his own. General Lee, who had been standing with General Early on the southern bank as night came on, watching the progress of the fight, thought from the cessation of the firing that the Federal attack had been repulsed, until the fugitives rushing over the bridge or coming up dripping from the icy river where they had been swimming announced to him the story of the disaster. The Confederate brigades of General H. T. Hayes's division, which were thus summarily overpowered, were commanded by Colonel D. B. Penn and Colonel A. C. Godwin. Hayes himself surrendered, and afterwards made his escape under cover of the darkness and tumult, in company with some hundreds of his troops who had also surrendered. The extent of the panic and confusion which accompanied this extraordinary feat of arms may be imagined from a single detail of General Hayes's report. He magnified Russell's and Upton's enterprising little column of 3,000 men into 20,000 or 25,000. His loss in killed was 2 men. General Early's loss, including that of the artillery, was 6 killed, 39 wounded, and 1,629 missing. General Lee reports the loss of General Rodes at Kelly's Ford as 5 killed, 59 wounded, and 295 missing. The campaign began and ended with this brilliant day's work. The next day, being thick and misty, was wasted in ineffective reconnaissances, and General Lee, retiring, concentrated his army behind the Rapidan, where it was not considered advisable to follow him. A fortnight passed away, during which time there was little expectation of an attack from either side. The season was growing late, and it was reasonable to expect that both armies would go into winter quarters and postpone any movements on a large scale until spring. General Lee had scattered his army for greater convenience of subsistence over a large extent of country. His left wing, heavily entrenched, rested upon Mine Run, a little tributary of the Rapidan. The rest of Ewell's corps was stationed from that point to Orange Courthouse, while Hill's right wing lay several miles further along, and his left extended almost to Charlottesville. During this fortnight General Meade's mind was busily occupied with an enterprising and daring plan for an aggressive campaign. He proposed to throw his army across the Rapidan by the lower fords, which were entirely unguarded, to turn the enemy's right, and, attacking his works in reverse, to fight Ewell's corps before Hill should be able to concentrate on it. He intended to cut loose entirely from his base, to provision his army with 10 days' rations in their knapsacks, to take with him the least possible amount of artillery and baggage, and to travel, in short, in the lightest marching order. The plan, bold as it was not impracticable, and deserved a better issue than it met. He had, according to his own account, between 60,000 and 70,000 men, equipped and armed, ready to bring into battle. He estimated the force of General Lee at some 8,000 to 10,000 fewer, which was not far from the fact. The marching qualities of his army had been sufficiently tested during the autumn. He thought he could calculate accurately upon the distance they could march in a given time, and he knew that, man for man, they were as good soldiers as any in the world. It was reasonable, therefore, for him to expect success in a plan which he had carefully elaborated down to the smallest detail. He knew how far up Mine Run the enemy's fortifications extended. He believed that he could march around them in a day and compel a portion of Lee's army to meet him in an open field, or in as near an approach to one as that wilderness country could furnish. He had fixed upon the 23rd of November as the day to start, but was prevented by a storm which caused him to postpone the movement until the 26th. His first disappointment occurred at the very beginning. Major General French was again tardy. He arrived at the Rapidan later than the time assigned him, which delayed the entire movement 3 hours. The banks of the river proved more precipitous than was expected, and the river itself was a little broader than the engineers had reported. The banks had to be graded and the pontoon bridges patched with trestle work. These various causes of delay wasted half a day, and the bewildered movement of General French's corps the next day, after the army had crossed the Rapidan and the other corps had taken the positions assigned to them, was again the cause of the loss of several hours. By the time the whole army was brought into position in front of Mine Run on the 28th, the results of this delay and of the use which the enemy had made of it were clearly apparent. From the moment when Meade's approach to the Rapidan was signaled to General Lee, he began the most energetic measures to meet it. He issued an address to his army, which in its acrid tone shows how much his own spirit, naturally generous and amiable, had been embittered by his recent lack of success. The cruel enemy, he says, seeks to reduce our fathers and our mothers, our wives and our children, to abject slavery, to strip them of their property and drive them from their homes. Upon you these helpless ones rely to avert these terrible calamities and to secure to them the blessings of liberty and safety. But his reliance was of course not in these angry manifestos. He brought up his scattered troops with the greatest possible expedition. His left wing was already well entrenched, and he began upon his center and his right a series of those improvised fortifications which afterwards proved so deadly to the army of Grant. He doubled his functions of general-in-chief with those of a lieutenant of engineers. Riding along his lines, he indicated with his own hand the positions to be occupied. He even directed the working parties, who with incredible celerity were felling trees and constructing abatis. A.P. Hill's seasoned veterans built all along the line of Mine Run double walls of logs, which they rapidly filled with earth, constructing in this way, in the space of a few hours, miles of cannon-proof bulwarks, shoulder high. When, therefore, on the morning of the 29th, Meade and Warren, themselves the most accomplished engineers in the Federal army, surveyed the scene before them and the work they had to do, they recognized at once the new difficulties born of the delay of the last 24 hours. But Warren, after a careful reconnaissance of the extreme left, was convinced that it was still possible, by a rapid movement in that direction, to overlap the enemy's right and to make an attack there with a reasonable prospect of success. He was sent, therefore, with his corps, increased by a division of the 6th, to move upon the enemy's right flank, and, if possible, to outflank and turn him. As the short autumn day drew to a close, Meade received from the right and the left the most encouraging reports as to the feasibility of the attack to be made in the morning from both those directions. General Sedgwick thought there was a weak point on the extreme right, and Warren on the left was still stronger and more emphatic in his opinion that he would have no difficulty in turning the enemy. French, who occupied the center, was more doubtful about his prospects of success, and Meade therefore took some of his troops and added them to Warren, intending to rely upon the attack made by the two wings, retaining the center merely as a corps of observation. Both armies waited in intense excitement through the long wintry night for an attack, which each expected to begin at dawn of the next day. Sedgwick was ready, and his attack was just beginning when there arrived from Warren, instead of the echo of his opening guns for which Meade was waiting, a dispatch stating that on examining the enemy's lines by daylight, they presented so formidable an appearance that he was sure an attack would result in nothing but disaster. He therefore assumed the grave responsibility of suspending his movement and of requesting General Meade to join him on the ground for a further survey of the situation. Meade rode over to Warren, and on looking at the heights on the farther side of the run, bristling all over with fortifications, which seemed to have sprung up as if by magic as soon as Warren's corps came upon the ground, he concurred in the view of his lieutenant and countermanded the attack. This opinion of the generals in command received a silent but most significant confirmation in the action of the veteran soldiers of the Second Corps. Wishing to inform themselves in regard to the work expected of them, as soon as the gray light of the wintry dawn rendered surrounding objects visible, they crept forward, working their way like serpents through the tangled brushwood until they could see the murderous-looking fortifications beyond the run. Taking account of these fatal obstacles, they crawled noiselessly back to their ranks, and writing their names on bits of paper, they pinned them to their blouses. There was not a murmur of fear or of mutiny among them, but by this mute and touching demonstration they testified at once to their intelligent appreciation of the hopeless task before them, and their readiness to meet an almost certain death in the discharge of their duty. It was now out of the question to send Sedgwick in alone upon the right, and to draw a large force under Warren from the left for the purpose of reinforcing him would have occupied so much time that the enemy, with that amazing facility for entrenching which they had displayed within the last few days, would have made their strong line still stronger before Warren could arrive. If General Meade had chosen in this situation to throw his army upon the entrenched force of Lee, and if he had carried those works with the loss of half his force, he would have gained a vast access of popularity. If he had attacked and failed, and brought back to the north of the river, as he might easily have done, his broken and shattered forces, he still would have had the credit which is always given to unsuccessful valor. He chose the wiser and more difficult course, to acknowledge his campaign a failure, and to bring back his army safe and sound from the unfortunate venture. Without a moment's hesitation, after resolving upon this course, he carried it out with the greatest skill and energy, and General Lee, rising the next morning and looking forward with exultation to the victory which he imagined already in his grasp, found that the Army of the Potomac had vanished before him like an exhalation. So sure had he been of his strength and of his position, that on the night of the 1st of December, when one of his generals asked what course should be pursued in case the enemy should not attack, he at once replied, "They must be attacked." He had, it is said, even arranged a plan for an offensive movement against the Union left flank, but Meade had conducted his retrograde movement so promptly and rapidly that no efficient pursuit was possible. After Mine Run, the army went into winter quarters. A few scattered raids and reconnaissances broke the monotony of the next months, the most important of which was a cavalry expedition moving through Virginia under command of General Kilpatrick. It started on the 28th of February and struck the Virginia Central Railroad at Beaver Dam, sending parties out to destroy roads and bridges, and on the 1st of March came in view of the fortifications of Richmond. The bold troopers excited great terror and panic in the Confederate capital, but as a matter of course could do nothing against the system of works by which it was surrounded. Some damage was done, but nothing compensating for the cost and loss of the expedition, among which the most grievous was the death of Colonel Ulrich Dahlgren, son of the admiral, whose personal gifts and graces of character, no less than his distinguished gallantry and talents as an officer, had greatly endeared him to the President and promised a most brilliant future. In the course of the raid he became separated from the main body and was surrounded and killed with most of his men. No better review of the lost opportunities of this campaign can probably be made than that in which, in few words, General Warren, before the Committee on the Conduct of the War, enumerated the occasions which, in his opinion, had been missed. I think we should have advanced on the evening of the 3rd of July, after the enemy were repulsed at Gettysburg, with all the force we had on our left. I think we should have attacked the enemy at Williamsport on the morning of the 12th of July. We lost another opportunity at Manassas Gap on the 23rd of July, while the enemy was retreating, another when the enemy attacked me on the 14th of October at Bristoe. We lost a good opportunity after we recrossed the Rappahannock on the 8th of November, and another was lost in not making the junction we should have made at Robertson's Tavern before Mine Run on the 27th of November. But, he continued, and in this opinion most impartial critics will agree with him, nearly all these delays and failures, I think, are due not so much to General Meade as to his plans and expectations not being carried out. And in another place he gave as a reason for the failure of the army to carry out promptly and efficiently the plans of its general the loss at Gettysburg of its three best corps commanders, Reynolds by death, Hancock by wounds, and Meade by promotion. End of chapter 9.